I've been the victim of sniping and ejection, so if I disappear suddenly, I'm getting sniped.
Me too, man.
Yeah, it's happened.
Yeah. There's some juvenile a-hole. Maybe it's a godless girl. Because she's been doing it. Who is doing this crap? I don't get it. I saw how it's done, and it boggles my mind that Google would implement this, because the way it's done, which I won't mention, that's not a bug. This is a feature.
How do you know? Why do you think that?
Well, the next time we can get private together, I'll show it to you.
Okay, hey, check this out. I found the link to this live feed right now, and I'm gonna put it on the side here in the if you guys want to share it. I'm putting it in the side chat.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Tray to the thing. So, gentlemen, I haven't done my intro. Mr. Cropper here, doing the Tuesday night obligatory hangout too often for one's health. So, what's the link you put over on the side here for?
That is, if people click on that link, they'll be able to watch this hangout live on YouTube, and they don't have to, and they won't have to join the hangout. And they could leave comments on the side too if you while they're watching the YouTube video, if you have that feature going.
Hey Trey, I don't know if you know me. I know who you are, but you're a dental technician?
I am.
What do you do? Crown and bridge, prosthetics?
Yeah, crown and bridge. I do fixed only and implant.
Okay, cool.
So who are you?
I'm known by a couple of different nicks: Darwin's Deity, Dawkins Delusions, and Evolution Falls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen a few of those around. It's nice to meet you. And then Brandon, do I know you? I don't know if I met you before?
I'm not sure. We're probably acquainted through Google Plus circles, and I don't even know how all that works. But I'm an objectivist, an Ayn Rand person.
Okay.
So, atheist, capitalist, maniac for freedom, that sort of thing.
Wow, an atheist capitalist, how rare.
It is. Most atheists have their heads up their butts. They're socialists.
Yeah, I know.
I lived in Brooklyn for a while. I went to drinking with atheist get-ups in Brooklyn, where everybody there was atheists and they all liked to drink. And I was the only person that believed in freedom. The rest of them were commies.
Yeah, they usually are. Like Barack Obama.
Yep, he's a Muslim. Yes, Andrew, we have been...
No, actually, I don't think he's a Muslim. I think he's
Hey, hey, Brandon, you don't have the comment.
And I don't mean. Can I just say something real quick? I didn't mean anything. Even though I'm opposed to atheism, I didn't mean anything pejorative by that.
Oh well, we don't take it too sore. We're like the adults.
Okay.
We don't mind what the kids say, you know.
Hey, Brandon, you don't have the you don't have the comments enabled on the YouTube live feed. So maybe, in the future you might want to do that because people like that.
Let me. Is it possible for me to do it right now? I'll go try. I'll go poke around.
No, it's not possible. I don't think.
All right.
Before.
You know, this is streaming in 3 universes apparently. Then it's streaming in Google Plus, in YouTube, and in I don't know what. Oh, so people can join, or they can view, or they can YouTube view. So there's 3 different things. So I don't know.
Hey, how about we do an interview of everyone in the room tonight?
What kind of
not an interview? A short, intro.
Right, now I promised in the title that I would start off with a few new books I bought in Manhattan. I've got like 20, and I'm going to do a video separately about that. But I wanted to show a couple of them.
Okay.
The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels by Alex Epstein. So if you haven't heard about that, he says that fossil fuels are the most moral, etc., etc. They're very good. Okay.
Not that I think atheism is rational, but it's nice to come across an atheist who has more rationality than most atheists.
Well, most of them wear the scientific mask of rationality in socialism. So, But are you saying you take no exception to Ayn Rand?
Well, I don't know that much about her, so I really can't comment.
Hey, Brandon.
I know who she is. I know that she was an atheist and that she supported, freedom and capitalism.
Hey, Brandon.
But that's about it.
Let's get into this.
Okay. Let's get into what. You ready? Here, I didn't think I was gonna have people starting off, so I can leave the books till later. Let's get into what do you want to do? Selfishness is a virtue. No taxation. Abolish education. Roads. I bet you want the government to run roads.
Wait. I thought we were talking about atheism.
Oh, okay. Let's do atheism. What do you like? Art, philosophy, poetry? Is any of that meaningful to you? Because it was made by apes and monkeys. That's a point I like to throw at the Christians.
Okay, so you're into evolution, I take it, which is something I don't really know a lot about, so I don't even get into that.
Evolution is very, very easy. The atoms that we are made of evolved. In the early universe, it was hot. There were certain types of particles. The ones that survived, survived. The ones that couldn't survive disintegrated. So we are an evolved universe. We're made out of evolved matter. There are types of structures that come together in the universe, and some of them are stable and some of them aren't.
Okay.
Our universe is made of the ones that are stable.
All right, real quick.
How do you know that?
Hey, Trey, are you into evolution? Are you a believer?
Who, me? I believe in evolution?
He's talking to me. Depends on what. I'm sorry, that dog wants let out.
Are you a
Depends on
Christian?
what you mean by evolution? I mean that which is empirically verified, of course, because that's what science is.
Well, okay. Trey, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
So you would be an old Earth Christian that believes in evolution, right?
No, I'm a young Earth
Yeah.
creationist.
So wait, I thought you just said you believed in evolution, no?
No, I believe in evolution. I believe in genetic modification through natural selection. If that's what you mean by evolution. But if you're talking about common descent without an efficiency, without an efficient cause, no, that's not science. That's just superstition.
Okay, I cut you off there, Dawkins, a little bit ago. I know you want.
No, that's not a problem.
Because the thing is, I think I heard of Trey before. Because is your last name Jadlow?
Yes.
Okay, I've heard people talk about you before, but I didn't know. So like that's why I asked.
I am he.
Me personally, I'm a Christian, but when it comes to like certain doctrines and beliefs, like evolution is hell eternal and all that type of stuff, like I don't really get so much into that stuff. I'm just more so I try to just persuade non-believers to basically put their trust in Jesus. That's kind of what I just mainly do. So I'll just listen if you guys talk about evolution or something.
Well, Jesus, all of the ideas, in fact, in Christianity, are just rehashed Platonism. They're from Plato. They're just a philosophy that was 300 plus years old at the time that Jesus lived. He was just a philosopher. He has nothing original to say. He was
Brandon, you made comments about how things transpired in the past. How did you determine that that was the case?
Evidence. What do you mean?
Well, you were telling us about how things changed in the distant past. How did you determine that that was the case?
Oh, because the universe is the way it is today.
How do you know that?
Well, look, it's obvious that things that are unstable don't last, and things that are stable are the things that last.
Okay, so are you inferring that what is true of your observations are true of the whole of reality that you don't observe in terms of the universe?
No, I'm saying that is the entirety of the reality we observe.
Okay, all right, let me rephrase it because I don't think it was clear. You have made certain observations about physical reality, right?
Yeah.
Now, is the whole of physical reality like the part of physical reality that you observe?
I observe the whole of physical reality.
Are you omniscient?
As near as need be for this purpose, yes.
So you have the capacity to observe every event?
the concept I'm forming reaches all the way into the past and all the way into the future, even things I'll never perceive, and it also concerns matter everywhere in the universe, even matter I'll never be able to be anywhere near.
Have you observed every atomic interaction?
I don't need to. I've got theory. I've got an inference. I have a concept.
Oh, okay, good. So you have an idea, but when you make a statement that something is the case about the way the universe operated in the past when you weren't there to see it, how did you determine that that's the case?
I see the universe today, and I form a concept of what operation of the universe means, and it would mean in all of history and in all of the future.
Yeah, but forming a concept does not logically necessitate that that concept is true about the past.
It does in the case of theoretical inference, like with evolution.
Okay, well, you were talking about the state of the way things worked at an atomic level into the distant past. So how do you know that the past was like the present?
I know that the universe is what it is.
Well, aren't you just using inductive inferences?
Yeah, that's
who's the host of this room?
Mr. Cropper here.
Who, you?
Me, yes.
Okay.
Why you?
Okay, so basically, when you make statements about the distant past, you didn't actually observe all of those instances, right?
I don't need to. I have a concept. Now, a concept is when you look at.
How do you know that that concept is what it was in the past?
I formed the concept about reality, not about the past. The past and the future just fit inside of it.
Well, you told us how it was in the distant past.
Now you're telling me that you have evidence that the distant past was different, and that's bizarre.
No, I didn't make any propositional claims. I asked you how you knew. I asked you how you were able to determine what certain atomic interactions or states were in the past. How did you determine this other than just forming an idea about what they might have been?
I don't need to know about that. All I need to say is that stable things are stable and unstable things pass away. That's all I've said.
That's not an answer to my question.
Well, you're asking for too much.
Well, you made a claim about the way it was in the distant past.
No, you're making claims about that. You're making claims.
No, I'm simply repeating. I'm not making any claims other than the fact I heard you make a statement about the nature of physical reality at an atomic level in the distant past. I asked you, how did you ascertain that that was the case?
No,
and you said you make.
I'll go further than that. I'll one-up you on that. I said that atoms occurred out of the description I made. Atoms are a very late occurrence of what I was talking about. I said.
How do you know that?
I said there was energy, and there were particles that were not stable, and they melted, and other particles that were stable stuck around, and they turned into what we call atoms.
How do you know that?
It's just obvious, isn't it?
No, it's not obvious to me.
Well, it's clear to me.
Well, I think.
Well, did you see it?
Do you propose the opposite, that unstable particles were the ones that survived?
I'm not positing anything to you at this point. I simply ask you how you knew what the state of affairs was at an atomic level in the distant past.
All he's trying to do is he's shoring up skepticism about induction, Brandon. Yeah. But I don't see an issue of just saying that I take inductive inferences to be justified inferences. I mean, I don't understand the problem with that. He hasn't shown that there's some sort of problem with that, other than the fact that sometimes you can be wrong when you go to make inductive inferences. It's not logically necessitated, but all that means is that deductive or inductive inferences aren't deductive inferences. But I don't see how that's not a justification, right?
Right. He is what I would call a rabid skeptic. He's just skeptical of anything, and he'll derail any argument.
Oh, okay, Brandon.
No, if you make a statement that something is the case in the past or in the present and future, it's perfectly legitimate for me to ask you, given your worldview, how you determined that something was the case.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon, how do you know Jesus is not God?
Because there is no God, the sky is empty, we are alone. We are nuclear waste.
How do you know that, though?
Well, hold on a sec, Brandon. That's a question begging argument, right? Like he was asking how you know that, and you can't just say because it's not true. You have to actually provide an argument.
Well, I don't know that there's no spaghetti monster. I don't know there aren't gremlins on the far side of the moon. So I guess you got me.
Okay, so check this out. Have you ever heard of like William Lane Craig, Plantinga? They're like, I think they both have doctorates and they're professional philosophers. And guess what? They're Christian.
Yeah, I heard William Lane Craig debate Christopher Hitchens and was made a complete ass of for all time on stage. So that was magnificent.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Whom was made an ass of?
The Christian.
Okay, I guess you did. You watch the Q&A session?
I watched everything Hitchens ever did while he was alive.
Okay, good. Okay, so you watched the Q&A session between William Lane Craig and Christopher Hitchens.
Well,
Do you recall? Do you recall when William Lane Craig asked Christopher Hitchens what good reasons he has that there is no God? Do you recall that?
Remind me.
Okay, well, I've seen it a number of times. Without any exaggeration, and for those who have seen it even on the atheist side, Christopher Hitchens went into a meltdown. He couldn't answer the question.
Oh, no. What was the question again?
What good reasons do you have to believe that why there is no God? He couldn't answer the question.
Give me a break.
I can guarantee you I have the link on my computer. I can get it for you.
We don't
where
say
you can
not a God.
you can go to it yourself.
He didn't say
Right,
that
I'll
not
get-
a God.
Okay, Christopher. No, actually, he did. Christopher Hitchens stated, if you actually listen to the Q&A session and the session as a whole, Christopher Hitchens said that atheism is a proposition that a certain proposition, namely theism, is not true. Now, that's a de facto statement that there is no God. Do you know what a de facto statement is?
All right. Well, we don't make assertions about negatives, so we don't.
Okay, well, Christopher Hitchens made a de facto statement that there was no God. He said atheism is the position that a certain position, i.e. theism, is not true.
All right. Well, he says there's no God, but he said that.
Okay. Well, then you stand corrected.
Well, I think that's pretty lame because what he says is we don't have any evidence for God, so we don't believe in it.
No.
Yeah, but there is
Christopher Hitchens did make reference to that. You are correct. But I am virtually quoting Christopher Hitchens verbatim. He said atheism is the position that another position is not true.
Brandon,
Okay? And that position was theism. So when Christopher Hitchens says theism is not true, that is a de facto statement that there is no God.
How about this? Trey, do you want to give Brandon some evidence that Jesus is God?
I just don't understand what interesting turns on what Christopher Hitchens said,
Everything everything in the Bible was said first in a Greek play. It's not original at all. It's all rehashed and rather badly. So you guys do this. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. For he who knocketh it shall be opened. And they just drag on and on and on. And there's one line in a Greek play that it comes from, and it says, "Did you pray to God? Ye will find him."
Brandon, great job. I know you watched Zeitgeist and did all that stuff, but tell me something. How do you justify your existence?
I don't.
Oh, you don't. So you just take it on faith.
No, my happiness is the purpose of my life.
I didn't ask you that. I asked for a rational justification for your contingent existence.
My happiness is the purpose of my life.
No.
You can't do it, so you concede.
I think, Brandon, he's asking why do you exist? Like, what's the reason for your existence? How do you justify that you exist rather than not exist?
Oh, okay. Spend as much time as you can partaking in the activities that reproduce tonight. Have a beer, have some strawberries, and then run for the grave. Just run.
No, he's just asking, like, why it's the case. What explains your existence, like, in virtue of what you exist?
Monkeys. The planet didn't get hit for a long time. It's been pretty stable. There was some nuclear waste that got sprinkled about, so it allows complex chemistry, and monkeys were running around screwing, and some smart ones came about.
Right. So what you're saying is that you think that evolution is an account for your existence.
Evolution produced atoms. Evolution produced everything.
Well, I think that's different from biological evolution.
Hey, Trey, I know why you're laughing.
Well, I don't.
Brandon, you don't even understand the question. You don't even understand the
I know.
I don't think that it makes much sense to disrupt the hangout with those types of antics, right? So, if you just explain the question, right? So he says basically that evolution is the account for his existence. That's what he's offering as justification for the fact that
Okay. All right. Are any of you guys familiar with Aristotelian causality?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you are. Oh, Brandon is. Let me just talk to Brandon then. Okay, he's the man of the hour here. All right. So what is the formal cause of Darwinian evolution?
The formal cause. I mean, let's try to put a Ptolemaic straitjacket on our discussions about the movement of theories.
All you got to do is say, "I don't know. Can you help me out?" That's all you got to say.
Why would I do that? So what do you want to do with Aristotelian logic, which I've gone through with a fine-tooth comb? It's very bizarre.
Okay, then go ahead and answer the question.
What do you want to do with it? What are you going to prove with it, though? If you show that, let's say that you're going to show that the nature of evolution being accidental shows that it has no telos, and how much that plus $5 will buy you $5 worth of Slurpees. So I don't know what your point is.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? I need to get going, but I appreciate you guys hosting me, and you guys have a great evening. Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
All right. Bye.
Have a good one. So, answered prayer, Brandon. That's evidence of God.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That doesn't prove there's a God. You can pray and then something happens.
I feel like it is evidence, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to take that as evidence for a God, then your threshold of evidence is rather low. So, and that's fine. You know what?
It can be cumulative too. This subjective evidence, it can be cumulative and reasonable and rational. One can conclude that God exists reasonably and rationally. It's a subjective consideration, yes, but it's cumulative. Cumulative. It mounts up rationally, reasonably, cumulatively. I submit for your consideration.
Evidence mounts up, you mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it sure does. You meet 1,000 rascals like you, and it begins to become a little absurd that God doesn't exist.
Oh, well, God made an atheist.
Well, I won't contest that, sir.
No, we're alone. We are stardust. We're nuclear waste.
I receive your opinion as sincere.
What would you expect if you gave a billion monkeys M16s? You would expect a Holocaust, and that's what we had. So I mean,
plausible.
We just behave the way monkeys would behave if monkeys were monkeys. So
plausible.
I don't think that's exactly clear.
There is a weird thing we do. We go about writing beautiful poetry and making art. And when you guys say that there's a God, you rob us of all that. But I allow humans to keep their dignity and have those.
Oh, my God. Well, thank you. Thank you for including me in that proclamation of group guilt there. Just because I surmise there's a God, now I'm guilty of robbing all humans everywhere of their humanity. I am so sorry. I stand condemned in your eyes. I stand condemned.
All right, someone needs to mute their shit.
Hey, Brandon, would you mind broadcasting Vic?
Yeah, the bow tie?
Oh,
Vic, I see Vic over there. Just 1 second.
Yeah, he did.
Who else we got here? Saint something? Oh, we already got that.
Yeah, that'll do. Saint something.
So
whatever.
So, Brandon,
yeah.
I thought I heard you say earlier something along the lines of the Bible's not reliable. But, you know, there are people out there that I guess people would consider smart because they probably have doctorates and stuff. Like, again, I'll just refer to William Lane Craig. And guess what? He accepts that the Bible is not just based off of older books. Like, he accepted that it's a reliable thing. He obviously, I mean, I don't know if he looked into it. I'm just guessing he did because I feel like he's that type of person that would. So my point is that, yes, there is a view out there that the Bible is not reliable, but there's also the view that, yes, it is. And the people who say yes, it is are not just saying yes, it is. They actually researched it, and they've actually combated with the argument saying it's not. So, yes, there's some people that, you get what I'm saying? So,
Except we've seen their arguments, and they're horrible. I mean, they've been debunked so many times.
in your opinion,
No, in like any logical, rational person's opinion. It's not
okay.
even up for debate, really. Name a single argument that you think that William Lane Craig has presented, or anybody has presented,
All right,
for
Jesus.
the existence of God that has been persuasive.
But let me answer.
I mean, let's
He
just deal.
doesn't
What's
have
the
any
best
good
argument? Name one.
Okay. When it comes to detailed arguments, I don't really know any.
Okay,
I mean,
let me answer
maybe
your
some.
larger question then, because in my universe there are two schools of thought, Aristotle and Plato, and everything in the New Testament is obviously Platonic, besides a tiny bit of Greek thread. So for me, there's Aristotle, Plato. All of science is Aristotle. All of mysticism is Plato. And for me, Christianity is one little piece of that tapestry. So you are focused in on a single thread in a larger event.
Okay.
And that's what I would suggest to you, is that you need to study philosophy and history and learn more about the world.
Dude, Brandon. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, technically you're right because I don't really get deep into that. But again, I'll just say that there are professional philosophers who have doctorate's degrees and stuff, and they're Christian.
That's
What
a,
does that
that's a
do with
really
anything?
bad argument because I mean, and you win. You have to present an argument. You can't just say, "Oh, well, this person's very intelligent and therefore he must be right."
No.
This is
Vic,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say because they have these degrees they're right. All I'm trying to do is say, look, there are people with degrees, and we consider people with degrees to be smart, right? And they're Christians. So it's not just internet Christians. Like, there are people in the real world who are professionals that are Christian. And
Yeah, and there are also like professional neurosurgeons who are young Earth creationists. So what? I mean,
yeah, but okay,
their proficiency, their expertise is in, neuroscience and that sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
I don't believe in this being a professional or an expert when it comes to like the spiritual,
But dude,
because it's all. Yeah, go ahead.
but thank you. What's his name? Craig is a philosopher of religion.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. I mean, at best, what you could do, if you're like a theologian and and you're a biblical scholar and you study this in depth, at best, you can do something like say, well, we have good reason to believe that people back then believed that Jesus resurrected from the dead. Okay, great. That doesn't mean he actually did. The most you can say is that, like, all these different sources suggest that, yeah, all these people really believe that he resurrected from the dead. So what? That doesn't say anything.
Okay, so the only thing that comes to my mind right now is that it sounds to me like that might be something that I think Craig puts forth as, maybe it's not originated by him, but it's called like the minimal facts argument, where basically I think what it is, I mean, I could be saying this wrong, but I think what it is like what you said. People back then believed that Jesus died and look, let me tell you real quick. From what I know about the minimal facts argument, secular historians, and what is it? Maybe someone else could help me. I'm sure that like Josh or Jack could help me out, and they're not even Christians. I think the minimalist argument goes basically that secular historians agree, first of all, that Jesus existed. Second of all, that he was crucified, which is important. And third of all, that what is it that people saw him after he died or something, or what is, I forgot what the third
That
part.
they believe they saw him
They
right
believe-
after he died. There's a big difference, right?
Okay. So look, if you so what that argument goes to, I think what it's trying to say is, when you put those things together, the most reasonable outcome to conclude would be that he died, rose again, and then if someone...
No, not necessarily. No, because we have eyewitness accounts of all sorts of crazy stuff. I don't know if you've heard of the case of Linda Cortile in Manhattan, where she and a bunch of other independent eyewitnesses saw a person get abducted by aliens, right? They saw a spaceship come in, they pulled her out of the apartment window, and there were independent eyewitness accounts of this, right? And then in Mexico, there are other instances where you have like a whole little community that saw what was purportedly an alien spacecraft or something, right? That's not enough. That's just not enough to prove it. That the eyewitness testimony is one of the weakest forms of evidence that can exist. I mean,
and some of those sightings are turned into miracles, and then we have a religion born.
Okay, first of all, I probably didn't explain the minimal facts argument good enough, but
Well, I just wanted to say, MK, I'm not sure what the inference is supposed to be, right? Is there supposed to be some sort of inference that we take from those facts that God exists, but I don't understand what those are. Like, if I granted that all those facts were true, you know, I'm not sure why God would be the best explanation, right?
Well, look, I don't even really want to go there because I feel like first we have to someone has to clearly lay out what the minimal facts argument is.
Well, do you believe in the proposition that extraordinary claims should require extraordinary evidence to justify belief? I mean,
Well, guess what?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like something that if you would have asked me before yesterday, I probably would have said yeah. But guess what? I just happened to stumble upon a William Lane Craig video yesterday where he basically refuted that exact statement. In the video, he said, "Hey, has anyone ever heard the phrase, extraordinary events require extraordinary evidence?" And then he goes, "It seems like that's true, right?" And then he goes on to say, "But it's not true." And then he started to explain why. And I didn't really remember what he said, but
that was his...
I mean, as a general rule, here you have a really extraordinary claim, which is that Jesus actually resurrected from the dead and he's this divine being, right? You would think that eyewitnesses from like centuries ago, right? And these are second and third hand eyewitness reports, right? You would think that wouldn't be sufficient to justify the belief in something that extraordinary. You would need something just a little bit more, I don't know, concrete and reliable.
Well,
don't you think?
Do you think it's more likely that physics was suspended for these miracles, or someone made a mistake?
Right.
Well, it just seems like...
I mean, there's like so many explanations that I could think of that are more likely than that he was actually.
I wish my mic was working. Those other Christians, I wanted to get them, but.
Oh, dude, I know. I actually came on here because I wanted to talk with that Dawkins guy.
That was definitely a Christian sit-in, by the way. I wrote it in the comments here, but I was trying to say it on my mic.
Well,
I wish that Dawkins person would come back.
Okay.
If it was a sit-in, why did they leave?
Well, there's a few still here.
Vic, I'm not sure I understand, like, what criterion you're using to demarcate something being extraordinary from not extraordinary, right? It just seems like...
Of course not. But that's the continuum fallacy, right? Like just because there isn't a clear demarcation between what is and isn't something, that doesn't mean that it's completely up in the air and we have no idea what extraordinary means. It's like baldness. That's the typical example.
Well,
just because I can't delineate an exact percentage of hair that you need to be missing to be officially considered bald doesn't mean that bald people don't exist and that non-bald people don't exist, right? So I think it's really uncontroversial that resurrecting from the dead is a pretty extraordinary claim, pretty out of the ordinary.
Okay.
I'm just saying that you're claiming that there needs to be this amount of evidence, but my objection is that seems sort of arbitrary, right? Why can't MK just say by his lights that is enough evidence, you know?
It's not completely arbitrary. It's fuzzy. Yeah, I agree with you there. It is a fuzzy concept. What constitutes extraordinary? What is a reasonable standard of evidence to justify belief? Yes, that's all fuzzy, right? But it's not completely arbitrary either.
Well,
right?
I would like them to justify the question: who made God? Why are we even arguing the question of where the universe was caused? Because you have a God already. Why can't we just have the universe and start causation as part of the universe? Why do you have to have something cause the universe, but you get this really complicated mindy thing? Why do you guys get to start with a God? Who made God? Why can't I push it back beyond a God?
Well, I think the classical conception of theism is that God was eternal, right? And so God never began and never ended. And I think that
But why don't we get to do that with rocks? Why do you guys get to do it with a mind, but we can't do it with rocks?
well, I think the standard conception is that, given our cosmology, we have an inference that the universe had a finite past.
Not
Necessarily. But just quickly, Josh, just going back to the whole standard of evidence thing and how one of the ways that we figure out whether this is an irrational belief is we look to see if it's inconsistent with the way that we form other beliefs. So, for instance, if I dismiss this purported claim of an alien abduction, right, because it doesn't have this sort of evidence, and I do that with pretty much everything else, but then when it comes to God, suddenly, oh no, I'm going to accept this very weak evidence. Now there's an inconsistency there, and we can point to that and say, okay, this is not rational thinking, right? So the thing is, most of these people who use this sort of evidence to believe in God, they would dismiss that sort of evidence with other fanciful things like leprechauns and stuff. And so then you ask them, why the special pleading, why the double standard, and they usually can't come up with a good explanation. It's usually ad hoc reasoning.
Okay, check this out. Am I muted? No, I'm not. So check this out. Fact number 3 of this page that I'm on, of the minimal facts argument, says the post-resurrection appearances. So what that means is, after dying, people saw Jesus, and I'll just read very quickly. In 1 Corinthians 15, whatever, Paul recounts what biblical scholars recognize as an early Christian creed. So this is Paul writing what they recognize as an early Christian creed dating to within a few years of the crucifixion. And in this creed, Paul is saying he was buried and he was raised again. So basically what I'm trying to say here is you have people saying that we saw Jesus after he died.
Yeah, but people in the East see all kinds of things. They have delusions. You got to learn to just ignore these people and try to study reality.
Yeah,
but look, dude, can I look? It's more than just. What do you mean? You know how many people? There were like at least 500 people that saw him after he died, though.
According to Paul.
It doesn't matter. I don't think you get a really big group together, and if they're all idiots, then they're all idiots. It doesn't.
And that was according to one guy, allegedly.
You can concede all of that, though. You could concede that Jesus did actually rise from the dead. None of that would be evidence that God existed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
or that
I
Jesus
think that actually would be.
Yeah.
That would be fairly compelling if that actually
Why?
were true.
Why would it be?
Well,
compelling?
because it would show that magic probably exists, and if magic probably exists, then maybe a God exists. So
I take it that the way that evidence works. I take it that the way evidence works, right, is that you have a hypothesis that generates a predictive expectation, and then if that expectation is met, it's confirmed. But the hypothesis that a God exists, that doesn't generate the predictive expectation that Jesus should rise from the dead.
True.
Right?
Well, the thing is, it seems like you're okay. You're being.
I mean,
I think in this case you might be a little bit unfair in terms because we don't have 100% unequivocal proof of pretty much anything, and yet we say that we know things, right? We claim to know things all the time.
The idea is that a hypothesis raises the probability of some states of affairs, right, rather than others, right? So if we have an extremely hot object, if we hypothesize an extremely hot object, right, then we should expect ice trays in the vicinity of that object, ice trays filled with ice, to melt at a rapid rate, right? And we should expect we shouldn't expect ice trays filled with water, right, to freeze, right? So the probability of melting is raised, of freezing is low, right? But now it seems to me that if we were to hypothesize that a God existed, we wouldn't be able to cite any option.
Right. You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, you're breaking up. It's kind of hard.
Well, I think Josh can make the point. Josh, do you want to try to make the point that I'm trying to make?
Well, I mean, I think I get the gist of what you're. The gist of what you're saying is that it doesn't logically, like in a.
No. You don't understand. No, it's raising the probability, so it's not logically necessitated. We're saying
right. That's exactly what I was about to say. It's not necessary, but so what? Anything. If I see a dead body in the road, right? If I see a dead body in the road, yes, it is possible that an alien did it, right? It is possible that a leprechaun.
You're misunderstanding.
You're not understanding the argument, right? Do you grant that the way that I understand evidence is the correct way, which is to say that evidence for if X generates the predictive expectation of A, which is to say that X raises the probability of the outcome A as opposed to other outcomes.
Why do you say raises the probability? What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that if we hypothesize a hot object, that means that it's more likely than not, right, that we will observe rapid melting in its vicinity. Right? And it's less likely than not that we will observe. It's less likely than not that we will observe rapid freezing. Right?
Jack, question. Jack,
you already said that.
Okay, so.
Okay, Jack.
Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Jack. It sounded to me like you were willing to grant that Jesus died and rose from the dead 3 days later, and you're saying that wouldn't even.
Yeah, none of that would be the slightest evidence that God existed.
Not the slightest? I mean,
Not
to
the
me,
slightest
of course
evidence.
it doesn't necessitate it, right? But it is evidence of it.
No, it isn't even the slightest bit of evidence for it. Because
I mean, okay, yeah, he could be a zombie, right? That's what I'm saying. Like,
for it to be evidence for that hypothesis, the hypothesis would have to predict that outcome. And the hypothesis
what it does is
doesn't generate.
Jesus had a virus.
The hypothesis.
Jack, wait, hold
just
on.
Just a minute.
Jack,
I'm not done.
Okay.
The hypothesis that God exists, right, doesn't generate the predictive expectation that Jesus should rise from the dead. It doesn't generate any predictive expectations at all.
Right.
In fact, all outcomes are equally probable on that hypothesis, which means there can't be evidence for that hypothesis.
Okay, Jack.
Said that.
Jack. All throughout the Bible, Jesus' death and resurrection is predicted for like thousands of years. This is historical.
Well, on your view, it's not possible for you to affirm that because you think that the Bible was divinely inspired. And as you know, if you think the Bible is divinely inspired, it's inscrutable, right? We've been through that before.
Right? I don't know.
Jack, is there anything that you would consider evidence for the existence of a God? Can you come up with anything?
There might be specific God hypotheses that one could construct that would generate predictive expectations that could be confirmed. It doesn't seem like anybody's ever come up with one that was ad hoc or falsified, right?
Well, obviously, I mean, I'm an anti-theist. Obviously, I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is that, but I'm not so close-minded where.
Well, if I'm closed-minded, you should be able to show what's wrong with my argument, right? I gave an argument.
No, I'm saying, no, you're free to have, because the problem here is that we obviously have two very different standards of evidence for belief here. You have a pretty high bar. You have a really high bar.
Definition of what, you're not understanding my objection, right? My objection is not that I have a high bar for what would count as evidence for the existence of God. My objection is that
look, let me rephrase, Jeff. Look, it could be an extremely low bar, right? It could be, if your God hypothesis generated the prediction that you would drink water at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and you drink water at 2 p.m. tomorrow, that's confirmation of the God hypothesis. The problem is that, as stipulated by the Christians, they don't have any, they can't generate any predictions from their God that are not ad hoc, right, or that have not been falsified.
Old Testament.
I don't feel like it needs to be predictive in any way for it to justify belief. So that's why I'm saying, like,
of evidence,
I don't see.
Right. That follows from the definition of evidence that
Maybe
it has
we have
to be
different
Not
predictive.
necessarily. I mean, there are things
so
that
then
exist in the past, right?
Explain to me how something can be evidence for something else, right? So how A can be evidence for X if X doesn't generate.
All I'm saying, look, I'm not trying to make a there is no way to construct a deductive proof of the existence of God, in my opinion, no matter what evidence you provide, really. But I do think, hold on, I don't think that there's anything wrong if there's sufficient evidence, like somehow somebody proves that magic exists and the parting of a fucking sea or something like that.
Do we
right?
agree on what evidence
hold on.
is?
If all that crazy stuff actually happens, now all of a sudden the stories in the Bible don't seem so implausible and crazy anymore. And at that point, yeah, it's not.
Do we agree on what evidence is?
Yes, because
I don't know. What do you consider evidence to be?
I will give my definition again.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, can I say real quick?
A is evidence for X if X generates the predictive expectation.
No, then we don't agree. That is too narrow of a definition.
Great. That's fine.
What if it's a one-off event that happened in the past?
If it's not the case that an outcome, an observation is expected on a hypothesis, how can it be evidence for that hypothesis?
Let me ask you this, Jack. Let's imagine right now I see a little leprechaun, and I'm totally lucid, no history of mental illness, right? I'm not drunk, I'm wide awake, totally sober, right? And a little leprechaun thing jumps into my, runs into my room. I see it clear as day. It jumps into my hand. It, maybe kicks over my drink or whatever, runs out, and it's gone forever. Poof. I try to find it. I can't find it. Now, in my opinion, given what I've just observed, right, and the continuity of my memories and everything like that, I go and evaluate myself for any sort of, lapses in memory or mental judgment, and everything checks out fine. In my opinion, I would still be justified in believing in the existence of leprechauns, because I know what I saw.
Did you hear the question that I
There's no
asked
predictive capabiliity there. The evidence is there, but it's only...
Did you hear the question that I asked you?
Very fruitless.
So the question that I asked you was...
The
question that I asked you was... Right.
You're asking me if I agree with your definition of evidence, and I don't.
No, that's not the question I asked you. The question I asked you was, how is it... Right? Explain to me how it is that some observation can count as evidence for some hypothesis if that observation is not expected on the hypothesis.
Okay.
Explain that to me.
What is the hypothesis here?
Okay, here we go. Can I jump in?
Any hypothesis.
Hey.
Tell me how.
Vic.
Tell me how.
Look, let's just stick with the example that I just gave. Stick with the example I just gave. Do you believe that I would be justified in believing in leprechauns if that happened to me? Yes or no?
How is that an answer to the question?
No. Can you just answer that question? Can you just answer that question?
If you wanted to, I don't know what the leprechaun hypothesis is. I don't know.
The hypothesis is that leprechauns exist.
Hypothesis. Define evidence. You're talking about what is the evidence of a hypothesis. What the fuck is evidence? If evidence is nothing but the material provided by your five senses, then you have some ground to stand on. You guys are talking in circles, and it's fruitless and ridiculous. What is evidence? What do you mean by evidence? And why are you talking about a hypothesis when you don't even know what evidence is? Say what evidence is, and I think you'll be less confused.
Exactly right.
Let me
I agree with what Brandon just said. Like, I don't know why you're talking about hypothesis, and I don't agree with your very restrictive definition of evidence, where it requires a prediction.
Dude, Vic,
why prediction?
Hey, Vic, the crazy thing is, it is predicted, because Jesus' death and resurrection was predicted.
Okay, well, yeah, but that's separate.
1 sec, real quick. I wanted to just clarify for Brandon. We did provide a definition of evidence. The definition we provided is that A is evidence of X if and only if A or
Already
X
too much.
raises the probability.
Too much.
It is too much. Why does it need to make predictions? That's
Evidence
crazy.
is nothing but the material provided by your five senses. That's all it is. So if you say it's anything besides that, you start going off into gibberish.
Yeah, like, I mean, you guys can have a standard of evidence where it requires predictive abilities. It has to be duplicated. It has to be corroborated by at least one more person or something like that. You can go ahead and do that, but I think that that bar is a little bit high, right? I personally, I would not require that for me.
So the problem with what Brandon said is that anything being observed by your senses, for example, I think that's I don't think that would tell you what it's evidence for, right? You could make observations, but that doesn't tell you what it's evidence for. So we say it's evidence for a specific hypothesis in virtue of the fact that the observation was predicted by the hypothesis in question, and that's why we say,
come on.
Now, of course, if it has predictive abilities, then that bonus. That makes it a stronger belief, right? You have more confidence in that belief. But I'm just saying that I don't think that that's required.
Vic, I want Jack to answer your question, Vic, about when you asked him if you saw, well, leprechaun would count as evidence that leprechauns exist. I want him to answer.
It would only count as evidence for whether leprechauns exist if the leprechaun hypothesis generates the predictive expectation of that observation.
What would be the predictive expectation? It ran away. It's gone. I can't find it anymore. So that's it.
If it doesn't generate any predictive expectation that you have observed, then there isn't any evidence for the hypothesis. Nor could there.
Why does there have to be a hypothesis? If a hypothesis is
when
for,
we're
like,
talking about evidence.
your
right,
definition
saying,
of evidence.
When we're
Your
talking
very
about,
restrictive definition
when we're
of evidence.
talking about evidence, we're talking about evidence for something, right?
For the existence of something, yes.
Yes,
and I'm
for the
saying,
existence of
and
something.
me
That's what
seeing it,
excuse me. That's
is
what
evidence.
That's what I'm calling the hypothesis,
Well,
right?
why? Then what do we call a hypothesis?
Excuse me.
Well, now
That,
you the word now.
excuse me. That which it is evidence for, right, is the hypothesis. So there's a relation between the hypothesis and evidence. Evidence is evidence for something. That is some hypothesized fact.
Okay, so the hypothesis, if you want to use,
Now,
if you want to
my
continue using it,
question-
the hypothesis
excuse me,
here would be.
I wasn't done. My question to you is, if you don't think that something is evidence for some hypothesized fact in virtue of the fact that that hypothesized fact generates the predictive expectation of that observation, which is to say raises the probability of that observation taking place as opposed to other observations, my question to you is then, what makes it the case that something counts as evidence for some hypothesis, right?
The hypothesis
Because otherwise, if you
that
don't have,
leprechauns exist.
if you don't,
The evidence.
Okay, Jack.
You can't keep saying I'm not finished. You like paused.
Hey, Jack, question. Hey, is me looking at me right now evidence that I'm alive?
Don't give him an opportunity to talk again. Jesus, keep talking.
But that's seriously, I think the point that Vic is trying to, like, seriously, I'm sitting here.
If you don't have a constraint of that kind,
Jack, the hypothesis.
If you don't have a constraint, just a minute. If I'm talking, if you don't have a constraint, of that kind, right? Then say that anything is evidence for anything else, right? I could say that because there's a lamppost in front of me, that's evidence for the fact, right, that there's a Chinaman on the island of Fiji, right? Now, presumably you want to say, no, that doesn't actually count as evidence for that hypothesis, that there is a Chinaman in Fiji. In fact, a lamppost being in front of me in New York City has nothing whatsoever to do with respect to confirmation of the hypothesis.
Okay, come on, Jack. So what are you saying? Hypotheses
so
are
my question is to ask you, what is the constraint in virtue of which something counts as evidence for a hypothesis?
Well, it has to be related.
If it's not the case if it's not the case that it's expected on the hypothesis. What is the criterion you're using?
Are you saying a hypothesis is perceivable? Is that your point, that you can perceive hypotheses?
No.
Well, then what the hell is your point? Why does it matter? What are you talking about?
Can I ask Jack to answer the question? Jack, you looking at me right now, is that evidence that I'm alive?
I presume so, yes.
What's the
Because
hypothesis?
The hypothesis that MK is alive, right?
Okay.
Presumably generates certain predictive expectations.
No.
What prediction? What prediction? Let's suppose he poofs, he's gone, right? And then let's suppose none of us exist. No, what? That's it? You can't predict.
I don't understand why you aren't. I don't understand why you aren't answering the question I asked you. If you want to deny, right? If you want to deny that what it is for something to be evidence for some hypothesis is that it is so in virtue of the fact that it's expected on the hypothesis, then what is your opinion, right, which allows you to say this is evidence for X?
Let me walk you through this. Let me walk you through this. Okay. So the let's just stick with the leprechaun. Okay. So the leprechaun. Okay. The hypothesis, if you want to talk about it in those terms. Okay. So the hypothesis is that leprechauns exist. Okay. And my evidence for leprechauns existing is that I saw this thing come into my room that meets all the qualities and descriptions of what we would call a leprechaun, right? And I'm totally sober and lucid and all that, right? And my mental health checks out, all that stuff, right? And that's my evidence. So based on what I have in front of me, I feel justified in believing in the existence of leprechauns, right? So let's see the analogy here when it comes to God. So it is alleged in this book that Jesus is God, right? And he has the ability to resurrect from the dead. Okay, so apparently this is true according to we're kind of taking this as a given, right? That's what you stipulated this essentially, that yes, this person named Jesus actually resurrected from the dead. So unless you want to say that maybe he's a zombie or maybe this was an alien or some shit, right? That's fine. You can, but I don't think it would be unreasonable to also believe that this is God as purported in the Bible, right? I don't think it's that. Like, why is that less likely than an alien or a zombie?
Let's look at the example then. So it sounds.
Jack, you're cutting out. But by the way, if somebody died and rose again 3 days later, that would be
count of evidence in your.
Jack, you're breaking up.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything. Yeah, we didn't hear anything you said. So.
Oh, the nice thing about
it's cutting out right now.
I can understand what you guys are talking about from like a mountaintop, and you guys are like ants running around in this fucking little maze. It's so
okay, check this out.
Is my mic cutting out right now?
No, you're good.
I mean, Josh, his mic is working well, and apparently he understands Jack's point. So why don't we have Josh articulate it?
Hey, Jack, can I say one thing?
If it's not breaking up, then let me just respond to the example.
It
sounds like you're objecting. It sounds like you were agreeing with my account of evidence just now, right? Because you're saying that when you saw a leprechaun, it was precisely what you would expect to see if you were to see.
Mm-hmm. Correct. And when it comes to this God, now then we're talking about their definition of God. So their definition, the Christian definition of God, is this thing that resurrects from the dead and it performs.
Generates.
Come on, do something with this.
Excuse me, I wasn't done yet.
I can fucking tell you're not done yet. Now what are you talking about?
Can you shut the fuck up, please? Okay, so now it sounds like you're saying that you're seeing the leprechaun counted as evidence for the leprechaun hypothesis in view of the fact that it's exactly what would be expected if there were to be a leprechaun there, right? And my question to you was, how is it that you're disagreeing with my account of evidence,
I just
right?
explained
Not how it is that you're agreeing with it, right?
I just explained to you.
Excuse me, I asked you to produce a criterion, right, other than predictive expectation from a hypothesis, in virtue of which something counts as evidence for something else.
All right, let
now
me
you
explain it.
produced.
Okay.
Excuse me,
All
I
right,
wasn't done yet.
Oh, jeez.
Now you
I can do
produced
that.
an example.
Yeah, you want to know what
You
evidence is?
produced.
What does it
Will
mean
you
for
stop
evidence to be
over
for something
talking
else?
me?
No, will
Will
you
shut
stop
the
talking
fuck
for
up?
just a fucking
Shut
second? I'll tell you what
up.
evidence is. Evidence means you proceed with
Shut
your
the
5
fuck
senses.
up.
Now, here's the funny
Shut
thing
up.
about evidence. Lots of people
Will
can
somebody
perceive
will
a
somebody
given.
shut this asshole up, please, while I'm
Listen,
talking?
here's the funny thing
You
about
can
it.
wait until I'm done, okay?
Here's the funny thing about evidence.
Now, I
Here's-
asked you,
listen,
shut the
there's
fuck
something-
up.
There's something funny about evidence.
Shut up.
The
Shut
funny
up.
thing about evidence
I
is that
asked.
lots and lots of people can see evidence, okay? And they can see the same evidence. Lots of people saw lightning storms and static electricity. But it takes a concept formation, an active inference and effort in order to form the concept of electricity. So
Okay, I
evidence
was
is
talking
not
and
enough.
you interrupted me.
Evidence
You
is
muted
just
me.
what you see
Now,
with
can
your senses.
you return, please? Can you wait your turn, please? I was making a point. Now, I asked you, right? I asked you to explain to me how it is you were using a different criterion, right, in virtue of which something can be evidence for some hypothesis. And you produced an example, which was the leprechaun example, which was directly in line with my account, right, which is to say that it was evidence for the hypothesis in virtue of the fact that it was exactly what would be expected on the hypothesis, right? And that's precisely what you denied.
Okay, are you
Excuse
done?
me.
Can I respond
Excuse
now?
me. No, I'm not done.
Get your shit together, Jack.
Excuse me.
Hey, get your
That's
shit
precisely what you denied. That's precisely what you denied was the account of evidence that you thought was the correct one, right? And so I asked you to give me a...
Jack, I'm going to start sharing mods, and then other people are going to be able to mute you, and then it's going to get ugly.
Well,
So
wait, just come on, Brandon. Just let him finish. Let him get it all off his chest. And
I've been trying for half an hour.
I know he's very long-winded, but go ahead, Jack. Finish what you got to say.
Word economy, Jack.
I asked you to produce a criterion which would distinguish, right, your account of evidence from my account of evidence.
Okay,
now,
good.
Why,
Are you done?
Why would
Now
you...
Vic can
Are
go.
you gonna let me
Not
respond?
When
Now
I'm
let
done, you'll
Vic
hear
go.
me stop talking. Okay?
You didn't say something
So
concise enough
my
for somebody to
question-
reply to?
so my
Those were a lot of big
question-
words. That should have
my
carried enough
question
meaning that
is-
someone can reply to you.
My question is, why would you give an example, right, that was meant to give something that give an account that was different from mine as to how something is evidence for
Good
something
question,
else,
Vic. Go
right?
ahead.
When in
All right.
fact what you gave was directly in line with
So
my
the-
account.
All right, are you done?
Good question,
Yeah,
Vic.
I'm done now.
All right, good. So, Jack, the problem here is that you see a difference. You see a substantive distinction where I don't see one. So let me explain why they are substantively identical. So with the leprechaun, I have a definition, right? So I have it's green, it wears a little fucking hat, it's short, it's whatever. Right? That's the definition of it. And when it comes to God, at least the Christian definition of God, I have a definition too. It's this thing that resurrects from the dead. It can perform magic. It does that. So when I observe that in the leprechaun, that to me is evidence of the existence of the leprechaun, right? So when I observe that with this Jesus guy, right, who is purportedly God and can perform magic and resurrect from the dead, well, that matches at least part of the description of the Christian God, right? So to me, that is evidence of it. Where is
Okay, I haven't discussed the Jesus example yet. I didn't
well, that's
get
what we've
to
been
that
talking
yet.
about.
I wanted
That's
to
what
focus
started this
on
whole
the
thing.
leprechaun. I wanted to focus.
Josh, do you think I could?
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead, Josh.
Hey, Josh. Can I say something for you real quick?
And don't. When MK asks to interrupt, don't let him, because he kicks you and he kicks me from the room. This piece of shit protects Evolution False at opportunity. So don't do any favors to fucking MK. MK, if you want people to start treating you like a human being, right? Don't act like a fucking asshole.
Who's
Dude,
MK?
Okay, so
who
shut
who
the
is
fuck
MK?
up, MK.
Take your
Dude,
drama
who-
somewhere
Wait,
else.
who is MK?
That's me. Dude, Jack, I didn't interrupt
Shut
you.
up, MK. Shut the fuck up, MK. Go ahead,
Oh my God.
Josh.
Dude,
One second.
Josh, do you mind if I...
Well, MK's been nothing but respectful this whole time. I don't know what your beef is with him.
No, well, because me and Jack, we don't really have... I don't know. I didn't know he was that mad at me.
MK kicked Josh from a hangout today, and he protect Dawkins' delusions from criticism at every opportunity. He's a fucking lying piece of shit.
We don't care about
acting
your
nice
drama.
right now. That's
Take
just
your drama
because he
somewhere
doesn't have-
else.
That's
All
just
right.
because he doesn't have mod powers.
No, look, hey Josh, can I say something real quick before you say something, Josh?
No, don't let him say anything. Don't let this fucking piece of shit say anything.
If I could just, I think I can clarify. I think I can clarify Vic's argument, Jack. So, I think the idea is that Vic's example.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So I think the idea is that in Vic's example, while it might be predicted on the hypothesis, it doesn't raise the probability of that because it's only ad hoc, right? Given that you can't generate any other predictions following that it disappeared, right? But I think that might be mistaken because if it generates if the hypothesis is that the leprechaun disappeared, then it would be the case that generates the prediction that we don't see it ever again, right? So if we see it again, that disconfirms that hypothesis.
All right. This.
Well, no, I mean, if we see it again, great, bonus. Even if the hypothesis is even more strengthened, the theory is even more strengthened, right? But if we don't, I still think that's evidence, right? It's kind of like, you know, things that happen in the past. Like, I don't know, you might have had a conversation with your mother this morning. Maybe there might be no evidence of it. So what? That doesn't mean that you're not justified in believing that you had a conversation with your mother, right?
Well, I think that those types of hypotheses do generate predictions. For example, assuming that your mother doesn't have amnesia or something like that, if you ask her about the interaction you had with her,
it wouldn't matter. But it's irrelevant, Josh. You know that, right? Even if she did have amnesia, you would still consider it.
On this, listen. Why? Why? What does this prove? Is this to get us out of believing in Jesus or into it, or what? What's the point of this epistemological dead end?
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Brandon, how it started. The way it started was I was trying to throw. I was
interrupted. Define evidence, then we have to define hypothesis, and if you have a definition for evidence and hypothesis, then all of this guy's confusions, Jeff or Anthony or whoever the fucking bow tie is, go out the window. As Voltaire said, define your terms if you wish to debate with me, and he doesn't know what a fucking hypothesis is. He's so fucking mixed up.
Let me say real quick.
The way this started is I was kind of trying to throw MK. I guess is his name.
Interrupted me when I was in the middle of explaining something, right? You said it doesn't matter. The point is that, right, when that hypothesis being true, all things being equal, generates predictive expectations, right? And it's in virtue of when we encounter those predictive expectations that we say that that's evidence for the hypothesis that you spoke with your mother.
That is not the sole. It doesn't. It's not required. That's great. That's a bonus if that happens, but it's not required.
Yeah, define what you mean by hypothesis, or else you're just going to keep talking in circles.
The hypothesis.
We already defined it.
No, you didn't.
We already defined it.
No,
Yeah.
sir.
I mean, ideally, all evidence would have predictive capabilities, right? All of them.
No,
but there would be.
Evidence is only the existence of things. It's what your senses say exist.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, like when I say predictive, I mean it would be able to be duplicated, it'd be able to be corroborated. I mean, all that is ideal, right? But it's not necessary. It's not required for us to.
If you want to
for it to count as evidence.
If you want to say that something is evidence for something else, and it can be evidence for something else, even if it is not expected on the hypothesis that it's supposed to be evidence for, then you need a criterion by which you rule out. You need a criterion by which you rule out some things as not being evidence for the hypothesis. And I've been asking you multiple times now to tell me what that criterion
the context.
is.
It's your
right. So what is the criterion?
The context. It's the context in which you measure.
It's not you. It's not you who I was talking.
Well, I'm the one that's giving the answer because I'm the one that can give the answer. And when the tortoise and the hare are racing for the finish line, we don't have to measure down to every single little atom. The context is just which nose crosses first. Now, sometimes you may need to measure atoms, but not when you're doing a tortoise and a hare race.
I'm asking the individual who made the claim.
When you're looking at something that requires you to make certain measurements, you make those measurements and not at other times. Why is that a
You're being overly restrictive, Jack. I mean, let's imagine something internal. So, Jack, hold on. Just wait, hold on. You said that, let's not interrupt each other. So you're interrupting me now. So I'm not finished. Let me ask you a question. Right? So let's imagine something totally internal, something you're thinking of a thought. Let's imagine just now you thought of a house or a dog or something, right? Now, where is the predictive capability? How can you verify that you actually thought of a house a moment ago? How do you do that? You can't corroborate it. Nobody can validate it. I can't look in your mind and prove it, right? But are you going to suggest that you're not justified in believing that you just thought of a house?
Of course you can believe.
I don't see the relevance of that question. Right?
The whole point, Jack, is that you don't. It doesn't need to be predictive. It doesn't need to.
Just a minute. Just a minute. The question to you is, right? If you don't think that something being more probable on a hypothesis is what makes it the case that it can be evidence for
you
that
define hypothesis and
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you.
Get over this.
I'm just asking you, what criterion are you using by which you rule out some things as not?
What do you mean by hypothesis?
You mean ruling out like the possibility of a zombie or an alien?
I gave you the relevant example, right? I said that I think we would all agree that if I saw a lamppost in front of me in New York City, right, that could not be taken as evidence that there's a Chinaman.
Because it's not logically related. Right. Yeah.
Well,
but this is related because there's a story. There's a claim here, right? There's an actual claim here that is related to this thing that you saw resurrect from the dead. They're claiming that this is God, and it has these qualities, and it can do these things.
You're asking for a criterion, right? So,
I haven't gotten
minutes on this
to
same
Jesus
fucking point.
Yet.
What's the point? Huh? An hour and 15 minutes later, you guys are arguing about, you still don't know what a hypothesis is. Get your shit together.
We've already been over that.
No, well, then you wouldn't be so confused, and you can move on.
Really quickly, the criterion. So, look, really, Vic, the criterion that we gave was that it's predicted. You said that that's not a sufficient criterion, right? So what Jack asked is, what is your criterion for evidence, right? What distinguishes evidence from not evidence?
Well, it has to logically support the hypothesis, right? And yeah, if the hypothesis is that God exists and it has these properties of being able to perform magic and resurrect from the dead, and I suddenly see this thing resurrect from the dead, and it meets at least these qualities of its description, right? Then yeah, that's evidence. How isn't it? You might not think it's sufficient evidence to believe in something that's fine. That we can have differences of opinion in terms of standards of evidence for belief, right?
That's too much.
But that's subjective.
Your five senses. That's all evidence is what comes in through your five senses. It doesn't support or negate anything until you have a hypothesis or a theory. Evidence is just what comes in through your five senses. That's all it is.
Because the word evidence has the root word evident. So yes, what you just said is true, Brandon.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with. I don't know if that would be sufficient for me to suddenly believe, oh, okay, this must be God. If I saw this guy named Jesus resurrected from the dead, I might think I'd probably think that there are more plausible explanations, right? I would require more. But all I'm saying is if somebody took that and then suddenly said, you know what, I believe in God because of that, I wouldn't think he's crazy. Like right now, there are people who believe in that shit, and there is no confirmation that anyone actually resurrected from the dead. But we're stipulating that somebody actually did resurrect from the dead, and we have no natural physical explanation for it, right? So we kind of have some evidence here of magic. And
no, you never had evidence of magic, ever.
That's a non sequitur, right?
Well,
that's a non sequitur.
I think by definition, anything that defies the laws of nature and physics as we know them is by definition magic, right?
No, Vic, hold on a minute. Wait.
Airplanes are evidence of magic?
Hold on, wait. That's obviously false, right? Relativity violated the laws of physics as we knew them, right, before relativity was posited. But it doesn't all of a sudden make that the planets don't behave according to Newtonian mechanics, right, or that quantum mechanics doesn't behave according to Newtonian mechanics. It doesn't make those things all of a sudden miraculous, right? So that's obviously not a sufficient criteria.
Well, it doesn't. Well, we actually. Well, we have. The thing is that it's predictive, right? It has. There's probability there. It's not totally ad hoc, right? But the magic that I'm talking about is ad hoc. It's like somebody just snaps their fingers and something suddenly materializes, right? That would be magic, right? Wouldn't it?
Well, look.
You wouldn't consider that magic, so nothing could be considered ever magic, no matter what. Like I could snap my fingers and a tree appears or whatever.
Well, first of all, number one, I don't know what magic is supposed to be, right? And second of all, if the universe is built in law-like relations, it doesn't follow that we have epistemic access to what those law-like relations are, right?
Right.
So if we happen to discover the law-like relations that allow us, whatever laws we posit to generate predictions and stuff, then that's fine, right? And we're going to observe the universe in such a way. But if the universe it behaves drastically differently to the way we theorize, it doesn't. None of that matters, right? It doesn't. If there is some sort of natural law that a dead Jew gets resurrected every 2,000 years or something, right? Then obviously we can disconfirm that hypothesis every 2,000 years. But the point is that if there is such a law, that's just the way the universe behaves.
No, but this isn't. This is somebody just willing something to happen, like just okay, I want a tree to appear right before me, or a hot blonde, or something, right? If that's not magic, I mean, I can't think of anything. But again, okay, let's put it this way: how do you define magic?
Until you find out the law, it is magic.
Right. Yeah, in a sense. Unless you can somehow weave it into some scientific framework, yeah, it would be magic.
I don't understand how that follows, right? Until we find the law.
Well, how do you define magic? Let's start there, Josh. How do you define magic?
Let me give a shot at magic real quick, and then I'll let whoever else go. Magic is sleight of hand and trickery.
No, well, no, I'm talking about real magic,
That's what I'm talking about.
not the David Copperfield kind of
That's
magic.
all the kind there is. That's all there is.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Yes.
No, I believe that if you can somehow do something that, by all accounts, seems to defy the laws of nature, and you can just will something to exist into existence out of nothing, truly out of nothing like that, well, yeah, fine. Well, I don't believe we can either. But if somebody actually was able to do that, that would be magic, right? Or if you saw somebody do.
My uncle, but what that and $5 to get you a Slurpee for $5.
But what they're saying, Brandon, I don't believe in this shit either. I'm just saying that if somebody was actually able to do this, it's hard to. Why would we not call that magic? I don't understand this aversion towards the.
They can't do it.
Okay, but yes, but for the thought experiment, they can do it.
Well, then this is a fruitless thought experiment because you're talking about things outside of our universe.
I just don't think.
This is why I love objective.
What would you call it, Josh? How do you define magic, Josh?
Your mind on what actually exists, and that's important because otherwise you're always talking about other universes, unicorns, gremlins. You guys go off on some weird shit.
I don't think that's what we're doing here. But Josh, how would you define magic?
I don't think that there's a coherent definition.
Right. That's true. It's a floating abstraction. It refers to a non-entity. That's true.
Okay.
Well, look, whether magic exists or not, if Jesus died and rose again, we're just talking about, is he God?
No, he's not. There is no God. You're a monkey.
I mean, I guess essentially what Josh is saying then, that even if there actually were a God, then it wouldn't be magical, and it would just be something that is just part of the laws of nature. Essentially, he would just turn it into like this physical, natural being, and it's fine. You can do that, but it's just kind of what?
Watering it down, right? Why water it down that far? Where does that get you?
I mean,
that's not exactly right. I never said that. Right. I just think that there's a coherent definition.
Okay, so you're agnostic, basically.
I just don't think that there's a coherent definition of magic, right? I think that they mean something like, well, because if so the reason I take nature to be uniform is a pragmatist reason, right? I want to be able to engage in the world, and so it's in virtue of those assumptions that I'm allowed to engage in the world, right? But if you allow for things like magic, I don't see how any of that would allow you to do any work, right? So I don't think that there's a coherent. Look, it seems to me like what you're saying is there's no clear demarcation between what's magical and not, right? Now, if I just say that there are laws that operate in such a way that there are lunar eclipses, right? You could say that that's magic. You could say
no, it's not the same.
But you want to say that there's, well, no, look, we have a natural law that explains that, and that's fine, right? But in an instance where there's something that occurs that we don't have a natural explanation for, right? It doesn't follow that there is not a natural explanation, right?
Right, but in the meantime, we call it magic.
Right.
We just call that person a magical being. That's all. It's just I don't know why you have such an aversion towards
right,
this
so
word. It's like
your definition of magic could just as well be something that's not magical, like a lunar eclipse that we don't know.
No, of course not, because because that you can just chalk up to just an unknown natural phenomenon, because it's very likely, right, that we will come up with a natural explanation for it. But if I suddenly snap my fingers and a building appears before me, right, it's highly unlikely that you're going to come up with a natural explanation for it.
Can I just give 2 sentences real quick?
Go ahead.
The way that we form an idea is by looking at several instances of it and ignoring the particulars. We just take what's common to all of the units. So the way we form the idea of magic is looking at magic happen a number of different times and ignoring what was happening each time and just taking the event was that you didn't understand what happened and it seemed to defy reality, right?
Yeah,
and
but that's what we call magic, Brandon.
That can only happen by sleight of hand and trickery. It cannot actually be a...
Well, sure, yeah, as far as we know, right.
And my definition of magic, which I gave 30 minutes ago, stands.
No, but the thing is, we have never witnessed anything like what we're, contemplating here,
well, look,
right? We've witnessed things like weird phenomenon, like the things at the quantum level, things like that, like virtual particles that pop in and out of existence, weird things like that, right? The double slit experiment. Yeah, there's a lot of spooky stuff going on, right? But you could still, that's kind of still in the realm of something that we might be able to explain scientifically. But when we're talking about something just cartoonish, like I snap my fingers and suddenly a building appears before me, right? Or I'm just teleporting from here to China and then back again. That is.
See, if you give me a real example, you're going to point to Penn and Teller or David Copperfield, real, actual things, which were nothing but true.
Yeah, but not. We're talking about thought experiments here, Brandon.
No, that's your problem. That's what you intrinsics do. You think you can think about ideas separate from reality.
Well, that's what a lot of philosophy has to do with thought experiments. Really interesting things, like brain in a vat thought experiments, right? I mean, it's cool to think about. Solipsism is an interesting thing to think about.
I think you're missing a point, right?
Purple mane, this unicorn I have. Poops, golden Cheerios for breakfast. Now I could go on all day.
Yeah, I know. It's not practical. I understand that this shit it's pure theoretical academic crap. But
look, I'm not understanding how in no case you're appealing to some property, right? All you're doing is you're appealing to what your intuition says. So you're saying, well, my intuition says is magic, right? But there's no common property amongst those things. In virtue of which you're saying that there exists a scientific hypothesis, or there's likely to be a scientific hypothesis, right? We might find that there's some sort of physical law that allows a person's neurochemistry to generate certain material, right? What if we end up in a universe like that? Then there would be a scientific explanation, right? There are only certain people who have learned how to do it, or whatever. But you want to call that magic or whatever.
Yeah, we can always say we might, and we might not either, right? I don't understand why do you have such an aversion towards...
The point is that you are not giving a criterion by which to demarcate magic from natural phenomena.
Okay, Josh, let me ask you this. How do you demarcate between a car something that's a car and not a car. So let's imagine I have a car that came off the Ford assembly line, and I suddenly remove the steering wheel, remove the engine, remove the transmission, maybe add a couple of wings on the side. At what point does that thing no longer become a car? At some point it's going to be fuzzy, right? But does that mean that cars don't exist? Does that mean we can't call anything a car? Of course not. There's anything, pretty much anything you can think of, except maybe in the mathematical realm, there's going to be a line where it becomes fuzzy, where that thing is still...
Well, I don't understand. I don't understand how that's an objection. I'm asking you for the criterion, just like we asked you for the criterion with evidence, right? Our criterion for evidence is predictability. That there's a clear demarcation, right? With evidence, it's predictability. With magic, I don't think there's a coherent definition of magic.
Well, no, you were asking me to come up with a demarcation between what constitutes magic and what is simply an unknown natural phenomenon.
Right, and so
right?
that's
and I'm saying that I can't give you that line, but I'd say when you go to the extremes, like snapping your fingers and a building appears before you, I'd say, yeah, that's sufficiently away from the middle fuzzy ground to the point where, yeah, that qualifies as magic.
Hey, Vic and Josh, what? I feel like this is besides the point.
Yeah, whatever the fucking point is, we're still off on magic, really? We defined...
Well, Brandon, I'll tell you what started all this. What started all this was that I was trying to throw Jesus, you, whatever, it's cut off, but I was trying to throw him a bone by saying, if, we actually knew that Jesus resurrected from the dead, then that might be, some evidence to believe in, to justify the belief in God. But then Jack chimed in and said, no, even if that existed, that wouldn't count as evidence. And then Josh has basically said that nothing can really constitute as evidence for God, because at the end of the day, he'll just chalk it up to some unknown natural phenomenon. So, I mean,
I didn't say that.
So, well, that's what everything that you've been saying kind of implies that, right?
I said that because that's pretty good.
No, I didn't say anything like that.
You might not have said it, but you've certainly been implying that. I don't see how you escape that. I mean, okay, then let me just ask you straight out, Josh. What would constitute as real evidence for God? Legitimate evidence for God?
Well, they would have to have a God hypothesis that's coherent. Minimally, it's got to be coherent. And secondary, it has to generate predictive expectations, and then we have to encounter those predictive expectations.
Okay, let me give you the definition of God. Okay.
Hold on a second. I'm still giving you criterion, right? It has to generate those predictions. We have to observe those predictions. It has to be coherent with our background knowledge or strongly disconfirm our background knowledge. It has to have ontological economy, things like that.
Okay, right. See, we're never going to agree on this because you keep inserting this criterion of prediction. It has to make a prediction, right? And I just don't see why that has to be the case. But okay, so let's imagine I have a definition of God where it created the universe. It can resurrect from it can take the form of a human and resurrect from the dead. It can defy the laws of physics at will. It can part seas. It can create floods out of nowhere, right? Just on a whim, right? If suddenly this all happened, if we had evidence for all of this occurring, real evidence, scientific evidence of all of this occurring, would that be sufficient for you to believe in God?
So you're saying it happens by virtue of the intentions of this agent?
As far as we can tell, yeah.
No. All you've proposed, you say there's a God that did all that stuff. You haven't shown me any evidence that all that stuff was done by God.
No, I'm trying to see if Josh would ever, consider this as evidence for God. So I'm saying, let's suppose we do have evidence of a worldwide flood. We have evidence of magic being performed right in front of, or things that what I'm calling magic.
Very, very intelligent.
Would that be sufficient?
Listen, Josh made a very intelligent, coherent statement that he says you're going to have to make some kind of a claim, and after you've made the claim, he'll evaluate it. And you're saying, how about we claim Christianity? But Christianity's been destroyed 1,000,000 times.
Of course, but that's not what we're talking about, Brandon. I mean, of course, we all, well, not everyone, but most of us in here agree that there is no fucking God, and that the Christian God doesn't exist. But that's not what we're talking about here.
Yo, Vic, check this out, Victor. Okay, Christians say that the Bible teaches that Jesus is coming back one day. Not just coming back, but maybe even coming down with clouds. Hey,
Okay.
clouds and lightning and trumpet sounds.
Okay.
That's what I think Orthodox Christianity basically says. So let's say that this happened tomorrow. Jesus came down from the clouds, or a
Gotcha.
figure that, yeah. So let's ask that question to Josh. Would you
Well,
then?
well, I can actually answer that. Well, let me just tell you what happened. I don't know if you guys watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, but I've seen every single episode multiple times. So there is actually this episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where something similar to this actually happens. So there's this woman who's a charlatan, right? And she's got a starship, and she's got teleporter technology and that sort of thing, and transporter technology, right? And she's able to simulate.
You mean Ardra?
Yes, yes, that's the one. Exactly. Yes. So she reads the theology of this alien species, right, on this planet, right? And you know, in their holy book, they make all these sorts of predictions about what's going to happen in the future. So she basically comes back with her very powerful starship and her like super advanced technology, and she starts simulating earthquakes and all these things that were predicted in the holy book. So she's a charlatan, right? So she's faking it. So she comes down, and they're basically convinced that she is Ardra, basically God, essentially, right? And you know, they become, you know, they're worshiping her and all this stuff. So I think what Josh would say is, you see, that's evidence that you can't believe it. But in my opinion, those people would have been justified in believing God. Yes, does that prove it that Ardra is actually God? No, of course not. But I don't think that it would be ridiculous or unjustifiable. For them to believe that that was actually God.
How isn't she God?
Again, that's my personal opinion. I probably.
Would you explain what mistake you think I made?
Josh, I think you made a mistake. I think all you need for evidence is to have a predictive outcome be confirmed. You don't actually need the other explanatory virtues to have evidence.
Well, I was thinking in terms of it being evidence in contrast with other explanations that we have good reason to accept, right? So in other words, the prediction might be evidence for two hypotheses, but we're going to favor the hypothesis that is coherent with our background knowledge, etc.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the better explanation. I think all you need for evidence, you don't need any explanatory virtues to have evidence. You just need a predictive outcome.
Where are you guys getting this definition of evidence where it involves making predictions? Where are you getting this from?
Yeah, why do you do that?
This is a standard view in philosophy of science.
Oh, no.
Do you have a source for that? I'd like to see that.
Welcome, Cuffer. Look,
you could look at
I looked it up. I looked at the definition of evidence, and I don't see anything about predictions.
We're
yeah.
not talking about the definition. We're talking about the analysis of what evidence is.
That's forming a
again. So
hypothesis.
you keep giving examples. You keep giving examples where you say that something is evidence for something, even if it's not predicted on a hypothesis. But you haven't told us what the criterion is that you use, right, to say something counts as evidence for something, and which allows you to exclude some things as not being evidence for something.
If he's not been able to, I can do that.
Yeah.
I can do that by saying that I'll just measure with the given context. Like if I want to know about the radiation belts around Jupiter, I'm not going to send a satellite out to Pluto. So whatever my context is, I decide what to measure within that context, and those perceptual things are what I need to do to confirm my hypothesis. So I just have a context. Now, why is it so difficult for you to understand that a given idea only relates to the things around it in its context? It doesn't relate to everything in the universe all at one time. It seems to boggle your mind. You think every corner of the universe and every atom is tied up at all times in every event or something like that.
Sorry, let's try to interrupt just one quick second. So I just posted the topic of evidence on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and I did a search for predict. There isn't a single instance of that word anywhere in that.
Rough for evidence to predict anything. What you do is you gather evidence and then.
Well, I don't know where you guys are getting this. I mean, this is like a total non-starter.
Yeah.
So maybe you guys should try to justify that somewhere.
If you just look for, it says E is evidence for H if and only if the probability of hypothesis given the E is greater than the probability of the hypothesis. So the reason we say what raises the probability is in virtue of the predictions. That's what we're saying.
Well, of course, nobody is contesting here that if it successfully, if you can use it to make predictions, great, bonus, it makes it stronger, right? It makes the evidence stronger. But it's not required. It's not necessary. Where are you guys getting this idea that evidence requires predictive capabilities?
Let's do an example against it. Vic, are you aware of Ptolemy and how Ptolemy had really, really precise measurements of when the stars were going to do this and that? I think you and I were talking about this in the Hangout. Somebody in your group was talking about it. In Ptolemy's predictions about when the sun would come up and the moon would come up and stuff, it was so accurate they used those for 100 years after Copernicus had said, no, the sun is actually not moving, the sun is sitting still. And they continued to use math that said the sun was moving because it was more accurate and a better prediction. So your predictions and how accurate you are about describing reality can be way, way off, although they're very, very accurate. So your theory and your predictions in math are different things, obviously.
There you go.
Good point.
There we are. All right. Well, then what do you guys mean by a theory, and what do you mean for it to... I mean, if you guys weren't talking in circles, I don't know what the hell you were doing. How's that? I wish you guys were objectivists so you knew how silly you sounded half the time. Welcome to my room, everybody.
Well, and could anyone explain what a predictive expectation of whatever they define as God? What is it predictive expectation? No.
This is the spook from you.
If it's not biblical context, then what would be ever considered appropriate criterion to say we have a predictive measure for God?
Let him keep talking. He still won't make sense. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just throwing that out there.
You didn't make any sense. What are you saying? How can we predict God? Can you cut out 5 words there? I'm too drunk to follow you.
Oh, well, you're the smashed one. I'm not. I'm entirely sober.
You ought to be able to put a sentence together.
Yeah. What all I was saying is there anybody in the room that can talk about what a predictive measure of or evidence for a God might look like? Meaning, for all the push.
Well, I can. I mean, I certainly can. But obviously, Josh and that person who just left, yeah. I mean, Josh actually, to be fair, Josh did give an answer to that question. He did give criteria that apparently would qualify as evidence for God for him.
My moderator's here.
But
welcome.
I'm actually skeptical that he would actually consider that evidence because
I think the reason Vic is that what we say is that there's going to be something that distinguishes one hypothesis from another hypothesis, right? So, on your view, if we encounter some unexplained phenomenon, right, and we have 2 distinct hypotheses that are proposed to explain said phenomenon, but they both predict that we observe that phenomenon, we have to look at what else they predict, right? The novel predictions that they make that aren't just the thing to be explained, in order to have evidence for one hypothesis over another, right? Otherwise, they both share the same. So the problem with that view of evidence, right, would be that that would also be evidence that. So like if you ran into some phenomenon, whatever it happened to be, like you were using the example of like aliens or whatever, unless those 2 generate different predictive expectations, right? Then it's also true that whatever you view as evidence for aliens, as well as for God, as well as for some other natural explanation, right? So to have a view of evidence that doesn't rule anything out is to have no view of evidence at all.
Well, where did you get the idea that we're not ruling anything out? I never said that.
Well, look, my point is that
I'm just being consistent here. I'm saying, look, if a leprechaun running in here and jumping into my lap and running out, and if that is sufficient for me to reasonably believe in the existence of leprechauns, then similar evidence like that for the Christian description of God, right, should also qualify as evidence that might justify the belief in it, right? Now, obviously, God is a much more extraordinary claim than a leprechaun, but you know, I'm saying that it is some evidence. Maybe not sufficient to warrant the belief in some people, but it is evidence. It is evidence. Not all evidence has to be strong. You know what I mean? There's
right,
weak evidence too.
but look,
I
but
mean,
it's
it seems like it seems like you're trying to suggest that like every bit of evidence has to like cross that threshold of alone being sufficient to.
well, look, the point is that it doesn't raise the probability of one outcome over any other unless it excludes itself from other outcomes via prediction, right? So you can also say that that the leprechaun is evidence of superpowered aliens that wanted you to hallucinate, right, without any, right? So the problem is it would also be evidence for that, and in fact, an infinite number of hypotheses that generate that prediction, right? So how
but using that same logic. Sorry, go ahead.
So how can you say it raises the probability of some outcome if it's not the case that that outcome is distinct from an infinite number of probabilities? You'd have to say it also raises the probability of all these other hypotheses that are mutually exclusive from that hypothesis.
Well, I mean, but using that same logic, right, I could say that my brain is being manipulated right now to make me believe that I'm having this conversation on Google Hangouts, right? What allows me to discount that as a possibility?
Well, I think it's a different issue with those types of skeptical scenarios. I think that's a wholly different issue.
I mean, look, I understand in a sense where you're coming from. Like, so this is like in the scenario that we described with Jesus, this person resurrected from the dead. Now, again, we were stipulating that this actually occurred. It's not an illusion. It's not a trick. This person actually resurrected from the dead. So the question remains, okay, is it a zombie? I guess, do zombies exist? Is it an alien? Or is it God, right? Or something else that we don't even know about, right? And all I'm saying is I'm not saying, yes, we definitely know now that this is definitely God. All I'm saying is that if somebody chooses to believe that that actually is God, given that this is how they've described it, this is what it says in the Bible, right? And the Bible doesn't talk about zombies or aliens. They're specifically talking about this supernatural, magical thing, right? God. So I'm saying it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to believe it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, 1 second.
Let me take one sentence. So when Ptolemy makes his prediction that Venus will come up at 1:34 a.m. on Tuesday the 15th of December, and it does, that is, under your definition, evidence for the correct assumptions behind Ptolemy's model.
It can be, sure.
Okay, well then we already talked.
And it could be wrong. I'm not saying it has to be right, of course.
Okay, we already talked about this.
It's like if you have a watch and your watch is broken.
Well, 1 second.
Accuracy of your model is independent from the correctness of your model.
All right, can I
Well, it's like a watch. You can have a broken watch, right? And it's going to tell the correct time twice a day, right? So
bad analogy.
Let me address what you said.
All right, sorry about what happened to you, by the way, Vic.
So,
you mean regarding the Piro shit?
Yeah, because nobody wanted you. Nobody wanted you kicked, bro.
Yeah, so. Fuck that guy. Whatever.
All right, I'm just letting you know. Sorry about what happened.
Thank you.
So, do you agree with the definition of evidence that was in fact on the SEP?
Say that again. I
said, do you agree with the definition of evidence that was in fact on the SEP?
On the SEP, where did you post
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That's what you posted.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a long article. I don't know if it has a concise definition of it, but I didn't see the word. I didn't see the word prediction or predict anywhere in the article.
Right. Well, maybe it doesn't mention it, but we want our argument is that it raises the probability in virtue of being predictive. Right, but
of course, yeah, of course. If you have evidence that has some sort of predictive quality in it.
Can I finish my sentence, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so what they want to say, what they say in the SEP is that E is evidence of H if and only if the probability of the hypothesis given E is greater than the probability of H. Right.
That's a mouthful. I have to look at that. Where is that so I can like actually process that?
Just type E as evidence into your Finder.
Are you talking about for the document that you for the link to the document?
Oh, okay. Intuitively, first-order evidence E is evidence that bears directly on some target proposition or hypothesis H. Is that the sentence?
I can paste this sentence in the side chat.
There we go. I'd like to have a look at it.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, can you relink it, I guess? That would probably help since the chat got kind of flooded.
So that's the definition. E is evidence for H if and only if the probability of H given E is greater than the probability of H.
I don't know. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like it either. Probability. I mean, how are you supposed to assess the probability of something that, maybe you have a sample size of 1? But like I said, we can do that for all sorts of things, Josh. So, for example, if I'm thinking of a house right now, right, and I know that I just thought of a house. I know it, right? I don't think that I need to. How do I establish the probability that that actually happened? How do I prove that?
Okay. All right, Josh is trying to get a word in edgewise. Go ahead, Josh. What were you going to say?
Look, I just want to say, how are you going to deceive? If you have this leprechaun experience, right, and that's predicted on your hypothesis, and then someone proffers an alternative hypothesis, maybe they proffer 50 alternative hypotheses, all mutually exclusive hypotheses, right, that all predict the phenomenon you experienced, right? How can that be evidence of all of them if it raises the probability of all of those hypotheses in conjunct, right? If it raises the probability, then it's not actually raising the probability of one hypothesis over another hypothesis, right?
Well, first thing, I mean, obviously, all knowledge claims are provisional, right? If new evidence comes to light, that somehow explains it in a different manner, then of course you revise your knowledge claim, right? That goes without saying. So what? That applies to literally everything.
Right. It has nothing to do with the point I was making. The point I was making is that we say it's not an ad hoc, right? We say it's more than ad hoc because of the fact that it makes predictions, right? Because it has confirmed predictions. That's what makes the hypothesis not ad hoc.
No. Come on, we already went over that. That's outside of what actually makes a theory true. You have to check it against reality. It can't just be predictive. It cannot just be mathematical. It cannot just be probability, or else Ptolemy was correct and Copernicus was wrong. Now, whose side are you on? Copernicus explained in a conceptual way what was going on. Math was not sufficient to predict the movement of ships on the ocean, so they kept using Ptolemy. Ptolemy was wrong.
Okay, let Josh respond.
Well, I have to get my point in.
Yeah, well, I think that everyone would tell you that there was more evidence for Ptolemy's model than Copernicus's, and that's because the predictions it made were observed, right? Now, it made some predictions that we didn't observe, right? And so it was replaced by a different model, right? And so that's what I'm saying. It's in virtue, we disconfirmed that hypothesis in virtue of us observing things that were predicted would not be the case on Ptolemy's model, right? So that's how we disconfirm.
Well, we know that Ptolemy's model is wrong because it says the sun moves, and the sun doesn't move.
The sun definitely moves.
Well, I don't mean that, silly. You know what I mean. It doesn't come out the place.
Right, but what I'm saying is that it generates some predictions that we observe are not the case, right? We observe, or we have a model that better explains these observations or is coherent with these observations. It doesn't make auxiliary assumptions to explain away the problems the way Ptolemy's model would have to.
Well, don't be so fancy with your language. Just say that we have models that cohere with reality closer.
I think they cohere with our observations better.
Well, our observations are nothing but evidence of reality. Look, when you stick a pencil into a glass of water and it bends the pencil, that's evidence for E equals mc squared right there. And so you just need to come to understand it. There's evidence all around you. There's our eyeballs and our senses give us evidence of reality and only of reality. They give us nothing else but evidence of reality. And that's the only evidence we have, is what comes through our five senses. So I hate to drill at this point, but you guys keep getting off on these strange things that it's fruitless. I wish you guys would be objective this morning.
Yeah, but you can't really have a firm understanding of what God is when you ask that question without going off on these like little, conversations and discussions about individual like parts of that question, because like what is God is a pretty big question actually.
Yeah, and if you understood what it was, then it would be that. So that's true. Good point. All right, let's have at it then. Bring out another clown or whatever.
Magic.
Oh, I'll step up then.
Okay. Hold on 1 sec, Mike. So I want to make sure that Vic understood the example. So so you agree then that it's going to be evidence for all sorts of hypotheses unless it generates a novel prediction, right? It can't. So you want to hypothesize, given your leprechaun experience, that there actually existed a leprechaun, right? Mm-hmm. So and then it poofed out of existence. Now.
Not poofs, it just ran out, but yeah. Okay.
Well, okay, well, then, I mean, let's say...
it wasn't like a fleeting thing that I just caught it at the corner of my eye. No, this is something like a sustained experience that lasted more than just a few seconds.
Right now, so why is the belief that there was a leprechaun there that ran away more justified than the belief that... someone with more powerful technology was fucking with you?
Well, because I have no reason to believe that such technology exists, right? So again, look, Josh. Like I said, it's all subjective. Like it might not be sufficient for you to believe in it, right? Some people might think they hallucinated, right? That's fine. I'm just saying that it's not totally ridiculous, if that actually happened to someone, for them to suddenly believe in the existence of leprechauns. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that there is a hard and fast, like you can't objectively say, no, this is definitely irrational, this is definitely illogical. It's just different standards of evidence for belief. That's all it really is.
Well, look, all I'm saying is that that person would have to have a way of saying that it's more likely to be true that leprechauns exist given this observation than given whatever hypothesis that also predicts that.
Well,
right?
Okay, so what I would say is, look, I have evidence to believe that my senses are reliable. I have evidence to believe. I don't have any good evidence that my senses aren't being reliable. I have no history of mental illness. I'm not inebriated. I'm not high, right? I'm wide awake. And I have other evidence, like, for instance, I could have other corroborating evidence, like, for instance, this conversation. If it happened right now as I'm having this conversation, and I say, oh my God, guys, you're not going to believe it, this leprechaun is literally in my hand right now, and it just ran out, right? So then that would be evidence that I didn't dream the whole thing, that I actually had this conversation, in the real world. So I think it's more likely that actually happened than somebody fucking with me, because I have no evidence of that at all. Whereas I do have evidence of...
Well, look, you don't have evidence either way. You have the phenomenon in question, right, which is the thing to be explained. Now, what we're saying would increase the probability of you being fucked with was if you found aliens, right, that had machines that were capable of peering into people's minds. And so if you found that would increase the probability for the hypothesis, right? Or if you found, alternatively, if you found the little fucker that was in there and you were able to grab him and test him, that would be evidence of the fact that you saw...
maximum 30 minutes on any given arbitrary proposition. You have 45 minutes on this arbitrary proposition.
Okay, yeah.
But I think it's useful. I think it's a useful one.
Well, then tie it to reality, and then you'll do something. You'll probably get somewhere if you tie it to reality.
Well, all I'm saying is that, look, this argument, we can do it with anything. Like, if I see a murder, right, it's possible somebody's fucking with me and it was all staged. You know what I mean? It's like, you can do this with literally anything. Why are we singling out leprechauns? Like,
it's
the point. Okay, so make your point on it, and you've gone on 45 minutes. So are you saying that you have to see something to believe it or not? I mean, what is your point?
Look, my point is that for me personally, if somebody claims that they had an experience and they're absolutely sure that they saw, then for me, the belief is justified for them, not for me, because I don't think hearsay is sufficient for me. But for them, I think the belief is justified. Now you might disagree, that's fine, but I don't think that can be proven one way or the other.
Okay, then, like Brandon said, 30 minutes for each of these various topics. Fuck it, why not?
So they can make a claim, fine, and they could be wrong about that claim, fine.
Yeah.
Why is this profound? Okay, does anybody want to expand on that? People can make claims, and those claims could be wrong. They could even believe in those claims, and those claims could be wrong.
Yeah, but what we're arguing here, Brandon, is whether the certain beliefs are irrational, right? And I think that's what Josh is suggesting. Josh is suggesting that if this happened with a little leprechaun, and I believe that leprechauns exist because of that experience, that would be irrational of me. Am I right, Josh? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I never said that. I don't think it would be rational.
Well, if you believe
Wait, you don't think it would be irrational, or you don't think it would be rational?
I don't think it would be either.
Define your terms. Voltaire needs to come into this fucking room and remind you guys every 5 minutes to define your terms. What do you mean by rational?
Well, I think, well, that's the thing. It's another fuzzy concept, right?
No,
rational is fuzzy.
Okay, wait,
but
give a layman's
logic,
definition.
Hold on. Logic is obviously a part of it, and I think consistency has to be a part of it, too.
All right. Let me give a definition of objectivists, or use this definition. It is so Spook, you son of a bitch. If your little brother comes in here tonight, all right. So we say that the faculty that integrates the evidence of the senses is reason. All it has
not really, because you can have your senses wired in a really fucked up way, and you can be totally irrational.
Okay, wait. This is confusing. Wait, can we also define what irrationality is? Because that also brings
just throw this out, right? There's rational, irrational, and irrational. Now, irrational and irrational are two different things, right? Irrational is absence of even the domain of considerability of what's rational or irrational, right? It's outside of the domain. So if one saw an inexplicable phenomena that they themselves could not explain or they witnessed, like I claim that, right? So I think it's in the domain of irrational. I don't think there's anything predictive about it other than it changed the way in which I look at modern notions of the uniformity of nature and what's possible in physics. As far as the leprechaun's concerned, just to throw this out, right? Since you're trying to evidence the leprechaun, even calling it a leprechaun, identifying it as a leprechaun, is an identity claim, right? But as far as like a predictability of like raising the prediction of what could have caused that, I'm fucked with my mind. There's high AI. There was a midget. Blah blah blah. Whatever you're gonna throw, all of that can go up. But the thing is you're still the individual calling it that, and if it's corroborated, even better. If there's more evidence, even better. But it doesn't mean that you're predicting, well, because I saw it, therefore I'm going to predict in the future that the odds of seeing it again, let's say, like Jack seeing a light post, Jack seeing a light post in New York might mean that he could predict that if he walked around.
Earlier, are you reading a fucking transcript or something?
Okay, wait. Do you want me to time this conversation too, Brandon?
Well, he can't just take a transcript from earlier in the show and read it.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying this, right? I'm just saying that if I saw a light post.
Well, I mean, I'd like to get Josh. I
know, Vic. I know. But I happen to have the floor, so.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry. Go ahead.
Right. If I see
Michael Fall, where have you been? Where have you been, Michael Fall?
We just never cross anymore, Jack. It's getting sad. But if I saw Jack in New York,
time of it. Okay, don't put a sentence together. Jesus Christ, and you can't use other people's sentences.
Can I fucking know if I'm supposed to time this shit or not? Because, like, seriously.
I don't know. I'm getting drunker and drunker, so take more control as time goes on.
Okay, fuck it.
Try to put a sentence together, not somebody else's.
Alright,
I love it when Kalen's in the room because he actually keeps order. He's a good moderator.
Right, thank you, but like, god damn it, like Brandon, you need to fucking tell me what I'm supposed to time these goddamn topics though.
No, that's not my job. You're the moderator.
Fuck, man. All right, fine. Go ahead, fucking Spook, or what the fuck? Go ahead.
All right. I was gonna just finish up by saying if I was Jack and I was in New York and I saw a poll, then I might utilize the fact that I know what the identity of a poll is because I'm calling it a poll, and then use it as a predictive model that if I walk around the block in 390-degree turns, I'll probably see another poll, right? That the poll might be evidence of seeing other polls that are also identical or that we would name and have identification. But the whole idea of the leprechauns or magic or then God and evidence of God and the supernatural and the man, all that's a whole different domain, I think, of considerability. Like a blood moon. If I was an ancient and I could predict the blood moon, like there's going to be a blood moon, and I was using that as a natural phenomena that we can predict now, that's still different than what it is I think other people do claim as supernatural phenomena. That they don't have, there's no predictability to it.
Getting a little long here. What are you trying to do?
Thank you.
All right. Well, let me just. I just really want to get to the bottom of this with Josh, because so Josh, okay, so let's imagine it's not just me who saw it. Let's imagine one other, my mom saw it or something, right? She saw the leprechaun too. Now, of course, we could have both been fucked with. Like you said, I could have been fucked with, somebody else could have been fucked with. So at what point do you actually, is it reasonable to believe that it was actually a leprechaun? Like you know, even if they did a scientific experiment, again, it could have been a ruse, it could have been a hoax, it could have been a really elaborate hoax, who knows? I mean, at what point are you justified in saying, okay, yeah, that was a leprechaun that I saw?
Okay, this is going to be like the last exchange because this leprechaun thing is kind of going long, man.
Yeah, you guys got to make a point and get off it. Have you ever heard of
this isn't about, it's about epistemology. That's what we're talking. It's about, we're talking about like what.
Yeah, it's not about leprechauns.
At what point can we reasonably claim to know something or believe something? So it's not about leprechauns. It's just an example. It's a thought experiment that we're using to just.
Let's talk about reality. How are you,
Brandon? You're a leprechaun. We all know you're a leprechaun.
Okay, basically.
So Josh was talking about predictability and probabilities, but how do you determine these probabilities? How do you evaluate them? How do you compute them?
Reality and measuring.
Never gonna go but the thing is, like, you're just gonna question whenever there's something out of the ordinary, Brandon. Hold on. Whenever you see something out of the ordinary, something totally out of the norm, you're always gonna assume that, oh well, that's just bullshit. It can't be true. No way. That's too out of the realm of possibility, as far as I know.
Okay, Josh is going to respond.
The answer is when you've confirmed some hypothesis.
Okay, when is it confirmed?
When you've proven it.
Oh,
how? Well,
when you observe the observation predicted on the hypothesis.
How many times does it have to happen? Let's suppose you.
Look at an example. How about the airplane flying? How about you have an hypothesis that if we do this, the airplane will fly, and then you try it, and it flew. How many times did you need to do it to prove your hypothesis?
And I mean, look. Well, I mean, like Brandon, look, like the thing, and Josh.
Example.
Even if it's a hoax, right? A hoax can be repeated. Right? So just because it was predicted and okay, well, it seems to be confirmed now, right? It could have been a hoax all along, right? So
give an example.
So
what could have been a hoax all along? The airplane? Or it turns out airplanes really don't fly, and all of a sudden Dumbo.
I mean, it's like David Blaine repeats his tricks over and over and over again, tricks a whole bunch of people into seeing the same thing, and yet we don't believe that he's actually doing magic, right? So I'm saying that. But let's imagine he actually was doing magic, real magic, right? At what point would you actually believe that he's actually a magician, a real magician?
Your reality, and you'll learn more when you try to think about these things. There's no reason to think about non-reality. It doesn't teach you anything.
Oh boy.
Try to think about examples in reality, and that'll teach you something when you come to a conclusion.
This is an epistemological discussion, Brandon. We're not talking about like everyday mundane shit in reality.
My point stands. If you come to some brilliant conclusion about unicorns tonight, that's not going to get you anywhere. You've got to reason about reality.
Yeah, but we're not talking about mundane shit that happens in reality. We're talking about just.
Answer your question?
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Okay, so the answer to your question is one instance.
One instance of. Of what?
Of observing the phenomenon predicted by the hypothesis that's proposed to explain the phenomenon in question.
Okay, so if I predicted that I was going to see the leprechaun again, would that qualify?
Well, that's a bit tricky because you'd have to stipulate, you'd have to derive from the hypothesis that the leprechaun exists that you would see it again, right? And if you derive from the hypothesis that the leprechaun exists, let's say in a specific spatial location, right? And then you went to that spatial location, all things being equal, you should observe the leprechaun again. If you go to that spatial location and observe the leprechaun, that's evidence that the leprechaun exists, right?
Okay.
But you don't see how, like, this is just crazy. Like let's imagine you were abducted, right, tonight.
Anything, where's my mom? If you guys,
Wait, I'm right here. I'm right here.
If you guys reason about this all night long, you're still not going to know anything more about leprechauns. So why don't you apply it to...
Okay, fine. Let's not talk about leprechauns. I don't know why you have such
Talk about something real.
Fine, fine. Let's talk about an abduction, right? You get abducted in the middle of the night.
Okay, wait,
and then...
hold on.
Go ahead. Indians. Talk about Galileo or something. Probably that's part of the problem. You guys
if you get abducted by someone,
Okay, wait,
right?
wait,
and
no,
then you get brought right back, right?
No alien shit. Just talk about something like a nigga drives a car into another nigga. Something that's so long is something else.
I've been there when
No, because then, I mean, the reason we have to use hypotheticals is because obviously if we're talking about shit that actually happens, right, and then there's not going to be any disagreement. Of course, we're all going to agree, yes, that's stupid or that's justifiable.
We're trying to talk about once occurrent events.
So we need to talk.
Do you have anything that's controversial or maybe contested that we can use as an example?
Well, the reason we're talking about this, Kalins, is because originally this conversation was about God.
I mean,
right?
I
So
know.
of course Brandon is just going to dismiss it out of hand because this is preposterous, not reality. Let's stop talking about God, right? And I'm a little more, open-minded here in the sense that, like, if certain events transpired, then I might be willing to accept someone.
I must be open-minded.
I'm more or less like Brandon's on my ass, so
I wouldn't let you go on for 45 minutes about unicorns and leprechauns if I wasn't open-minded. So
Well, that's essentially what a God conversation's all about, Brandon. I mean, talking about God is the same thing as talking about leprechauns, in my opinion.
Make a proposition, have him negate it or deny it, and get on to the next thing. I'm about to die here. I've only got another 40 years. Come on. Leprechauns. Come on. We got you. What are we gonna do with Paul?
I actually think that the God hypothesis is even more preposterous than leprechauns, because at least leprechauns are like physical, natural beings that, and we know that the physical exists at least. We don't know that the supernatural exists. So I would say that leprechauns are actually more likely.
I'll answer your question, Vic.
Go ahead.
So in response to the fact that we can drudge up skeptical scenarios, I don't think that damages my argument, right? I think eventually you're going to get to a point where, to the person who's going to be skeptical in those situations, those people can't have evidence, right? But my criterion is just that one prediction is fulfilled, and if one prediction that's derived from the hypothesis is fulfilled, then you have evidence of that hypothesis.
The problem is that you don't seem to apply that consistently, because I would assume that you also believe that you just thought about whatever you thought a moment ago, right? But let's imagine, or throughout the day. Now, of course, you're going to say there's evidence, maybe because this hangout is recorded, but you know that there are things that you think about that you can't corroborate, you can't duplicate, it doesn't have any predictive qualities to it, and yet I'm sure you feel reasonably justified in thinking that you did have that thought, right? So explain the double standard there, if there is one.
Well, I don't. So you're asking what evidence do I have if I were to think of something?
Yeah. Let's just what are you thinking about right now?
I'm thinking about this conversation.
Okay, so right now I'm asking you, so what evidence do you have that you were actually thinking about this conversation at that exact moment a moment ago?
That's a self-referential thing.
And what does it predict?
Of course you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it, so you know you're thinking. Watch, I'm about to move.
I could provide evidence, yes, because we're talking to you and that sort of thing. But let's imagine you thought about something totally unrelated. You thought about a blue sky or something, right? How how would you justify that using your very strict criteria for evidence?
We have to define terms. Jesus
Why
Christ,
does he
man.
need? Why
Well,
does
he has defined his terms. My problem with it is it's too restrictive and it's not consistent. That's the big. If he was applying this consistently, then I'd be okay. If he would said, "Well, no, I actually don't believe that I have good reason to believe anything that I thought in the past," right?
Okay, that's a good point. Why do you, at what point do you feel he's not being consistent? Like, just like an example or something.
I just gave one. Like anything that, if he were right now, think of a squirrel or something random pops into his mind, right? There's nothing predictive there. He just knows it to be true because he has evidence, and I assume that his justification would be, well, I feel like my senses are in working order, my thoughts seem to be coherent, so I have no reason to think that I didn't just think of what I thought of, you know? And yet he's not. So what I'm saying is that there's a double standard there. Like he's not applying that restrictive, highly restrictive use of evidence for things like that.
I mean, I think it generates the prediction that if someone were to ask me what I thought of, I would make a certain claim, right? That would be consistent with whatever I hypothesized I thought, right?
Can you give evidence of your thoughts? Is that the question?
Yeah, like if I asked you
specific thoughts.
If I asked you what you thought about yesterday, right? Then that generates the prediction that if you remember that, I mean, these are all obviously there are always going to be all sorts of caeteris paribus clauses, but if we constrict for caeteris paribus clauses, then that generates the expectation that if a person makes an utterance of that claim, then that's evidence for that claim.
That seems pretty weak.
But look, I mean, I'm sure it's more difficult with something like thoughts to have evidence, but I still think that what I said follows, right? If you had a person who speaks truthfully, and they claim that they had a thought, I feel like that's consistent. That would be predicted by the hypothesis that they had such a thought, right?
But the thing is, you're trusting your. Okay, so what the hypothesis here is that thought exists. That thought that you claim that you had exists, right? It happened, right? So then the leprechaun analogy, we can use something else. I know Brandon hates that, but.
All right. Brandon was gonna say something after you.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish this. So yeah. So once again, like you said, you feel that you're truthful. You know that your senses seem to be in working order. You see this thing that appears to match the description of a leprechaun, right? You have no good alternative explanation for it, right? So why is it okay for?
I know what you're going to ask, and so I'll answer it. I think your testimony is evidence that you had some experience that you want to convey, right?
All right. Brandon's going to go after this. So, Brandon, what were you going to say?
To accept the idea that it's a leprechaun, say, oh, I saw a leprechaun, and I'm now going to conclude they're leprechauns, is to throw out tons and tons and tons of other evidence on one single hallucination. So you really don't have a very strong case.
Brandon, let me tell you why this is dangerous. Why I think this hyper skepticism and this is counterproductive. I'll explain to you why. Now, let's imagine right now I go into my backyard and I run across a little spacecraft that landed, and it's like I startled him and he ran off, and and he flew off into space. Right now, if I was hyper skeptical, I'd be like, that was just a hallucination. That was crazy. I just dismiss it, right? And I might be passing up on opportunities like scientific discoveries, right? Like, I mean, that would be amazing. If I'm just dismissing it out of hand because it's so silly, because it's so much more likely that I hallucinated or a ghost even. I mean, I might not investigate it further.
Okay, Brandon's going to answer, and so is Josh. Go ahead, Brandon.
So I see your point, and what does it mean when somebody predicts that something's going to happen, and then it does happen? That only means that they have the ability to predict the events, and they have that much understanding of reality. Is this happens after that? Why it happens is a different question, clearly.
Obviously, yeah. I'm not
So
right.
So to say
that's irrelevant here.
Alright.
No, it's not. It's making you a very, very confused person.
No, because I'm not talking about predictions.
Okay,
I don't
okay,
know.
wait.
I don't know why there's this need for everything to make predictions.
Oh.
Look, I saw this little spacecraft in my backyard. I startled the thing flew off into the space, right? I have no reason to believe that I was hallucinating, no reason to believe I was completely sober and wide awake, etc. Right? Now, if I hold on, let me just finish this. So if I take your approach, Brandon, and I go, I'm just going to stick with the realm of reality. That would have to be something else. It was either a hoax or I hallucinated it. Then now I just passed up that opportunity potentially of investigating this amazing discovery that I just made, right?
Let's use it in reality.
Okay, hold on.
Now you see what I mean? That's what you do. You just dismiss it and you just go, oh, we'll go back to reality.
Okay, wait. Josh wanted to say something. Can Josh go first, and then Brandon can follow?
Josh, go ahead.
Josh.
Okay. Yeah, one, I'm not hyper skeptical, right? My point is that without a prediction generated by one of the hypotheses, all hypotheses that predict the phenomenon in question, right, to be explained are equiprobable, right? So I'm not skeptical at all, right? I'm saying that all of these are equiprobable.
Now wait.
Have confirmation of one of the hypotheses.
Not predict. Hypotheses predict nothing. They explain. They don't predict anything. Prediction is mathematical. Hypotheses explain things. They don't predict anything.
I mean, I think that they explain in virtue of the fact that they make predictions.
They don't have to, though. They don't have to. I mean, if it's a one-off thing, right? There's no...
Then all of the hypotheses that predict that one-off thing are equiprobable.
Well, it remains true that prediction is a mathematical question, and that does not explain why something happens. It only explains how often it happens, or at what extremity it happens, or in what context it happens. It doesn't explain why.
Well, let me just. I think if someone were to say, why did the ice melt in my refrigerator, right? And I were to say that the fuse box broke, right? And so my refrigerator turned off and my refrigerator was not working. That generates the prediction that my ice would melt, right? So it does explain in virtue of the prediction that it makes.
Your hypothesis may or may not have been correct. I mean, your ice may have melted because the power plant blew up.
Right, so if I wanted to, that's correct. Right now, if you were to test that, now if I were to say something like my refrigerator motor went out and I went home and I checked the refrigerator and sure enough the motor went out, that's evidence that favors my hypothesis. If I come home and my refrigerator is in normal working order insofar as I can tell, right, but the lights are off in my house, or my electricity company says something like, oh, we had a power outage during this time, right, then that's evidence that your hypothesis is correct. Right. So it explains in virtue of the fact that it's predicted by the phenomenon in question.
I think calculating these probabilities is very difficult. I mean, you're going to say that this one event is more probable or equally probable, and another person's going to say, no, I think this is more probable. So, I mean, how do you resolve
Anthony
that?
makes a good point. Hypothesis kind of
predictions.
Hypothesis about the
What was that,
refrigerator.
Josh? I didn't catch that.
Wait, Brandon. Brandon's trying to say something. What were you saying to Brandon?
Anthony makes a good point that a hypothesis guides research. And if we look at cases in physics and stuff, that might be more instructive in what we're talking about than unicorns and refrigerators. And what does it mean to say something is going to happen and then to check on reality and see if that happens? Because, like, the transit of Mercury, for example, you know, checking against reality with your and that would remove a lot of the confusions that are going on. Take it if you can. It might just derail the whole thing, because this is all based on confusion. So all you mean by hypothesis is that you're explaining how something happens in reality. It's not a mathematical question. That's a separate issue, as we've seen with Copernicus and Ptolemy. Mathematics is a separate issue. An explanation of how is conceptual. It's using concepts. It's ignoring measurements. When you explain how something happens, you ignore all the measurements. Like when Kepler said that the sun is standing here, and you're distracting the audience down here. When Kepler said that the sun is standing still, he ignores the measurements in our solar system, and he says that this is true everywhere, all over the universe. So it's taking out the measurement of a particular thing.
So Vic, I wanted to say that you distinguish like which person is right in virtue of the predictions made by these hypotheses and which observations are confirmed, right? And if two people disagree on the prior probabilities of some hypothesis in question, then I don't think there's anything that settles the dispute.
Well, no one said that. So again, all I'm saying here, I don't think there's this. I never suggested that one is definitely a justified belief and one isn't, right? All I'm saying is that it's not unreasonable or irrational in the face of, an experience like that to believe in such a thing.
I think
that's all I'm saying.
I think it's irrational.
No, I don't. Well,
define for the audience what irrational is.
It's just not in the realm of rationality, so it's just not. But I think it is, right? I mean, if somebody believes in something on bogus evidence, like the example that Jack gave previously about he has a lamp post in front of him, and that suddenly he considers that evidence for some crazy theory or whatever, then that would be irrational because it just doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur, right? But in the examples that I was giving with, like, I believe in the existence of leprechauns by virtue of seeing it and feeling it and that sort of thing, that's not irrational. That is,
well, I think,
or not necessarily irrational, anyway.
Well, I didn't say it was irrational. Like I said, I just think it's irrational. Like the way I think all your sort of like basic beliefs are irrational. Right? What makes them rational is coherence with epistemic norms, right? And so,
right. Yep.
So when that's coherent with every epistemic norm, right? Which it is, as long as it predicts the phenomenon in question, and you can't say.
Well, no, that's where we disagree. I don't think it has to make a. I think a lot of people, it would be a norm, an epistemic norm, for people to believe in the existence of leprechauns by simply interacting with one, just one time. I think that would be sufficient for most people I think most people would agree. It would be an epistemic norm for people to think, yeah, that justifies the belief in leprechauns. Not for you, obviously, but for others it would.
Brandon's trying to say something, and then Josh can respond.
What would be the epistemic norm for how many times you would have to occur the transit of Venus in a way that confirmed Einstein's E equals mc squared before you believe in E equals mc squared? One single time, right? And like they said, like when they were trying to prove Einstein wrong, Einstein said they've got 3,000 letters together that say I'm wrong. All they need is one. All they need is one scientist to prove me wrong. Why do they have 3,000 letters?
Well, actually, not even a single time sometimes, right? Because there are certain orbits, there's certain orbits that we have in the solar system or something like that, where it hasn't even completed a single orbit, not even one, but we still have good reason to know that will happen, right? Because of we can see, how other, celestial bodies behave, we can assume it. We can safely assume certain things.
Okay, Josh.
And this all comes down to uniformitarianism.
All right. Brandon's going to continue his thought, and then Josh is going to go.
We infer it. Uniformitarianism is a fancy idea for the fact that concepts have to adhere to reality. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, uniformitarianism is basically the idea that
okay, wait, hold on.
Josh.
Josh. It's Josh's turn. Josh, go ahead.
Well, okay, so what I would say is that if all you mean by a leprechaun existing is that you had some experience, right, and you describe the experience in detail, certain physical sensations, certain oral sensations, certain visual sensations, then I'm not going to disagree with that, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying a leprechaun is.
All right.
Well, let me just say, if that's the case, if that's what you're saying, then it would only be there would only be evidence of that belief, or if you had a confirmed prediction that was generated by hypothesizing that to be true, right? Otherwise, I agree that you're justified in believing that you had these experiences.
No, not just that. I'm justified in believing that this thing actually exists based on this experience. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't see how.
Justified
now, you might disagree, but it's wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, Josh. I'm not saying that your standard of evidence for belief is wrong.
question here, when would you be justified in a belief, or when would you be justified in believing in a leprechaun? What's the question?
Well, the belief in a leprechaun is a belief.
Okay, so you're talking about a belief in leprechauns, and when would you be justified in believing in leprechauns?
If you
I just
interacted
wanna
with
get
one.
straight.
If you saw with one and interacted with one, I think that would be sufficient.
All right, just want to make sure
All right,
you realize you're talking
Look,
about
I trust my senses. I'm sorry. I just do. I just do. Like, I don't think that I'm so fucking out of it that if I'm, like, sober and I'm wide awake and I have no history of mental illness and I know what I'm interacting with, I'm talking to people. Yeah, it's...
Talk about reality then. Quit talking about leprechauns. If you're so smart and your senses are alive and awake, then talk about reality.
Brandon, if we talk about mundane things, there's no way to, because we're all going to agree. This is the whole point of this.
Mundane things. There's nothing but mundane things. That's all there is.
This is a bad episode of Columbo. I just want to mention that.
A little bit, but okay.
This started off as a conversation about God, so then obviously, you know, analogies like leprechauns are going to come up, right?
Yeah, this does tie into into the God conversation. But let's go back to
I mean, Brandon. It looks like Brandon would just dismiss all God talk out of hand. Let's talk about reality. Get this God talk out of here.
Okay, wait, Brandon. What exactly? Set the tone for us then, and give us an example of how of how you want to start the conversation again, since we're talking about God and shit.
Oh, I would like it if people would give a statement of what they're trying to prove, and then either prove it or disprove it, and then if you can't disprove it, move on. But
alright, so then we're gonna do this then, right? I'm just gonna fucking time it, like Brandon asked me to before. That way you guys have a set amount of time to prove
so
it.
I'll give the gist of my argument. I'll be quick. So the gist of what I'm trying to say here is that, yes, rationality is, and justifications for belief and standard of evidence, right? These are fuzzy concepts. There is no clear line that demarcates an irrational belief from a rational one. But when you're at the extremes, right? Like, for instance, when you're physically interacting with something, right? To me, that's compelling. That to me is that's not fuzzy. That is pretty damn compelling, right? And in my opinion, yes, the claim in leprechauns is pretty fucking extraordinary. It really is, but it is, you know, interacting with one that's
okay.
That's good evidence. That's pretty damn good evidence.
Okay,
leprechaun, you would believe in it.
No, wait, so let me just finish my point. I wasn't quite finished. So, but then, of course, there are other instances that are a little more ambiguous. For instance, the nature of, you know, the quantum particles and how they interact and stuff. Yeah, that's an unknown, right? But we have good reason to believe that there's probably a natural explanation for it and that sort of thing. There's no reason to attribute that to magic or something. But if you have someone snapping their fingers and suddenly a building appears right before them, are they able to teleport to Mars, bring back some samples, and yeah, the guy's doing magic.
All right.
That's sufficient for me. But yeah.
David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear for an audience standing in a certain locale. So is that?
Yeah, but that would no, because that was easy to explain. It's a rotating platform, right? I mean, that was super easy to explain.
So you're saying if he did actual magic and the building really disappeared, then that would be actual magic?
I'm saying that there comes a point where, yeah, it's so inexplicable that you would have to chalk it up to magic. Yeah, I can come up with contrived scenarios where that, yeah.
Okay, Josh, what did you want to say, Josh?
All right, so my argument contra what Vic was saying is that it's only a hypothesis is only justified once we've observed a prediction consistent with that, right? Otherwise, any hypothesis that predicts the phenomenon in question is just as likely as whatever hypothesis you prefer, right, until it's shown to be otherwise, and that would be in virtue of some observations. Now, what Vic asked me earlier was what would I have to see in order for there to be evidence of God? Well, we'd have to build in some assumptions, right, in order to make predictions about that God, right? So let's say that God had was all loving, for example. We can use something like the problem of evil, right? He's all good, and there is, and he seeks a relationship with human beings and stuff like that. If we build into these hypotheses, then that generates a prediction like something like if we were to pray to this God and ask this God to come save us, right? Because we don't want to die or something like that. Then he would reveal himself to us, right? And I think he would reveal himself univocally, right? I think this is an intuition a lot of people have, like there's some divine hiddenness questions and stuff like that. Now, irrespective of the apologetics, if we set aside the apologetical concerns for the sake of argument, right? No, I don't believe in God. And for me, I'm saying if we set aside the apologetical concerns, that would be evidence of the hypothesized God.
Okay. Is that sufficient? Brandon, what do you think? Like,
if the hypothesized God gives us any predictions in reality, we can test those, but otherwise we can't. It tends to be pretty hooty woody, or whatever that's called, woo-woo.
Woo?
Brandon agrees with
yeah, things like Christ will return someday and stuff like that. And
yeah, but Brandon, you were saying before that you didn't need predictions, like that's what Josh and Jack have been saying, that they need some sort of prediction to be fulfilled. But you were agreeing with me before that that to justify a belief, you don't necessarily need to. It doesn't necessarily need to be repeatable or to make a prediction of any sort.
A belief is evidence of the senses. A belief in the future?
I'm talking about a justified belief, a rational justified belief.
Okay, well, you can have a rational justified belief of evidence in front of you, and if you have lots of evidence over time, you can make inferences about all of history and all of the future.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
All right, well, you are an objectivist in epistemology then. I don't know what all about
what I'm saying. So then you're agreeing with me that if we actually interacted with a leprechaun, that would give us justification to believe in the existence of leprechauns. Yes?
Yes, and you agree with me that it is fruitless to talk about things that don't exist and you don't have evidence.
Well, that probably don't exist, right? The things that are very likely not to exist. Yes, I agree. But on the epistemic front, I guess we're in agreement.
Alright, so then that means, are we ending the leprechaun conversation for the time being, or...
But I don't know.
I mean, what Josh is basically saying is that if there are multiple hypotheses that all predict this, or that all explain the same thing, right? Then how do you distinguish one from the other? How do you say that one is more reasonable to believe the other? And I'm not saying that, right? Because first of all, computing these probabilities is nearly impossible because we have no evidence. We have no evidence.
Okay, wait. Brandon is. Okay, wait, Brandon is trying to...
I didn't even finish.
No,
Brandon wants to respond.
You put a question out there, and then you went to step 2 of the question, and step 1 is all wrong. So you don't get to go to step 2. Step 1 was wrong. You don't get to move that far.
Wait, what was step 1?
I don't know. You tell me again.
I was just talking about Josh. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead through your argument again, and when I yell...
What I was basically summarizing Josh's argument as saying that, when you have multiple hypotheses that could explain the same phenomenon that you witnessed, right? Then what he's saying is that there's...
I already got it. You can stop right there because
okay.
Give an example where you've got multi-hypotheses that explain the same thing, and some of them are going to...
Okay, well, we were talking about the leprechaun, right? So he's saying that it could be someone fucking with you, it could be...
In this case, we would have to discuss something like Brownian motion or, the movement of subatomic particles. We'd have to come to reality to figure anything out. You can't use these ideas and talk about leprechauns and get anywhere. So let's use an example.
The topic is about epistemology, about how we determine whether a belief is reasonable or rational or justified. That's what we're talking about here. You can replace leprechaun with God or anything.
Right, good point. So if we're talking about how to believe something, why do you keep talking about things you could never possibly believe in because they're not real?
But I would believe in it if that evidence presented itself.
So why not talk about how we come to believe things by talking about how we come to believe?
That's good. Good. Yeah, we could do that. Now, Josh basically... Okay, go ahead, Josh.
All I wanted to say is that I'm not sure what you mean by justified, right? Because to me, it's raising the probability. But if the outcome, or if the phenomenon in question is predicted by all sorts of hypotheses. I don't understand how you could say that one is more probable than the other, except in virtue of some hypothesis. Otherwise, it's just some ad hoc hypothesis, right? And we don't take ad hoc.
No, how is it ad hoc? I mean, it matches the description of the. It's not totally ad hoc. I mean, look, Josh. Look, it's like
you asked a question. Okay. You asked a question. Let me answer the question. Right. What makes it ad hoc is it was generated. The hypothesis was generated to explain the phenomenon in question. Now, what ad hoc means is for this. So, what the hypothesis was generated for was to explain the phenomenon. So it's literally for the phenomenon in question. And any other hypothesis that's generated to explain the phenomenon in question is also ad hoc.
I don't like your use of the word ad hoc here, because when I think of ad hoc, I think of something totally arbitrary. And there's nothing arbitrary. Oh, well, dude, let me finish.
Okay, all right.
I mean, God. So when I see something come into my room and it matches the description of a leprechaun, and I go, okay, I guess leprechauns exist. That is not an ad hoc thing that I just came up with out of nowhere. I'm looking at something that matches perfectly the description of a leprechaun. I don't see anything ad hoc about that at all.
How about when you come up with several hypotheses to explain Brownian motion?
What I was going to say was, why doesn't Josh explain his definition for ad hoc, since you had an issue with the term he used? He can kind of define it.
Well, it's Latin for after the fact.
Well,
that's post hoc. Post hoc is after the fact. Ad hoc is for the fact.
Well, all right. You're right. It's a fairly weak distinction. I think we'll have to admit.
Yeah. So anyway, so what I'm saying is ad hoc is it's generated for the expectation, right? There was no reason to posit that apart from this phenomenon. It's generated for this. Right, that's where the etymology is. It's for this, right? So for there being for these experiences that you have, right, Vic, you're generating the hypothesis that there exists a leprechaun.
Yep. Physically, right.
So that's what ad hoc means, and I think you're just using an idiolect of ad hoc.
Well, what about Brownian motion? What if you had several hypotheses about reality and you checked them? Then what would you do?
Well, if you confirm those predictions, then that would confirm your or if you observe those predictions,
all of them would work, though. You have to admit that some of them wouldn't work.
Well, if some of them don't work, then you've disconfirmed the hypothesis.
Okay, ones for which you have evidence, right?
What's that?
Then you move forward with the ones for which you have evidence. You use those as potentially true or actually true, and you move forward with ones that work, right?
Right. Well, there might be some air of arbitrariness when it comes to those kinds of issues, because like if someone has a strong intuition, and they might generate auxiliary hypotheses for why they didn't observe some phenomenon. So I think that there's going to be a degree of arbitrariness with which we accept certain evidence.
You leave the concept open in the future for new inventions or new discoveries. But
right. Well, like you can imagine someone. You can imagine someone is convinced of some empirical phenomenon, right? And then they see some observation, like let's say they see a floating object, but they're convinced that there is a gravitational pull on that, right? Now, instead of saying that this confirms gravity, they might generate some auxiliary hypotheses to explain why they saw a ball floating, right? When by all accounts it should have fallen, right? Now they might say, well, look, I just can't believe that we just disconfirmed gravity, right? I'd rather believe that there's some further explanation there. And so, like I said, I think that there's going to be a degree of arbitrariness with which we dispense of hypotheses.
Well, for example, superconductors that repel each other when they're super cold, right? So that doesn't disprove gravity, does it? But there is something floating.
Right, something like that.
Floating, right? So our hypotheses and our understanding can take reality into account. That's fine, right? And when it doesn't adhere to reality, we throw it out. We dismiss it, right? So this is fruitless, and you introduce a lot of nonsense when you bring in gremlins, because then nobody knows what you're talking about. But if you talk about science, then this is a very short discussion. which is probably why it's gone on so long, because you're not talking about reality, and so there's no way to stop it, because there's no point to make, because you're not talking about reality.
Well, actually, let me pose this to you. So, okay. So, before that Dawkins guy was in here, and I was listening to a little bit of what he was saying, and he said something like Hitchens was stuck the moment that that William Lane Craig asked him why he doesn't believe in God or something like that. What good reason do you have not to believe in God or something along those lines? Well, my response to that would be is Occam's razor. So, like, I can come up with an alternative explanation for the universe, the creation of the universe, the Big Bang, and all that stuff that doesn't require all of the baggage of an anthropomorphic being with a full-blown personality, thoughts, desires, etc. Right? So, for instance, a dumb, natural, eternal force that spits out random universes with the random laws of nature. Right? That, to me, requires less baggage. I have no evidence for it, right? I have no good reason to believe it, but I think that is more likely to be true given that it has less baggage associated with it than the God hypothesis. So just based on Occam's razor as just a guiding principle of belief, right? So that would be my response. Now, I don't believe in either of those because, I null hypothesis, all that stuff. But yeah, but that would be one good reason to think that the God hypothesis just isn't reasonable, because there are more reasonable explanations that I think are more probable.
I think that's true. As an objectivist, I'm not allowed to use the Occam's razor because it's not epistemologically valid or metaphysically valid.
Right, but as a guiding principle, I think it's valid, right?
It's pretty good, and you can use it 95% of the time, and it's a really good thing to argue with.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not allowed to use it because if I did, I'd be ejected from the objectivist community. But because you have to say more than just, well, that's a fairly complex theory, I don't like it. That's a little suspicious.
I think it's more like ontological economy, like it posits fewer entities that we know of. So if a hypothesis posits entities that we know of, we're justified in believing it.
Right. And that's the key, is that entities you know of and have evidence for. If you're positing extra entities endlessly, then that's where Occam's razor is very useful. Like Plato's forms, he has the form of the chair, and then he's got a form of the form of a chair, and then the form of the form of the form of a chair, and there's no reason to stop that once you get that elevator running.
You're just talking about like the third man objection to Platonism.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I understand that, but I don't know. I don't figure how Platonism works into this discussion. But anyway, so Vic, what I was saying is that if you're in contact with so like you agree now. What I said is that yeah, there can be evidence for God if you build in a bunch of assumptions, right? That are predictions that are generated by that, right?
Okay.
I don't know. You just keep going back to this prediction thing.
The answer is no.
Andrew, give Andrew a minute.
I just don't see it as necessary. I mean, it's great. It bolsters the hypothesis, the theory, but
I'm saying you understand that what I said. You understand that what I said is you asked me if there could possibly be evidence for God. I answered yes, and I explained why.
Right. Andrew, why do you say no?
Well, because it sounds like he's setting up a floating castle in the sky and then saying, well, look, there's evidence because we've created a box in which God could exist, and there you go. Well, that's ridiculous, though.
So you've got an arbitrary set of assumptions and no evidence for it.
And like this ridiculous. You can't make up a fantasy world and say, well, look, gremlins exist here. That's ridiculous.
I don't think I did anything like that. I think I said, just like we do, this is just standard philosophy of science, right? Like if I observed some phenomenon, and then I made a hypothesis that predicted that phenomenon, I would have to look for confirmation of that hypothesis for that hypothesis to be justified.
Fair enough.
I just think that being able to compute these probabilities to determine which hypothesis or is more explanatory than the other, I think that's really difficult to do in these situations that we're talking about, right? Because there's no evidence for any of these. There's no sample size, and there's a sample size of
real quick, Vic. Does anybody recognize this Super Finn guy?
Oh
yeah.
He's an objectivist. Let him in. All objectivists are good guys.
Anyway, my whole point is not that Josh is wrong or that Jack is wrong in there, and I consider it to be hyperskepticism to an extent, in the sense that I think that it's not unreasonable to have these beliefs based on this particular type of evidence. But again, there's no fact of the matter here. At the end of the day, it's subjective what you consider to be a reasonable standard of evidence.
Also, I'm not.
I don't think it's completely subjective. I think there is. I mean, once you get pretty far to the extreme and it's pretty solid,
well, look,
I think it's in the realm of objectivity almost at that point.
Well, look, I gave you the argument, right? The argument was that it's any hypothesis that isn't confirmed by prediction is ad hoc, and for any ad hoc hypotheses, there's no rational reason to prefer one ad hoc hypothesis over any other ad hoc hypothesis.
Okay. Well, I might agree with there's no rational reason to choose one over the other.
Actually,
I don't like the word ad hoc there at all because I don't think
if you agree with that, then you're on the same. Then you agree with me when I say irrational.
Well, I mean, the reason I don't like the word ad hoc there is because. In my opinion, what is ad hoc is suggesting that it is like an alien fucking with my mind, right? That is ad hoc. Like my senses by default should be, trusted. I mean, unless there's good reason to reject them or to question them. But
you're just using an idiot. Look, if someone figured out how your senses worked and they put something in front of your face, right? Then you can. It's not like that's somehow mutually exclusive. If someone figured out how your neurons work and they started fucking with them, you could have a properly functioning brain and them using the properly functioning brain to generate those predictions. So you don't have to presuppose that your cognitive faculties are malfunctioning or anything like that. But that's not the point. The point is that you're using an ad hoc definition of ad hoc, or that's funny. I didn't mean to say that. You're using an idiolectic definition of ad hoc, right? And so, if you grant, for the sake of argument, everything I'm saying, I think it follows from that you can't have evidence for those hypotheses, right? And I don't understand. Like, it just seems to me like what you mean by ad hoc is something that's coherent with your intuitions, right, about ad hocness.
Well, there is some intuition to it. Yes, of course there is. But let me ask you this, Josh. Let me ask you this. I think this would shed some light on this. Okay. So let's stick with something a little more plausible, I suppose, than the leprechauns, and let's just talk about an alien landing, right? A spacecraft landing. Slightly more plausible. But hold on. This is important. This is important.
Stay away from reality.
So now, if you go out there and it suddenly just you startle it and it flies off, again, you know that you were sober, you know that you weren't dreaming, you have evidence actually that you weren't dreaming. Now, using your line of reasoning, you would say that there's no way for you to distinguish between that being an actual alien sighting, a spacecraft sighting, or a hoax, or an alien fucking with your mind, or someone fucking with your mind, etc. Right? So let me ask you this: in light of that frame of mind that I'm saying that you probably have, what would be your next step? Would you investigate the hallucination aspect more? Would you take your telescope out and search for actual extraterrestrials more? What would you devote more of your time to in the aftermath of that event? And I think that would shed a lot of light in terms of, or would you just dismiss it out and just say, oh fuck it, it was just some weird.
He actually went through. And that's probably why.
Because I think a lot of people would dismiss the experience.
I'll bet we'd know more if he actually went through the event, and that's why it would be instructive to talk about events that people have actually gone through, because there's no any of the stuff. You're asking him 19 questions about things he couldn't know unless the event actually happened.
Well, that's what that's the thought experiment, Brandon. If this did happen to you, Josh, what would you do? What would be your next step? What would you put more emphasis on? Would you just dismiss it out of hand and say, "Oh, fuck it, I can't really tell. There's no point even investigating because it's so ludicrous"? Or would you actually investigate the alien hypothesis more? Would you investigate your hallucination that you were being fucked with more? I mean, what would you give more credence, more credibility? What would be more?
Okay, yeah. Let's end this. Okay.
Josh, with no evidence.
I mean, this is really important. I mean,
I know it is, but it's it's Brandon's room, right? So.
Josh, with no evidence to go on and no experience to go on, how would you describe this experience and your evidence?
Well, what I would go with, I mean, I imagine it might vary from person to person, but I think it would just be arbitrary, you know.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Okay.
Arbitrary. No, but don't you see, Brandon? The reason I'm so opposed to this is because if everybody thought like this, and the moment we discover something that's really bizarre and extraordinary and out of the ordinary, we would just dismiss it out of hand as just, oh, it's probably a hallucination, and you wouldn't investigate this stuff further, and that's counterproductive.
Okay, wait.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I have to respond to what you said.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, Josh is going to respond.
Right, no, it doesn't. No, that doesn't follow from what I said. Right, it being arbitrary just means that there are going to be a variety of people that are going to behave in certain ways with whatever hypotheses they think are consistent. Right, it doesn't follow that either of those beliefs are justified. Right, the point is that my saying it's arbitrary just means that people are going to investigate it. Maybe some people won't investigate it at all. Maybe people will think it was a hallucination, and they'll begin looking for evidence for it to be a hallucination. Maybe people will think it's aliens. They'll begin looking for evidence that it was aliens, right? And so they only have evidence for the unexplained phenomenon in question once they've confirmed one of their hypotheses.
Okay.
Well, what I'm saying is that yes, I think as a first step, it makes sense to try to discount the possibility of a hallucination or that it was a hoax, right? But once you go through those steps, right? Once you explore those alternative possibilities and you feel like there's not much evidence for them at all, right? At that point, wouldn't you start like, you know, investigating the actual alien theory a little more vigorously and like devote yourself to that? Like,
okay, after he responds to you, Vic, then we're going to end this conversation.
All right.
Oh, guys, by the way, just before you guys end this subject, I'd like to add something.
Yeah.
I heard that you guys talking about the ad hoc. I just want to say that ad hoc is actually a fallacy. You know, it's like, for example, when they first made a theory about how the galaxy rotates, they thought that it was just due to gravity. And when the evidence didn't match the theory, they added an ad hoc, like dark matter and dark energy, you know, to justify their beliefs.
Which is what I said earlier.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's not ad hoc. That's exactly why I'm disputing that.
And a post hoc means to explain it after the fact, and ad hoc means to see the fact and then explain it. And then there's a very small distinction between those two.
Okay, so Josh is going to respond, and then we're going to end this fucking argument.
Right, so in response to whatever Vic said about it might seem more probable based on this, I don't think there's going to be a rational justification. I think that's going to turn on is a way a person's cognitive faculties turn out, assuming that all the other explanatory virtues for all the other explanations that are on the table are consistent across the board. So, for example, if it posits the exact same same number of ontological entities, right, then we have ontological economy and the same amount of assumptions. Those types of things, if those are held across the board, then I'm going to assume that it's just going to be up to the person's cognitive faculty.
Yeah, but I was asking you specifically, like, what would you do in this situation?
I mean, I don't know. I'd probably have to come to that.
Why? You can't
It's
Just
just it's hard
imagine what you would do. Like you go in your backyard. It's clear as day. You know you're sober. You have every evidence. You have all the evidence that you weren't dreaming, that you weren't sleeping, that you were actually awake, wide awake, and in the backyard, right? You saw this thing. It went away, never came back. Well, at least it hasn't come back within the week or whatever. You've tried to discount all these other possibilities of a hoax, hallucination, all that stuff. You have no evidence of that at all. At that point, what do? Do you just say fuck it, I don't care, or would you actually start getting more interested in,
Okay.
aliens and
after Josh answers this, we're done.
Josh, some arbitrary shit happens. How do you feel about that?
It's not arbitrary.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm just saying.
You become religious. That's what happens.
I'm just. I'm just saying, Vic, that I think there are some types of scenarios that it's hard to imagine what you'd actually do, and so I don't think I've introspected to the point where I can justifiably say what I do. I mean, presumably I'd go get my head checked.
Well, let me give you an example.
Okay, wait, no.
Well, okay, but it's different. It's not about aliens and it's not about leprechauns, all right? So this is something that always bugs me, right? So I hear all these people, all the time. I hear people from my family, claiming that when they were younger, they saw a ghost, right? And whenever they do that, right? They just dismiss it. Yeah, I saw a ghost once, and it's like, Jesus Christ, if that was me, right, and I actually had an experience like that, fucking A, I'd be putting out cameras, I'd be, recording devices. I mean, I would be investigating that shit thoroughly, because I would be like, holy shit, I can't believe I just saw that. I need to get to the bottom of it. I need to know what it is. But if I thought like them, and they just dismiss it as, oh yeah, they just either believe it and they don't even care to confirm it, or they think more like you guys and you're like, well, there's no way to really tell, it's probably bullshit, fuck it, I'm not going to investigate it. I think all those approaches are wrong. I would actually investigate it. I'd want to get to the bottom of it.
You go paranormal investigator.
Well, yeah, no, seriously, I would. I swear to you, if I actually, I would try to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, we aren't talking about leprechauns, to be fair.
Again,
we're aliens.
Again, I don't understand. I don't understand how that's inconsistent with what I said, right? I'm saying that you believing there are actually ghosts there wouldn't be justified until you had that confirmatory evidence. So if you set out cameras where the ghosts were purported to be and ghosts reflected light and shit like that, and you had all these other assumptions in place that you believe that you could control for, and you caught something on camera, right? Then that would be evidence that you saw ghosts.
Yeah, but it could have been a hoax. Could have been,
But what did I just say? What did I just say? Right? I didn't say. Again, you can build in any ad hoc hypotheses you want to save the theory from falsification, right? That it was just your mental state or something. But that's not going to do anything except evolve into hyper-skepticism. But I'm not doing that, right? You're suggesting that.
Well, I'm saying, in a case like that, right? If I discount all these other possibilities of a hoax and all that stuff, right? And I know what I saw and I've seen it repeatedly, right? But I can't predict when it's going to happen again, right? To me, that's sufficient for me to believe that this thing actually exists. Now, I would want, obviously, to confirm it even more so that other people believe me, right?
Okay.
But I think that in the meantime, I'm justified in believing it.
All right, is there an example of counting in motion, like where you see pollen dance in the water, and you say, next time I drop some pollen into the water, the pollen's going to dance?
Yeah, you have to. Now we have to use real world examples and shit.
We can move on if you guys want. That's fine.
Right, I'm just kind of.
We can talk about Trump or something.
Okay, my thing is that I'm just kind of this is Brandon's room, right? So I'm trying to enforce his will, so to speak. So.
What do you want to talk about, Brandon?
Reality.
That means anything, bro.
I don't mind the epistemics you guys are on. What is a theory? What's a hypothesis? What's evidence, and so on. But you guys keep talking in circles for a very, very long time because you won't define what you're talking about.
Okay.
Go through Voltaire. Voltaire is an old guy. Define your terms and then talk about.
I guess the problem is that I feel like a lot of people in the skeptic community, they're very afraid to claim to believe something because they feel like, oh my God, what if I'm wrong? It's like, so fucking what if you're wrong? I mean, Jesus. I mean, I don't have that strict. I'm not that strict with the word belief. You know what I mean? I think if you have some reasonably compelling evidence for something, fine. But if it's unreasonable, if there's no logical connection between the two, then no, then it's unreasonable. Like I think the belief in God, given the evidence that we actually do have, it doesn't support it. It's just it's absurd.
Also, here's one problem that I've noticed, right? So, Vic, you know that, like, Brandon and other objectivists have, like, a different kind of interpretation of, like, rationality and shit, right? So, we always come into this problem where, like, you work from one definition and Brandon and such is working from another, so...
Yeah, well, this is why I said before that when it comes to rationality, I feel like that an adherence to logic is obviously part of it, but it's also consistency. Like, I shouldn't be making exceptions, and I feel like people who believe in God make exceptions all the fucking time, right? Where they dismissed, like, leprechauns and Santa Claus and stuff like that out of hand as ridiculous, and yet they'll accept the God hypothesis on, like, the flimsiest of evidence.
Let me give you a point from objectivist writings. Leonard Peikoff made this point at length in his book Opar, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. He said, if you are in a position where you're judging two different claims, and for one of the claims there's some evidence, and for the other claim there's no evidence,
okay,
what's going to happen if you accept that claim with no evidence and you consider it? Right, so somebody comes and they say, I think the moon going around us may be made of rock because my calculations from Newton says that it's mostly gravel. I don't think it's iron, I think it's rock. And you say, okay, there's hypothesis 1. Hypothesis 2, it's made of cheese. Now, if you accept those hypotheses, they're going to have consequences in reality. They're not just floating nonsense.
Right.
And there's going to be many, many repercussions that come from that, and you're going to have to accept or reject many, many other things.
Yep.
It's not in a vacuum. So you don't just check these things against what happens when you wake up tomorrow. You check them against all reality, all your beliefs, all your assumptions, all your understandings. It's not
well, yeah, right, because that would actually defy, like, if you were to accept something like that, that would defy all of our understanding of, like, you know, planetary bodies and all that. So we'd have to, like, completely upend much of cosmology if that were true, right? But when you're talking about, there's nothing that that is mutually exclusive between our understanding of reality and a leprechaun. I mean, we might not know why the hell it exists and what it's composed of and stuff like that, but I mean, I don't see that as that. I don't see that as that. I can see that possibly existing. Right? Maybe.
Well, like
there's some weird hidden species of tiny human or something.
All right,
or
Superfin guy is trying to say something. What are you trying to say, Superfin guy?
Well, I just wanted to say that there's no species of hominid that is like that, or
as far as we know.
Have, well, as far as we know, or that would have like sort of like an Irish culture. So.
Can I, really quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Vic, what I'm saying is that on your view, something like, let's take a totally natural set of hypotheses, like we could use the refrigerator example, or we could use something like the moon spinning around the Earth. Like, we see that the moon moves with respect to the Earth, right? It's in a different position in the sky every time we observe it from day to day, right?
Yep.
So one person hypothesizes that the moon is moving, like, let's say counterclockwise viewed from the North Pole, right? Something like that. It's moving that way around the Earth. That's it. And another person hypothesizes that it's moving clockwise from the North Pole, right? Now, what you're saying is that both of those people, until they have confirmation, are equally justified in their belief, right?
No, I would say that they only have a justification for making that hypothesis if they make it from evidence.
Right. So that's what I would say. I would say neither are justified in their belief until they have confirmation. You would say both are justified.
No, there's no way to judge it until you look at their hypothesis. Why do they say it? So if one of them gives some evidence and the other doesn't, because clearly they're obvious hypotheses. So one of them's right and one of them's wrong. So one of them obviously has evidence for what they're saying, and the other one cannot.
Right. Well, I think epistemic or evidence is epistemic, right? So you don't know you have evidence until you've confirmed. I agree that there will be evidence for one hypothesis over the other, right? I agree, but what I'm saying is that Whether we have evidence is a separate question from whether there is evidence.
Well, a hypothesis comes after the evidence.
Yeah.
Vic, do you understand what I'm saying? And we can use a refrigerator example for some.
Well, I think a better analogy would be if I was the only person on planet Earth and I see the moon. Am I justified in believing that it exists?
No. What I'm saying is, given your view, right? They posit the same entities, right? They posit natural entities. We use the refrigerator example, right? So the ice in your freezer is melted. Now, I hypothesize that the motor in the refrigerator went out. You hypothesize that the power went out. We're both equally justified in that belief because it's evidence, certainly, because on your view, evidence is just as long as it's predicted by the phenomenon in question, which presumably it is in both cases, right? Then it's.
Now, there may
but that's totally different. It's totally different because there it's actually ambiguous, right? It could be either one. It's equally likely.
Yeah,
but when we're talking about positing the existence of something, I mean that's pretty freaking low bar there. I mean, if we're seeing it, right? Where we're seeing it, like if I was the only person on planet Earth, right, and I see the moon, right, I believe that I'm justified in believing it. I don't need anybody to corroborate it. I trust my senses because they seem to work consistently, right? And I have, but under your worldview, like what? What would be your evidence that the moon actually exists?
All right, Brandon was also trying to say something, but he got drowned out.
What's the predictive?
Let him go with it.
All right.
How do you know it's not like a projection of some sort? How do you know it's actually, somebody fucking with your mind? I mean, according to you, these are all equally valid hypotheses, I suppose, right?
Well, I'm just saying that there's a danger, right? When you say something exists, you have to parse out what you mean by saying that it exists, right? And now, if you say it exists and that generates certain predictions, then you have evidence for that hypothesis when you encounter those predictions.
Right.
Well, I'm not making any claims about like the nature of the leprechaun, what it's composed of and stuff. All I'm saying is that this thing that resembles a leprechaun, according to its typical definition, that's what I'm saying exists. I mean, if it's I don't know, maybe it's a little robot of some really sophisticated cyborg of some kind.
Oh my God!
I don't know. All I'm saying is that this thing exists. I don't know.
Oh my God, we've gone back to leprechauns and shit.
I mean, it's tricky. It's like I don't know.
You're making up leprechauns to control leprechauns, and that gets really, really far away from reality. Which is fine. I mean, some people just watch.
Well, what about a unicorn? Is a unicorn really that divorced from reality? Like, would you be like totally shocked to find out that there was a horse with a horn? Like, I wouldn't. I mean, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Would you be shocked to find a sponge at the bottom of a murky air bikini? Which is what a tampon is.
I just don't understand why you're. I just don't understand why you're applying the standard inconsistently. I suggested completely two competing naturalistic hypotheses, right? And you resisted that. You said that's different, right? But you didn't say how it's different, right? It's
different because you're talking about an explanation for something, right?
Right. But that's exactly what you're saying. We're saying what explains me observing this, right? And your contention is that
Josh, let me fix your analogy.
All right.
Hold on, Josh, let me fix your analogy the refrigerator analogy, where I think it would be more in line with what we've been talking about. So let's imagine your hypothesis is that the ice melted because the motor went out, right? And then my hypothesis is that you hallucinated, or that somebody's fucking with your mind that it melted and it didn't actually melt, right? Which of those do you think, are those equally likely? No. It's more likely that, yeah, it melted because the motor went out or something, or whatever.
Also, Josh,
wouldn't you think? Don't you think that's a little more likely?
Well, I think there's some. Well, first of all, there's a danger there, and I think the danger is that you can't assume that your cognitive faculties aren't working, right? Because that's obviously a self-defeating assumption. But there's a
yes, I think you can.
There's a degree to which you can, right? Obviously, the whole mechanism can't be malfunctioning, right? Or that's self-refuting. You can say parts of it, and if someone is suggesting a specific part, like maybe your sense of touch, right? Like you go into the refrigerator and you feel liquid rather than feeling a solid, which is what you would feel if you feel ice, right? And it doesn't feel like there is any cold there, right? Or it doesn't feel like heat is escaping your hand or something, whatever scientific terminology you want to use there.
Right.
In either of those cases, right, you're only going to be justified in one of those beliefs if you have evidence of it, right?
Okay.
Right. Yeah, so exactly. So if a leprechaun jumps into my hand, I'm holding, I'm touching, and I'm feeling it, yeah, it's hard to imagine that this is just like a hallucination or...
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Listen, I was going to go into this in detail a little bit earlier, but I thought I'd better leave it because they probably won't go down this track. Look, you're going to have evidence like, has the refrigerator been going out recently or not? Did I buy a new refrigerator or not? Are blackouts constant in my neighborhood or not? Is the power plant on the fritz and going into bankruptcy or not? All these things are going to be inside of your calculations of reality. And notice of philosophers, what's the epistemological point?
Okay, Brandon.
But at what point do you start denying that this thing has actually occurred at all, right? Like that the ice melted. I mean, that's essentially what we're talking about here. You're trying to deny that I saw. Go ahead.
All right, Josh, say something.
Yeah,
for Finn guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. Usually our senses are 100% accurate. At least as far as we can tell.
I'm not even gonna deal with that claim.
Well, he said usually, not always.
Oh, always. Superficial.
Well,
always. Okay, always.
That's sort of.
So to come up with the theory that your senses somehow feel
usually.
very far-fetched.
Hold on. Usually when you view an optical illusion.
Stop talking over each other. Like
Super Finn, what his evidence is that the senses are wrong? That would be great.
Hold on. Like I said, I wasn't going to deal with that claim. Right? I'm actually going to let it go because.
No, you can't let it go because I think he just didn't want to make too strong of a case, and he sort of backed off to make sure he didn't step on any toes. And I just want him to realize, and he and I are tight, and we know this. Me and he are bros. We grew up in the gang together. So, what evidence would you have that your evidence, and that's the definition of evidence, is what comes from your senses. You're saying you have evidence that your evidence is bad. That would be very strange, and I'll just leave it at that, and we probably don't need to drill on it. But you see that all of your senses, all the evidence from your senses is 100% true. When you dip a pencil into water and it bends, it doesn't really bend. What it does is it tells you about the speed of light in solid or liquid matter. So you always get information 100% accurate. You just need to figure out what it means and why.
Okay,
for example, the refraction inside a glass of water is telling you that there's water there and that the light was refracted. So it's not inaccurate.
Real quick. So Vic, what I was saying, which is more likely, right? I think that's going to be predicated on some background assumptions that you might have. But if all of them are completely coherent, right, then I don't see that there's going to be a way for you to establish. So in the case I suggested, where someone has sort of malfunctioning tactile response, right, you should be able to test for that. And if you test for that, that'll justify the belief, right? If you open the fridge and see that there are still ice cubes there, but it feels like liquid to you or something, that will be evidence against your hypothesis that there's something going on with your head, right?
Right.
And so
so what I'm saying is that in the thought experiment that we've been discussing, right, you test for all that. You test that you're sober. You test that your tactile responses are working as expected, right? And all of that clears, right? You don't have a history of mental illness. You get checked out at the psychiatrist. Everything's all good, right? And at that point, when you dismiss all those other possibilities, at some point you're left with, yeah, I fucking saw a leprechaun. Like,
this is what I'm saying, right? You're saying that it generates certain expectations, and then once you rule out or you've disconfirmed other hypotheses, competing hypotheses, you're saying that you can say that this hypothesis is reasonable, right?
No, but then what you were saying, Josh, is that then you come up with an ad hoc example of saying an alien's fucking with my brain. But then that is ad hoc. That is ad hoc.
No, look, I didn't come up with any ad hoc
Okay, hold on. Brandon, what are you trying to say?
I just want one question for Josh. Josh, you buy Karl Popper and his idea of falsifiability?
Yeah, I think Popper did some exemplary work on falsifiability, but I think he missed the mark because I don't think empirical claims can be shown to be false conclusively, which is I think they can just be confirmed or disconfirmed.
Okay, very good. I'm glad you don't buy it then. All right, good.
Well, and one thing that you said, Josh, that I don't agree with is you say something that as long as you have these competing hypotheses that are coherent. I don't think coherency is sufficient, right? You can have an ad hoc hypothesis that is perfectly coherent, but it's ludicrous, right?
What I said is that they're coherent with the datum to be explained. That's what I meant to say.
Well, I don't think coherent's the right word to use there. I think more like it's about probability, I would say, to a certain extent. But like I said, it's hard to determine which one is more probable than the other when these are all.
I can say there's a sense in which you can say that there are beliefs that are more rational, right? But they're not. It's not in virtue of evidence in those cases, right? Like if you were to postulate something that, like let's say I knew about rays that scientists had that could implant hallucinations in people. Like, let's say I knew about this, and then you come to me with this, and you say, well, I had this belief that there's a leprechaun. Well, I already have a background of knowing that there are hallucination machines and that they produce these types of hallucinations, right? But that's not on the basis of evidence that I'm discounting that. That's on the basis of some other explanatory virtues that I also take to be the case, right?
Okay, but that's not what we have here, right? We don't have evidence of such technology.
Right,
so
no, I'm not
it
saying
is ad hoc to speculate about it.
The point is that it's just as ad hoc to postulate a leprechaun.
No, it's not, because I'm seeing the leprechaun.
Not at all.
I'm interacting with it. I'm interacting with it. That's not ad hoc.
It's ad hoc until you provide evidence.
My experience with it is the evidence.
You observed it.
But your experience is consistent with both hypotheses. So if it's to be evidence for that hypothesis, then it's also evidence for the hypothesis.
It's consistent with an ad hoc idea of some technology that's fucking with my brain or creating these hallucinations in me. Totally different. I mean, you can literally discount everything then on that basis.
Look, I'm saying
the thing is that you observed the strange being. You observed it. A machine that would somehow alter people's perceptions, that thing is not observed. So so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Look, it doesn't follow from that. It doesn't follow from that this thing has a body, that it's extended in space, that if you were to find its location, you could feel it. Those are all predictions that are generated by that hypothesis. Without that, you don't have a justified belief one way or the other, right? It's the same.
Remember, like I said, this thing jumped in your hand. You interact with it. You talk with it.
Wait, let me finish.
Okay, yeah.
It's the same. It's the same in the case of you not having a machine. That's just you not having evidence that confirms your hypothesis of it being a machine. It's the same way if you don't have any other confirmatory evidence of the leprechaun, like where it's spatially located, what it feels like, what color hair it has, where we can find these things, right?
Well, I already told you that the thought
you
experiment.
You can prove a negative.
All right, stop talking over each other. For one thing, Infamy says, "What are the two hypotheses?" That was one of Infamy's questions.
Okay, well, once again, like, let me just clarify again. I mean, I thought it was clear in the original thought experiment, but this leprechaun isn't just like this thing that you saw in the corner of your eye. This is something that ran into your room, jumped into your hand. You're playing with it, you're feeling it, you're interacting with it, and it runs off and it kicks over the glass of water, right?
Okay, we didn't say we're gonna end the fucking leprechaun shit.
So what you're saying is that experience is somehow equivalent to this speculation that something is fucking with my brain and causing me to hallucinate the whole thing.
We don't know.
Something that we have never observed ever.
What are you saying, Brandon?
We don't know anything about this situation because
if you observe the phenomenon in question, right? then you did observe that, the thing fucking with your brain, right? It's just the way in which you observed it was by the
but
one being
again,
brought
you
to
could use that to dismiss literally everything, because that means I could say that everything that I believe about the world, right, could have just been something but somebody fucking with my brain.
Okay, what are you trying to say, Brandon?
I could dismiss the existence of the moon. Somebody fucked with my brain and inserted that thought into my mind. I mean, it's just silly.
Hold on, Brandon, what are you trying to say?
Vic, whatever the central question is, where does this come up in reality?
Again, Brandon, it's about epistemology and determining what is a reasonable belief and what is an unreasonable belief.
We just keep going in circles. Can we please move on to something else?
Can I add something? Like, I think this discussion it's important, for example, for issues like UFOs and ghosts. You know, if it is valid to, if you see something strange, is it valid to assume that you actually saw it?
Or to even explore it, to study it further, even, yeah. I mean, because if I think it's bullshit, and I think it's more likely or whatever that, you know, it's probably just a hallucination or some shit, I'm not going to investigate something that I could potentially miss out, right, yeah. And I think that's dangerous. That's why I don't think that being too skeptical can be actually counterproductive.
None of what I said was about being skeptical. Again, I'll repeat what I said to that claim, right, is that anybody is going to test any hypothesis that seems intuitive to them, right? So I don't understand how that's an argument, right? But what I said is that they don't have evidence until they've actually confirmed that hypothesis.
The physical interaction, how can you say that just totally dismiss that? Like that's just as likely as someone just with some weird technology implanting thoughts into your mind.
Okay,
for no reason.
Alright, Superfin guy is going to go after you.
I don't know how you equate those two, Josh.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Go ahead, Superfin guy.
Well, you guys can go ahead. I kind of lost my train of thought there.
Well, I already
addressed it. Josh, let me see if I can explain this a little bit differently. Okay, so like the way that I confirm that I'm actually interacting with something, it's like, look, if all of a sudden after this experience I start interacting with my computer, my mouse, and I have evidence of that, I'm talking with you guys, that this experience is actually happening, right? I know I'm not dreaming. This all confirms that my tactile everything is valid and it's reliable, right?
Yeah, I think Josh is confusing.
So all of that is evidence
with an observation.
Okay, what do you say? Say that over again, Superfin guy.
I think Josh is confusing a hypothesis and an observation. They're different things.
I'm definitely not.
Well, like observing a leprechaun is an observation. It's not a hypothesis.
Right. The two hypotheses in question is that something is messing with your brain, or that whatever the leprechaun actually existing means, right?
A physical entity.
Again, I think that's sort of a nebulous term to say it actually exists, because in either sense, if you have the experience, there's a sense in which it exists in both cases, right? As in the one case, it exists as a hallucination. Presumably, in the other case, it exists as something else, like a spatially extended object, right? And so, in order to justify that belief, you have to make other types of observations.
Well, the thing is that your senses show you that you saw something, and you extrapolate that from the past that your senses have been working flawlessly. So it couldn't
Again,
be...
that doesn't deal with anything. Again, that doesn't deal with anything that I've said throughout this whole hangout, right? I've been saying all sorts of things like that.
Okay,
the problem, Josh, is that your competing hypotheses are not equally likely, in my opinion.
Yeah, not at all, not at all.
And you're trying to make them as though they're equally probable.
You know what? Hold on.
I don't know what your basis for that is.
Guys, let's do this. Look, since we seem to be having this miscommunication, Superfin guy or Vic, sum up what you think Josh's argument is, then he can tell you if that is what he's saying.
Okay, so my summary of Josh's argument is that when you have a phenomenon that you've observed, and you have multiple hypotheses that could account for it, right, that therefore you can't reasonably believe any of those because they're all equally likely. But that's the mistake. They're not all equally likely to be true, right?
Not at all.
Because there's more evidence for some of them than others. I can corroborate, my senses to a certain extent, right? I can't corroborate this idea of a mind-altering device,
Oh, okay, now we're gonna have Josh. Josh, is that what you're saying? And then you can sum up what they're saying to you, so they can do the same. Is that what you're saying, Josh?
Well, I think what I'm saying is that you wouldn't be doing it on the basis of evidence, as I've defined evidence, right? As I've explained what evidence is. You'd be doing it on the basis of something like background knowledge, which I think is going to be something different for most people, right? And so I think he correctly attributed what I said, right, to the point where I don't understand what he means by making a mistake, because, as I defined evidence, it's not evidence, right? I think there are other explanatory virtues besides evidence, right, on which you can justify that. Unfortunately, the example I don't think is exactly the most friendly to whatever Vic's view is, given that we've never seen things like leprechauns before, right? So I think that's equally as nebulous with whatever our explanations are. But as far as their argument is going, I'm not sure what they mean by evidence.
Well, okay, this is the bottom line, Josh. You feel, correct me if I'm wrong, you believe that it is equally likely or unlikely that this is an actual physical leprechaun. That is just as likely as alien technology that is controlling your mind and causing you to hallucinate this whole thing. Is that essentially what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, then we fundamentally disagree.
I would say that in a vacuum where we don't have prior knowledge, and let's say all the other explanatory virtues that we posit are consistent amongst the two hypotheses, then no, I don't think that there's a way that's non-arbitrary to distinguish between those two, the likelihood of those two.
And that's where we disagree, because the thing is, in one hand, you're discounting our senses in one scenario.
I'm not doing that.
Well, you kind of are, right? I mean...
Definitely not.
Okay, explain how he's discounting. I know you've explained before.
Okay, so let me ask you this. How could my senses be accurate and that not be an actual leprechaun?
Well, I think we'd have to look at this in terms of neurology, right, or neurophysiology, right? And so I think the idea is that when you have a certain neurochemical response or whatever, you're going to have an experience of a certain type, right? And so if someone were to tinker around with your brain, right, in order for your brain to be properly functioning, if it were to be making these types of neurological connections, those are the types of connections that would be necessary for these predictions. So it would actually be consistent with a properly functioning brain for you to experience these things if someone were fucking with your brain, right?
Yeah, but that is totally far-fetched. There's no evidence that someone is.
Again, I agree. I agree. I'm agreeing this whole time. I've said that there's no evidence for this hypothesis.
Well, then why talk about it?
I could postulate a million, 1,000 other hypotheses that all explain the same. That all predict the same
talking about hypotheses that can be postulated ad infinitum. Why would you even talk about it like that?
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
No, but you know what? It's just, what's weird about this, Josh? It's basically like, imagine you're going down into the ocean and you see something interesting. You come up and they ask you what you saw. Yeah, I saw this really strange glow in the dark creature, but I have no evidence of it because I only saw it.
No,
that is crazy. That is just crazy.
No, that's very bad. I said evidence is your five senses, so you lose.
No, Brandon, we agree here. It's Josh would say that. Josh would, it seems, would say, "Oh no, I saw this thing, was really weird. Never seen anything like it before, but I'm sorry, I don't really have evidence. I only saw it. I don't really have evidence for it." I mean, that's just crazy, right? Who would talk that way?
You right, Josh? Are you trapped now?
No, I stand by everything I've said.
Well,
I just don't think that Vic, in one sense, is fundamentally disagreeing with me, right? I'm just saying that the nature of that is ad hoc until further evidence is provided. But what I initially said was that evidence is something that predicts the phenomenon in question, and all Vic has been offering are things that predict the phenomenon in question, right?
Evidence doesn't predict anything. Hypotheses predict things. Evidence.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Hypotheses predict the phenomenon in question, right? In order for them to be evidence, right? And so all Vic has been offering has been things that predict that if you were to be in such scenario, that you would have these expectations, right? And I'm saying that, right, those are candidates for potential evidence. They would be evidence if we had a hypothesis prior to that phenomenon that was confirmed by that phenomenon. I agree, but as it's isolated, right, I don't think that we can distinguish between those two, assuming that all the other explanatory virtues are held consistent across all the proposed hypotheses, right? I don't see how you could say that this belief is more justified than any of the other ones.
It depends on the.
It is because the hypothesis that your senses are working is way more likely than the weird mind control machine.
None of us.
So,
I mean, let's stick to the real example, which happens all the time. Marine biologists, they go down, they discover weird things that they never thought could possibly exist in that environment, right? And holy shit. Now, if they could come up for the surface and they never see that thing again, according to your argument here, they would not be justified in saying that we have evidence that this thing exists. You would say, oh, well, we only saw it. We can't repeat it. We don't have any predictions to make from this. So,
I think.
Yeah, I guess it's just as likely that we were mind controlled.
Well, I think there's a difference, because I think what we're doing is we're testing a hypothesis when we go down in submarines, right? And so we say something like, my hypothesis is that there's possibly life living in these submarine environments, right? And then you go and you test that, and then if you observe something that's moving or something, then that's confirmation of the hypothesis.
Oh, okay, so that means if I'm trekking through the woods looking for cool things, I'm looking for Bigfoot, and all of a sudden a leprechaun pops out, then I'm justified in believing it?
Well, the hypothesis is something like you're going to see a leprechaun if you go into the woods, then
well,
yeah.
No, I know. I'm looking for something out of the ordinary. Then a leprechaun pops out. So that's what you just said. You said marine biologists, they go in their little submarine, they go down, and they're looking for something unusual to pop up, right? And they discover something unusual. So now you're saying, okay, well, that's evidence now. Right. That qualifies that evidence. But let's suppose I go into the woods looking for something unusual and a leprechaun pops out. Now suddenly I'm justified?
Well, again, if it's predicted by the hypothesis in question, right, then yeah, it's going to be justified. And all the examples you've been using an example in which the phenomenon you're experiencing are predicted by things like leprechauns and fish and all that stuff existing, right? It's just how do we confirm that to distinguish that between other ad hoc hypotheses?
I mean, this is okay. Fine. Let's just say that my hypothesis all this time, since I was born, is that weird things can exist that could resemble leprechauns. So that's been my hypothesis all along. Now all of a sudden, if I encounter a leprechaun, that's evidence. That counts as evidence now.
Yes.
Okay, well, fine. Okay, then there you go. What's her name?
What?
So.
Superfin guy?
Superfin. So Superfin and I, we've always had this hypothesis that something resembling a leprechaun can exist. That means now that if we ever do encounter a leprechaun, now we can actually call that evidence, according to Josh's logic.
Right.
All we have to do is just say, yeah, we think that this could actually exist.
Well, look, things like leprechauns generate certain predictions, don't they? We know what they're supposed to look like. They're supposed to be short. They're supposed to have red hair. They're supposed to wear green. They're supposed to be evil in some cases and fucking kill people, right? And so if we go and we observe
I didn't say all that.
I'm just saying something that looks like a leprechaun. You have to have some sort of conception of a leprechaun in order to do that, right? You can't just say some nebulous entity might exist then everything is going to be evidence for that, and obviously that's
No, yeah, a nebulous entity that it resembles a leprechaun. I think that is feasible.
But what does a
That is
leprechaun mean?
feasible.
Presumably you mean something when you say leprechaun, right? And
Yeah, no, absolutely. It has. I could show you a little picture of one that
Right,
looks
and
a
so-
little model of a leprechaun. Yeah.
Right, so obviously if you hypothesize that these things exist, and then
Might
you go and
exist. These
observe them,
might exist, just like the marine biologists. They can hypothesize that weird things are going to exist at the bottom of the ocean, right? So likewise, I'm going to hypothesize that there are weird things that might resemble a leprechaun that might, pop out.
Okay, we gotta change subjects. 'cause
So
we
do you see how weak the argument is, Josh? That all I had to do is just say that this is a hypothesis I've always had, and all of a sudden this counts as evidence? I mean, this is crazy.
Okay, Josh.
I think Josh has stated his position. We have stated ours. So I think we should move on because I don't think Josh will admit it.
Yeah, let's move on to something else, at least something that we can actually argue on, because this ain't going nowhere, man.
I agree.
If trannies are less than 1% of the population, then why is it 10% of my fucking hangouts?
You are...
Not that I don't care, I just want smart people to show up, but it does lead credence to the thought that people who decide to be transsexuals are smarter than average, whatever that's worth.
Alright, you are...
Well, at least they are brave enough to do that and have different opinion on things,
Right. So having a sex change...
I'm an idiot. Obviously failed, so that failure is, in effect, discrediting of any kind of intellect. I guess nobody really thinks so.
No, I think that Super Fin guy just made a good point that only people who are willing to question the general, public blah, 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 are the ones who are willing to step outside of their gender roles, for example. So you're at least able to think outside the crowd. You're at least not just a sheep. So there is some minimal requirement for transgenderism. You have
Stop trying to convert Nadia to fucking objectivism, Brandon.
No, I'm just giving all the room I can for saying that it's not a prejudgment. Why is it the case that transsexuals show up in my room of all places? Why are they not over in the train room where
Wait, here's something. I'm a BLM supporter and a liberal, and I talk to you, and I sit here in your room.
Well, because you're desperately hungry for intellectual content, which you do
clearly.
And people.
Obviously.
Well, take Sugar for example. She's on here because most girls are not willing to show their boobs to a bunch of nerds. So that's why she comes on here.
Yeah, she's got a captive crowd. She shows up and everybody's.
All right, wait. So are you gonna do the whole kick all the non-objectivists out thing like you wanted to do earlier?
No, I was really tempted. I should do like I don't know, once or twice a week do these big hangouts or something, because it gets really crazy. You guys go on about leprechauns and shit for hours. I don't even know what you guys go on.
I came into the room about let me see.
Yeah, later, Josh. Josh is leaving.
An hour ago, and you guys still talking about it.
See, well, I mean, now you have more objectivists in the room than anything else. There you go.
Well, that proves that objectivists can hang.
An objectivist with respect to what?
Reality. Ayn Rand's flaw.
Oh, that.
I'm not a realist.
We're the adults in the room. You guys are just.
Do you believe in objective morality, Brandon?
Yeah. I have to babysit adults, then. I have to babysit
Well, I don't,
adults,
so we can
then.
discuss that. I don't believe in objective values.
I think we've gone through that a couple of hangouts ago, and it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, let's talk about that now. Fuck it, why not?
I'm pretty sure I've talked to Nick before.
Anti-realism?
Something is objectively moral if it actually truly helps your life and helps your survival.
Yeah, but that's your definition of.
Oh, come on, guys.
That's a fairly twisted definition of moral, in my opinion.
We're eventually going to get
Well, obviously, if real is false, moral realism follows a corollary. Go ahead.
If what follows corollarism?
If realism as a whole is false, then moral anti-realism would follow as a corollary.
True, but realism is not false.
Yeah. Reality exists. Existing exists.
If my aunt had bullets...
See, I think the problem, I mean, the reason that I can't accept objective moral values is because I just don't, I see values
Because
just
you think it's preferences. You think values are preferences.
by definition, yeah. Conceptually, they
I
are.
talked to this with you, and we always had a problem with that. And then also we'd get down to the whole, well, you have to choose to live. Well, that's obvious. There's no sense talking to people who want to commit suicide.
But you two got into some weird fucking fight about it the last time.
I don't think you were there when we had that discussion, Killen.
Wait, hold on. I was there when I know you and Andrew had some fight once before.
Not a fight, dude. Fight.
Dude, come on, that was. You two
I don't think I've
fucking-
ever fought with Andrew ever.
Alright.
I would suggest that the mind-independent aspect of what's generally proposed as reality, well, largely fails. That reality mind-independent in such a manner would demand that the mind be causally inert, and so on pain of epiphenomenalism, or worse, you would have to grant that there is that lack of independence, and thereby, well, that the mind-independent aspect of what's proposed to the objective reality would fail. Go ahead.
Why is the lack of independence? I don't see that link.
Well, the mind-independent external reality is generally the content of realism as I understand it.
Well, independence in the sense that that man has a willpower that he can, but he's restricted by the law of gravity and E equals mc squared and stuff. But he can decide whether to move this rock over there as long as he doesn't violate relativity. Does he have independence to act within reality? Is that okay?
I think you maybe, or the argument may not have been entirely conveyed, but rather it was that the mind and so on of whatever kinds of cognizing agents and such actually have causal power.
Right? A mind has causal power. Willpower is
No. It doesn't have to do with willpower. Willpower sort of proposing a psychological theory. Also, I think Dawkins' solutions may need to be broadcast.
Yeah.
But rather that the sort of mental events and states in the sort of causally potent characterization would actually have some kind of effect on the world outside that mind. Go ahead.
Mental states would have an effect outside of the mind.
Mental states and events.
Events inside the mind. So the mind can affect what's outside of it.
Yes.
Okay, so willpower is a real thing.
Do we mean in terms of perception?
It doesn't actually have to rely on, specific proposals regarding folk psychology.
So willpower isn't just like the law of gravity. It's not determinism. No. You're saying there's a separate category called willpower. There's determinism over here.
No, I didn't say anything about willpower.
Well, what is this other thing? You said the mind can affect reality outside of cause and effect.
I did not say outside of cause and effect.
Well,
I said that. If I can clarify, that as far as cause and effect are actually working, the mind is out there as some kind of intermediate hop in all these chains of causality.
Right. So
they're actually effects.
I was wrong to say
that. They're actually effects that occur, coming about as eventually products of those mental events in that mind, right?
So I was wrong to say that. I would say then that it's an additional form of cause and effect. But the willpower is a metaphysical fact in reality, just like the law of gravity, etc. Consciousness.
I don't have to rely on that.
Consciousness has an effect on reality. Consciousness.
There's no reason. There's no reason to introduce that into the argument. I mean, the only real contention is, that you deny that there is some kind of influence of the mind upon a state of affairs, and so that mind independence is lost, is epiphenomenalism, right? That the mind has no effect on anything. I think most people would be averse to epiphenomenalism, so I think that, go ahead.
Infamy as there's no free will or willpower, just determinism? ?
No. We're saying that determinism. We're saying that willpower is an additional fact. Nadia is saying that there are things that happen because of cause and effect, and then there's this other thing over here which we point to once in a while. We say, why is reality behaving bizarre over here? Well, because there's a willpower over here.
You guys are... sorry. I may have failed to communicate what I was trying to communicate. But I was thinking that... let me see if I can cook up some kind of soundbite here. The mind actually has an effect on reality. The reality isn't mind independent.
Yes, very good. I
Kantian.
agree with that. The mind affects reality, but the reality, you say, isn't mind independent? Or
I think what's being said is that a proportion of reality is being made up by the mind.
Probably, and that's probably she's
a little bit more than that. A little bit more than that, right?
And not realism.
Things outside of the mind are also, being affected by the mind. Forces that are going through the mind, that are attributable to it and all that, end up having an effect on the state of affairs of the world, right? Go ahead.
Things outside the mind are affecting. The mind is affecting things outside the mind. So
yes.
a piece of metal that never would have ended up on the moon did because the mind did something. Fair enough?
No. At least with some kind of partial influence, yes.
All right.
Or you observe.
Wait,
You observe
trying to say something.
like an electron at the quantum level, and by just observing it, you change it. That's what some people desperately want to believe.
Yeah, are you going so far as to say that the mind creates reality when it perceives it, or are you just saying the mind affects reality when it pleases to? When the willpower wants to put some metal on the moon, it can do so. Are you saying that we make the moon when we look at it? How far does this...
That's a little bit more of a discussion regarding, I guess, the perceptive processes. But I was happy enough to, relay the sort of affair that causal potency, that having an effect on the world, makes the world so that it's not independent of the mind, right?
Well, can we... Okay. So,
yeah, but the thing is, though, if we know that to be the case, then we're able to work around it. It's self-defeating. That's a Kantian. Usually that's sourced from Immanuel Kant.
Mm-hmm.
It's self-defeating, though, because if we know that our senses or our minds distort reality in some ways, if we know that to be the case, then we are able to get around that.
Well, obviously we...
And if we don't know...
You have to say for those kinds of things, that's not really pertinent to the question of whether the sort of reality is mind independent.
Well, if we know...
the mind independence is clearly failing when the mind has some kind of... exerts some kind of causal force upon the world. Therefore, that mind independent objective reality, the central thesis of realism, fails in its objectivity aspect. Go ahead.
If we know that if we know our senses are offering us distortions, we can explain them in some way. But if we don't know that, then our reality is completely distorted, and we don't even know what we're looking at. So you're suggesting an inability to even understand the reality that we're looking at unless...
Yeah. I think it is entering a bit of metaphysics as well. Are you not suggesting that reality itself is created in part by the mind? Because then now we're entering metaphysics, and that's an even stronger case to make.
I was...
Meaning that reality itself would be moldable by the minds that observe it. That would be a much stronger case to make, because that is entering metaphysics now.
What is
realism is metaphysics to begin with?
Does the mind just...
That's not realism. Realism is usually defined as Aristotelianism.
No, realism
I thought you were talking about phenomenalism.
Does the mind just report what's going on, or does it make it up?
A little bit of both.
Are you a panpsychist of sorts?
No.
Oh.
Humanist.
All right, the sense.
Pretty close to transcendental idealist, but I have probably, I suppose, a little bit of or a little bit of materialist tendencies.
Do the senses report reality to us, or do the senses make it up?
I would say a little bit of both.
Okay, that's where we would have to part ways, because the senses only report reality. How would you?
Well, I think it is somewhat true, right? I mean, to a certain extent, I think she's right. I mean, you know, like the color red, for instance. There is no red. Our senses make us perceive it in that way, right? But that's not something that. It's a matter of interpretation, basically.
No,
so in a sense, we do kind of.
Because that is how our brain encodes red.
Yeah,
it shows us that visual sensation.
Red is a wavelength, right?
Right. What I'm saying is that an entity that only sees an infrared is going to see the world way differently than we do. So they're going to see the same thing, but have a totally interpretation. No. So what I'm saying is that what she's saying is that it's an element of both.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Superfan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that in infrared is a different part of the spectrum than seeing red. It's true that so a person that sees in infrared cannot see red, but you know, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if she's advocating some quasi-solipsistic view here.
Wait. Ask Nadia what she's advocating.
Okay. I mean, to the extent I would say that the sense perception is, well, quote-unquote, creating something, it is itself a kind of event that has its causal lower shadow. For the particular, I'll say the neurological states or whatever it is underlying the mental events are going to be in the causal lower shadow of that sense perception. So, I mean, they're made up of some kind of physical.
What's the causal?
They have to in order to even have a point of view. Go ahead.
What does that mean? A causal overshadow of the sense perception. So the senses have causes inside of them. You proposed?
No, lower shadow make be the effects.
Okay, so the senses themselves are not a direct interpretation of reality. There's something in between the senses go through or get funneled through.
No, it's a different question.
Okay. What's your
event of some kind of sense perception being triggered is a kind of process, an event that's going to have its own effects.
Okay, so the senses are not direct. There's something in between the senses and reality. They're not a direct thing.
You don't think that's really pertinent to the question?
Well, you're saying they're not absolutely, perfectly, platonically direct information. That's what you're saying, right? They are not utterly, utterly perfect information. You're saying that. You're asserting that.
Oh, well,
You're saying there's something else.
I have to think of a way to.
The process of perceiving is a process, you said?
Well,
so you want something besides reality coming into the senses. It's a process or a distortion or something.
Oh, she left.
So, as far as what I can see she's doing is she's trying to introduce something in front of the senses, and if I could get her to see what I was saying, the next question is, why do you have that idea? What's the evidence that your senses are distorted? Where is the evidence that your senses have become distorted?
Wait, Matt, you motherfucker, are you fucking are you showing Pokemon?
Yeah, he's streaming Pokemon.
What?
So, Nadia, my question would be, what evidence do you have that the senses are interfered with? When could you say I've found evidence that my senses have been interfered with, or that they're creating distortions? For me, that would be very strange, because you would have to use evidence from your senses about these distortions, and then you would have unreliable evidence by your own hypothesis. So we can never.
Nadia needs to be broadcasted.
I tried to, and didn't somebody else do that?
I don't have mod control, so I can't.
My mod has no mod control?
Yeah, you never give me mod control.
Let me see what I can do about that. Alright, so Nadia, my question was as I stated it. Can your senses give you evidence that your senses are not valid? Because that's what you seem to be saying. Like me, yes. You have mod.
She's
awesome.
muted.
Thanks.
You have to unmute herself.
You have to unmute yourself, Nadia.
Awesome. Thank you, Brandon.
That's an interesting question, Brandon. I think anyway, I'll let Nadia answer.
Nadia, you're muted.
Nadia, unmute.
Okay, they're coming through now.
Whoa. Gee.
Yeah.
What?
Loud.
You're very loud for some reason.
Oh, hang on.
All right, Vic, what about it? Can your senses give you evidence that your senses are not valid, or
in a certain framework, yes. In a certain framework, yes. In a certain context, but when you break it down to its fundamental level, then no, because we're kind of confined to subjectivity. It seems like an inherent limitation. So we can't step outside of ourselves to validate our senses. But in a certain context, we can.
You can't mentally.
Okay, wait, Nadia is talking.
Integrate.
Superfin got 1 second because it was Nadia's question and she's now trying to answer it.
I mean, I'll give you an example, Brandon. I'll paste one.
Okay.
Yeah, the ways you might attempt to do that aren't really related to the idea that the sensory perception is itself a kind of physical event. And you pretty much have your usual kind of account of light striking whatever kind of rods and codes in the retina, and whatever kinds of electrons getting excited there, and calcium and potassium ions trickling around through the neurons, and the charges going around with those ions and transfers of electrons between them that way until they hit something in the brain and integrate into whatever kind of larger scale image that's going on from the other rods and cones that got hit in a similar way. I mean, that kind of chain of events that are set off by whatever it is you're regarding as the basal event within sense perception is not terribly controversial as sense perception actually having a physical effect upon the world, the physical world in your bodily frame. Go ahead.
Let me just take over. But Brandon, so can you click that link that I just posted in the chat there? So when you click on that link there and you look at that checkerboard, now our senses are telling us that the A and B squares are different colors, right? They're fooling us. They're clearly incorrect. So, but my other senses, when I take like a tool, like Photoshop or something, and I put the eyedropper over the A and the B, now I'm getting confirmation through another sense of senses in a different context that's telling me that my senses at first blush are wrong, right? That those A and B squares are actually the exact same color, but it's an optical illusion. And my senses,
no doubt.
Remember we talked about the bent
right?
pencil on the wall?
So to answer his question, so to answer the question is that yes, my senses can tell me that my senses are deceiving me.
All right, can I give Superfin and then Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are very specific cases where your senses can fool you, but we have evolved in order to survive to be very accurate in our perceptions.
Well, that's why I was.
That sometimes you can fool the brain, but that doesn't mean that your senses are unreliable.
Well, that's why that's why I was saying to Brandon is that like in a certain context, within a certain framework, you can determine that your senses are deceiving you, but at the fundamental level, no, you can't step aside, you can't step away from your subjectivity to suddenly validate everything that your brain is.
You can.
Right.
You can do
so
that.
that
by
is just an
integration.
inherent limitation, an epistemic limit of subjectivity.
Well, I don't think so, because
I don't think even a god can know that he knows everything, right? Like just
no, it's not about knowing everything, but you can integrate what you know, and come to a conclusion that there is a world independent of your brain.
We make assumptions, right?
see-
There are a lot of presuppositions that we make that we just take for granted, just as a practical matter, right? But I don't think we could ever really truly confirm them, like absolutely confirm them.
How would you define being able to truly?
Well, like being able to step outside of ourselves and validate that our mind is working properly, that we're observing things as they actually
you can
exist
do
in
that.
reality.
You can film yourself. You can
No,
make
because again, that's still all part of your. I mean, again, I don't see how you can discount the possibility of a solipsistic world, right? Like, I don't see how you can do that. I don't see how you can discount the possibility that you're being deceived, like you're a brain in a vat being deceived. I don't see how you can discount that possibility.
There's no evidence for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but you can't discount the possibility of it. That's what I'm saying.
There's a million other hypotheses you could posit that have no evidence.
Right.
Like green unicorns and like anything. But
I'm
what's
not
the
saying
use?
that you're justified in believing it. All I'm saying is that you cannot disprove it. That's all I'm saying. There's no that you cannot.
What's the application of such a truth?
Nothing. Like most. It's a pure. This is ivory tower philosophizing we're doing here, Andrew. I mean, that's all we're doing here.
Yeah, but the thing is that you cannot prove something that doesn't exist. You can't prove a negative. That's foolish.
Well, actually,
I can tell you that there's a cup of tea orbiting the sun, and it will be very silly for me to ask you to prove that. So it's not productive. Or
that's why
logical.
I was just providing the nuance here. So Brandon asked a question: if you can demonstrate that your senses are deceiving you, and in one context, yes, you can. And I just explained how. When I look at that photo, clearly my senses are deceiving me, and the way I can prove it is by using something like Photoshop, a different tool, or to prove that my senses are deceiving me. But then when in a different context, if you're talking like ivory tower academic shit, then the world solipsism could be true, right? And you can't disprove it.
Well,
so
it
depends on the context. It depends on the context.
Let me address this the photo you put up, because your senses only told you that there was a shadow on a white square and then light shining quite brightly on a gray square in the background.
No, my senses are telling me that A and B are different colors. That's what my senses are telling me.
I slightly disagree, because you don't think they're different colors.
Yes, I do. When I first saw this image, I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Those are the same color? That's crazy. I actually had to, in order for me to convince myself, I had to actually measure it, because I thought it was bullshit. Because, I mean, this is so crazy to me. This optical illusion is crazy to me. Like,
and it looks strange, but think about what your brain is telling you. Your brain's giving you information about a shadow. So
no, it's not a shadow. The shadow is irrelevant here.
Well, the shadow is what tells you that the one square is darker than the other, or not.
No. The shadow is not actually what's causing the optical illusion. What's causing the optical illusion is the surrounding dark squares. They're actually darker around the B than they are around the A, and that's what creates the optical illusion. You can actually remove that whole shadow, and it would still be the same thing.
No, remove that object that casts the shadow, and the illusion would be gone.
No, it would not. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Trust me. Put it in Photoshop and remove that whole section.
How does what consists of the illusion then if it's not the case?
Like I said, the colors around the B are actually those dark squares are actually much darker than they are around the A, and that's what creates the optical illusion.
Which is the shadow. That's the shadow.
Well, that's what we're interpreting, but that you can remove that whole thing, and the optical illusion would be the same.
So the shadow causes the illusion. So what you're doing is you're perceiving a shadow, and you have much information about what a shadow is. So that's still not a case where your senses distort reality. You have to interpret reality. You have to decide whether this gray is it a white square in a gray shadow or a gray square in strong daylight.
Never in a million years, even knowing that there's a shadow there, right? Would I think, oh yeah, A and B are the same color? Never in a million years would I think that, just through my senses, knowing that there's a shadow there, because shadows don't normally produce that. It wouldn't do that. If anything, it would make if they were the same color, it would make the A darker, right? But again, the optical illusion is not caused by the shadow. It's caused by the surrounding squares, which are much darker than the other squares.
No, I say it's caused by the perception.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not.
There's no think those squares are darker without the.
It's not the shadow, because again, if it was the shadow, you would expect the B to be darker than the A if they're the same color, right? You wouldn't expect it to be one to be way lighter just because it's in a shadow.
Don't you think things would be a lot different if there were no illusions? So when we look at a pencil in water, we wouldn't see a bent pencil. Wouldn't that be a completely different universe?
That'd be
strange.
Quandary.
Yeah, that means light doesn't slow down when it goes through water, and that would be very strange.
Well, the quandary of this verticality is one that's probably more a matter for the realists to address. Also, I need to reload. Is there any chance you could broadcast me when I get back? Go ahead.
What's the question for the realists? I missed it. Did someone get her question?
The question for the realist is whether this experience is veridical. Right. So, also, let me reload because I've got a technical issue.
All right.
Please broadcast me when I get back.
Yep. So be it. All right. About the senses. They go beyond reality.
You think the senses go beyond reality?
Through inference, you can go way
farther. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you said that you cannot get outside your mind. You can't. You can't integrate things around.
Well, you can't know it, right? You might be. Well, I don't even see how you could do that.
You can prove it. You can prove your assumption.
One thing that's important, and Vic might be at a disadvantage if he hasn't taken any philosophy, that epistemology is not human. It's not subjective. Epistemology is how the world works and how anything can know the world, and that includes bats, which don't see.
Yeah, or gods.
Anything, right?
Right, no kidding.
Epistemology is not a human thing. It's all things that can see and learn.
Well, that's exactly what I just said before, right? I said, like, even God, right, cannot know that he's omnipotent or that he's not being deceived, right? Because it's an inherent epistemic limit of subjectivity. Like, the fact that he's an individual, a subject, limits what he can know.
It's irrelevant to talk about that.
Not at all. Not at all.
Not an individual.
We can abstract.
No point.
We have cognitive abstraction, and we can put things together to prove our point. You know, like if I say, for example, that the sun acts independently of my brain, I can put the points together and prove to myself that that's the case.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
again,
to get out of
Superfin, that all rests on a whole litany of presuppositions, which is fine. We need them, right? In order just for practical reasons. But
and they are proven. They are proven.
no, they're not proven. They're assumed. That's why we call them presuppositions. We assume them. We suppose them to be true out of pragmatism.
Well, we have proof that they are true.
I mean,
they're no longer assumptions.
They're axiomatic. We treat them as axioms, right? Just self-evident, but they're not proven. You don't prove an axiom.
Axioms are
assumed.
Well, kind of.
Well, they can't. Yeah, you can't get around them. That's why they're called axioms.
Yeah, yeah. It's not because you can't prove them. It's because you cannot avoid them. You know.
Well, no, you can. You certainly can. You don't have to. It just wouldn't be it wouldn't be very easy. It wouldn't be very easy to go through life in a rational and consistent way. Yeah, if you tried to deny them. So for practical reasons, we assume them, like like the validity of induction.
A non-inferential justification and such is often held, I guess, as from where you get these properly basic beliefs, whatever. What is it? Incorrigibility, indubitability, something else with inevitability and so on, or typical kinds of characterizations, as I understand. And it's foundationalism. So
foundationalism, yeah, we come about it through perception. We say that there are certain things you perceive and you cannot get around them, and that's our foundation. So it's foundationalism through Aristotle's primacy of perception. A lot of these people get off on primacy of consciousness, where there has to be a mind before anything can happen.
A lot of people today are anti-foundationalists. That's where you get the postmoderns and etc.
Yeah.
Oh, and me, of course.
Which is a mess. Because what do you have? What do you have? We have a foundation. You
don't have their presumptions. I find that a lot of the postmodernists start in politics and then work their way back. They start with presumptions about how society should work, and then they work their way back.
They work their way all the way back into metaphysics sometime about democracy stuff, and it comes right back to physics.
Well, they have to scatter the sense and knowledge and things like that too.
It's amusing.
Doesn't bother me. But more importantly, a reliabilist kind of virtue epistemology is relatively attractive to me because, of course, as far as I can tell, like the foundationalist sort of degrees of knowledge are, riddled with Gitche problems.
With what problems?
Gitche problems.
All right.
What was it? What problems?
Gitche problems.
Which is a particular philosopher?
Yeah.
What was the name? Can you write it down?
Sure.
Gchea or some shit like that. Oh, all right.
Never heard of him.
French.
No, American.
American.
What's his basic problem?
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, me neither.
That the sort of inferential processes can fail, but the I guess belief can still be true by luck.
That would be strange if he said inference could fail, because he could only come about that belief through inference. So that would be very strange.
Yeah.
No, it's
Seems
particular inference, not the inference.
Inconsistency.
Yeah, it's the particular inference as opposed to the totality of inference itself.
Okay, so he's saying inference is not omniscient, therefore what? What the fuck would that prove? Inference is not omniscient? Is that his point?
No.
Okay, inference is not valid, because that would be an inference.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Solon's concept fallacy.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
That doesn't make it self-defeating, though. Like for instance, I
don't.
don't believe that you can prove anything to be absolutely true, right? And now somebody would say, "Oh, but is that an absolute statement?" I would say, "No, that's a relative statement as well." I don't find that to be inconsistent at all. In fact, philosophers have proven that that is not inconsistent. That is perfectly consistent.
Oh, really? But you believe that what you're saying is absolute.
Yeah,
So
but that's all based. Now, I don't know if you guys heard the Munchausen trilemma, but you know, there are three ways to resolve it, and there's one circular, of course, but that's nobody accepts that really. And then one is the axiomatic presupposition. That's how we get around it. We assume certain things. We have a certain bedrock, a certain foundation that we simply don't question, and that's what all our other beliefs rest on.
Do you need to prove something absolutely true? And by the way, what do you mean by absolutely true?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay,
I'm saying, but there are some people who like purport that logic is absolute, and I don't.
You can just understand
it is because
and
you can have.
I'm not going to be able to get through one of these uninterrupted. So here's the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy page on. I guess the section thereof what pertains to good shape problems. Go ahead.
So you don't have to be able to prove something's true. You just have to understand it's true and act on it. You want some sort of platonic floating doctor or Einstein to come in the room and say,
You're
"No,
talking to me?
that's the
You're
total
talking to
proof."
Nadia.
And you're never going to have the total proof for something. You just have to act on your own reason and what you understand about reality.
Are you talking to me or Nadia?
I don't know. Whoever was the philosophical points.
Well, because I'm definitely not. I mean, I believe in. I'm a fallibilist, right? I'm totally okay with making knowledge claims, even though we can't prove them absolutely or infallibly. But there are certain people, right, who do believe in infallible knowledge. And
All right. So you're saying not all people believe in evidence. All right. True. There's a
No, I'm saying that there are certain people that think, like, for instance, like the laws of logic are absolute. They simply have to be true in every possible world. And I'm saying, look, I'm like, so long as a brain in a vat scenario is conceivable, that you know all your thoughts and beliefs could be programmed into you, then nothing is true. You can never know that anything is absolute.
That's arbitrary.
You can't have a unicorn in your back pocket. And stuff
It's
like
not
that.
a unicorn. It's not. I'm not saying you believe that. It's saying as so long as that is possible, you can't really call it absolute. Unless you're changing it, unless your definition of absolute is like 99.9% certain, right? Then fine. If you want to redefine it that way, but
your axiom is non-existent. You've never observed,
it's not an axiom. Why did you call it an axiom? I never called it an axiom. I said it's a
Because
possibility.
you said that
I said it's a theoretical possibility, and it is.
It's not. The brain in the vat's not a theoretical possibility.
Okay.
A theory has to have at least some evidence.
Really? How is that not a theoretical possibility?
It's as much as a unicorn. It's the same thing. It's on the same base.
Yeah, gremlins are as plausible as.
I'm not saying that we should act on that assumption or act on that belief. I'm saying in a purely academic discussion, right, where we're just philosophizing here, you cannot prove and you can't reasonably claim that anything is truly absolute. You wouldn't know it. It might be absolute, right, but you wouldn't know it. You're in no position to know it. Absolutely.
Exist.
Really?
You exist.
I think we are.
You're in no position to infallibly know it.
Yes,
now, if you want to say...
I can tell you 100% that the sun exists.
Yeah, exactly. I know I exist.
You can't say that with 100% absolute certainty.
I'm 100% sure I exist. 100% sure. I have no doubt.
Oh, what? Cogito ergo sum? I think therefore I am. Is that your argument?
You're arguing from that stance.
I exist, therefore I'll think. Andrew.
But you can't argue from a brain in the vat as a piece of evidence to then suggest, well, you can't be infallible. It is nonsense. You can't argue.
No, I didn't say that you can't be infallible. I said that you can't know that you are infallible in any particular proposition.
Infallibility does not enter the equation.
Well, that's what we're talking about here, Brandon.
We only have
You're right. Like I said, I'm a fallibilist. I'm okay with saying that we know that we exist, that we know that the laws of logic are valid, and we can know all these things. I'm just saying that.
When we infer information about lightning, we know about lightning in every planet in the universe. Inference is very, very powerful.
I'm not objecting to that. See, I'm a pragmatist just like you, Brandon. I'm totally okay with that. But in a purely philosophical, academic, ivory tower discussion, these are not. If you use the word in its technical meaning, we can't know that it's absolute. We can't absolutely know anything, really.
Yes, we can. I know
what
you just said infallibility doesn't enter into it. Now you're saying, yeah, we do.
For some reason, Vic, you have a standard of truth that enters unicorns and brains in a vat in there. I don't know why.
No, just when we're talking about infallibility or absolute.
But why does
I
that
would never call it
nonsense situations?
There's nothing infallible. I only have information about my senses. I know I exist.
Well, that's the thing. Even that you don't know with absolute certainty. I'll explain why. Because in order for you to know that you exist, number one, you have to understand the concept of existence and me and I and all that stuff. You have to know that you're actually processing all that coherently.
No. Babies exist and they know they exist.
No. Yeah,
no,
exactly.
Because in theory, you're just going to dismiss it, I know, but in theory, right, I could program, since you're just a physical being, right, with the, synapses and things going on in your brain, I could program you to believe that you don't exist, for example. Have you ever heard of Cotard's delusion?
Go back to reality.
I am talking about reality. Have you ever heard of Cotard's delusion? These are people who actually exist, who have this mental disorder where they sometimes don't even think they exist. They think they're dead.
Yeah.
Okay? This exists.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
Right. So as long as if that's possible, then why is it not possible that we think that the laws of logic are true when in fact they're something else? Or maybe we're following something, but we think we're not following it.
Get hit in the head with a rock, therefore logic doesn't exist? That's fucking stupid.
I cannot prove that I'm not right now in an insane asylum, hallucinating all of this. This is all in my mind. I cannot prove it.
Look around you.
No one's offered any evidence for that.
Using that as evidence.
I can't absolutely prove it. That's the point. I'm not saying I have good reason to believe that I'm not, that I'm in an insane asylum, or that I don't have good reason to believe that I'm actually having this discussion. I'm saying that
you're still using Brain in a Vat as an application for your views. Why are you
No, in an academic philosophical discussion, which is what we're having here.
Yeah.
Jesus. In this discussion, in this context,
But
yes,
that would
it
mean
is.
to me that it's irrelevant. If it's just an academic.
If you're going to say that philosophy is irrelevant, then fine. Then philosophy is irrelevant. That's fine. Okay, fine. If you think
life, it doesn't matter.
That's totally fine. If you think solipsism and all these academic philosophical discussions are pointless and stupid, that's fine. I can I agree with that. But they're fun to talk about. That's why I discuss them, because it's
Vic,
fun.
you got to step up to bat here. We are doing real philosophy. We're not talking about leprechauns and unicorns. We're talking about science and history and philosophy.
Oh, that's real philosophy?
Yeah. Leprechauns and unicorns is real philosophy? Jesus Christ, what are you going to learn about that? What's that ever going to teach you? Now, this is serious. Now, I don't just come in here and fuck around. I'm coming in here to learn and talk and move.
Yeah. You're a pragmatist, and so am I. But I'm also prepared to engage in these theoretical discussions.
I swear, I saw the unicorn. If I did see the unicorn, then what? And if I saw the unicorn as a unicorn.
This is just so stupid. Like, you act as though I'm sitting here saying, no, Brandon, you can't know that, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can't absolutely know that. That's it. That's all I'm saying, and it's a fact. You can't. In an academic, philosophical sense, you can't absolutely know this shit.
Yeah, I take exception to academic philosophy. For me,
are you advocating a dyadic or triadic truth predicate? Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't hear truth predicate.
That was a mouthful. I don't know what that. What do you mean by that?
Truth predicate. What?
Well, the distinction is, in the dyadic case, whether it's, I guess, sort of object as opposed to the interpreter in the dyadic truth predicate, and the triadic would have an interpretant sort of thing being interpreted
So
in
there's
the
two things.
third place of the relation. Go ahead.
So there's two things. There's a perceiver and the perceived, and you're introducing some third thing.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood you then, grievously.
Well, sorry, the main, okay, the dyadic one is pretty much that there's a kind of correspondence and such, right? So, the main subject and it's, what is it, I don't know, object or language and similar. Yeah, the representation has a relationship in it. And the triadic affair has this kind of, well, interpretant to the interpreter so that one has, well, a more complete kind of picture. And it's also compatible with the anti-realist kind of stance.
Okay, so it's the perceiver and the perceived, and what's this tri thingy? A tri means three.
Triadic is the three-place relation.
Okay, so you are bringing in some third thing besides the perceiver and the perceived, which I return to my point I said earlier. How are you doing that?
No, you're bringing in the
welcome, Peter.
Perceived in the dyadic case. I guess perceiver stance is what the triadic case does bring in.
The perceiver stance is what?
The triadic case tends to bring into the picture beyond what the dyadic case already has.
What is this triadic case, though? What's the third thing? There's the perceiver and the perceived object, and what is this other thing you're doing? I don't know what it is yet.
No. The dyadic relation is the two-place relation is
between the perceiver and the perceived.
No, the main subject is sort of like a predicate, right?
No,
and,
the subject is the perceiver.
No. The main subject is the true predicate.
Look,
not the perceiver.
There's an entity and there's a reality that the entity's looking at. Now, what else do you have in your pocket? I don't fucking know what you're talking about.
No. What? The dyadic case is pretty close to correspondence ideas. So for instance, the I guess proposition is like the first place of the relation, and there's an object, an interpreter, or a language or something that's in the second place of the relation to have some kind of correspondence to. All right. So the third one, you've got your predicate or whatever it is, and you have say the object of the sign, and then the interpreter or interpretant. So.
Right. Well, if that answered my question, anybody can jump in and go with that if they have anything to do with that. If you want to be more cogent, I'm willing to try to follow your thought.
Well, that was a question.
Well, that's my answer.
The question wasn't directed at you.
My answer wasn't directed at you.
This is confusing.
I agree.
Yeah, I was asking Vic, what form of pragmatic truth he adhered to.
Pragmatic truth. Well, are you talking like correspondence theory and that sort of truth? Is that what you're asking me? Like what sort of truth I believe in?
Well, the distinction in the pragmatic theory is something else.
When I was talking about pragmatism, I was basically, because it's obvious that Andrew and Brandon just want to talk about real life, real world shit that has real world applications, right? Stuff that you can use in science, stuff that actually has real world benefits, right? As opposed to this theoretical mumbo jumbo that we talk about in academia and philosophy, right? And that's fine. And that's what I'm saying. I'm with them in that, right? But so the thing that annoys me here is that they're kind of putting me into the same camp as these obnoxious presuppositionalists who will come in here and say something like, well, you can't prove that. How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? See, you can't prove anything, therefore God, right? You know, and that's not where I'm coming from here. I'm a fallibilist, like I said. It means I'm totally comfortable with calling shit knowledge and without appealing to infallibility and absolute. I don't think you need it, right? So I'm totally with Brandon on that. So this vitriol with what I'm saying here, it's crazy to me, because we're on the same page here. I'm totally comfortable with talking about pragmatism, but if I'm going to be put my little philosophical hat on, I'm going to talk in a purely academic ivory tower context, then yeah, no, we can't infallibly know pretty much anything. So long as it's possible, theoretically possible, that I'm a brain in a vat and I'm being, all my beliefs and everything are all being implanted into me, then no.
Right, then it's not theoretically possible.
Yeah.
That's
Also,
as far as we know, Brandon, as far as we can know.
What do you describe as theoretically possible?
Because I can easily come up, I can program a little robot to believe in nonsense.
Is that what you mean by theoretically possible? Is any fantasy you can come up with?
Peter and Blackby asked about any broadcast.
Why is it a fantasy? Like, you make it seem as if it's so, like, far-fetched, like...
I want to know what Nadia thinks about the brain of that Descartes stuff. The demon.
Yeah, Descartes believed that the outside world, is pranked by a demon.
No, he didn't believe that. He was just speculating if that
That's
were...
nice. I want to hear what Nadia thinks about that.
Yeah, well, anti-realism has a nice little, I guess, incidental benefit that the question is moot in an anti-realist context.
That's too easy.
But he's not an anti-realist. He's a realist. He's a rationalist.
That's against the rules. You can't just say, well, it's moot.
Yeah, we have rules here. You cannot just do that.
You can't do that.
I can't just be an anti-realist?
No, you can't just say it's moot. You have to wrestle with it.
How would you describe that reality doesn't exist? That'd be very strange, and then that would be very, very strange right after it got strange.
Well, basic idea is...
there you go. You violated everything because ideas happen inside reality, so you're already fucked.
Vic, even
no need of that
not necessarily, Brandon. Not necessarily.
As per Pierre-Simon Laplace, in fact, I declare reality as the victim of Occam's razor, because it's little more than a kind of placeholder in the theory of truth, where you can cut out the middleman and have this kind of truth is what is predictive of future experience without reference to this unnecessary, I guess, concept of reality.
All right, Vic, now you see why earlier I said that I'm not allowed to use Occam's razor as an objectivist. They won't let me because then it gets you into trouble like this shit here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and one point.
Yeah.
Occam's razor is very dangerous because Occam used it to prove that God exists because God was a simpler explanation than physical.
It's not but it's not actually. When you actually delve deeper, it's actually a much more complicated explanation.
I would argue with you that it's not, because when you say there's a God, you have to go through somersaults to explain your way around dinosaurs and fossils and the Big Bang. You have to, explain all.
Right.
But you've gone through all those somersaults, and you didn't need to, because you could just tell them, "Oh, Occam's razor, fuck off. Leonard Peikoff won't let me use that."
No, the fact that there are no such things as gods is easily demonstrated through the logical incoherence of atemporal causation, for instance, or I don't know, the
incoherence of
incompatibility of the disembodiment of mind.
The incoherence of temporal causation. I just want to know if I had that right. The incoherence of temporal causation. Is that right?
Atemporal.
The incoherence of atemporal causation.
How causation can exist atemporally?
What is atemporal? Non-space?
Outside of time.
No, outside of time.
Okay. The legitimacy of non-time causation. Is that what that sentence
Logically
means? Is
inherent.
that what that phrase means?
More like
Let's not think about what it means.
illogicality of
Right.
causation outside of time. How about that?
Causation outside of time. So events following one from another without time.
Yeah,
That's
Right.
like
that's
cookies without sugar or milk. What is that?
Exactly. This is how the God is demonstrated to
I call
be.
BS. I call BS, and the audience can judge for themselves.
Excuse me, Brandon.
You're
The fact that that is logically incoherent is the demonstration that there are no such things as gods. Right?
Oh, all right. Then we can be atheists. All right.
I want to make a point about what Vic said earlier, that maybe we are programmed robots. But the thing is that even if that's true, as robots, we have to exist in a world that is equal to the one that we're living right now.
Everything you just said, all of that, that mental processes that led you to that conclusion, right, could have been implanted into you, right? So in theory, I'm just saying, in theory, we're talking.
This is where we use Occam's razor. I'm going to use Occam's razor.
That's fine. I'm totally in favor. I'm not saying we should believe this shit. I'm saying in an academic, ivory tower, philosophizing context, this is inescapable. It is an
Even as a
inescapable.
hypothesis, it's not right.
Just because you say
I'm not posing it as a hypothesis. I'm
just
saying
because you say in theory doesn't mean that you had an argument.
Look, if it is not logically impossible, right, then it's possible. Then it's logically, and so long as it's logically possible.
Rationalist. I think this guy's a rational intrinsic.
Not logically possible.
2 and 1 and 2. You're all over
This thought experiment, this brain in a vat, is logically possible, right? It is.
Possible, then it's
So
logical.
unless you can demonstrate that it's somehow logically impossible, then this is inescapable.
There's no evidence for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fine, but it's not logically impossible, so therefore it is possible.
No, because to properly think, you have to have two things. You have to have reason and evidence. Otherwise, if you're just using reason...
You need reason and evidence to believe it. I'm not saying you should believe this. I'm saying it's a possibility. All I'm asking you to believe that it's a possibility, and that's
What's
that's
logical
a fact.
about a brain in a vat?
It is a
What's
fact
logical?
that it's a possibility.
Well, it's not a fact. It doesn't have any evidence. But what would be logical about being a brain in a vat? Why is that logical? And why would it be logical for aliens to control our brains? Why is that logical?
No. Why is it possible? Logic has nothing. Doesn't.
Why do you think?
Why
it's
is it possible?
Well,
because there's nothing
it's
to
in
preclude
theory,
it.
that's what I'm
There's nothing.
saying.
There's nothing to discount it. There's nothing to prevent it.
Yeah, but you can
That's
think
it.
all an anti-realist is doing is constructing predictive models to anticipate future experience. And Brother John may need to be broadcast. So that it dodges, and you need to take on these kinds of questions. See, what is it? Are you, quote unquote, really a brain in a vat? Is something that the anti-realists need not consider.
Well,
And likewise, the Matrix, and so on and so
That's cheating, Nadia. That's cheating, and that's breaking the rules in this hangout.
Go ahead, Andrew.
What's the rule of this hangout?
Andrew, I want Andrew to get.
You have to concretize your concept.
Well, it's not fair when there's a philosophical problem. You just say, "Well, we don't. Our group just doesn't care about it. It's a moot point." And we move on.
Anti-realism has a different kind of problem. Kind of like I don't know, responsibilism, virtue ethic, or virtue epistemologies don't have the Gettier cases as their problems.
I forget what the Gettier guy was about. I never heard of this bastard. Where did he come from? Is it Lacan's son?
Justified true belief.
Justified true belief. Redundancy, if I've ever heard one. Jesus Christ.
It's not a redundancy. If you can believe something without it being true, and you can also believe something without it being justified.
Well, now we're just, you got so many ideas floating, I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't we change
I'm pretty sure the Gettier cases were about that. The idea that there are some cases where knowledge is not justified true belief. But I haven't read much about it.
Right. I would look into it and I would tear it to fucking pieces. I know I would. I know by the term.
What's up, Brandon?
How are you doing?
I think that's a
Doing
pretty
good,
good
man.
knowledge is justified true belief, isn't it? What else could it be?
No, knowledge is belief.
Well,
Yeah, but then you have to define.
Usually the academic definition is that.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Then you have to define what justified means, what constitutes truth. You know, it's not that simple. I mean,
He's hanging upside down. He's got too much blood in his head. He doesn't know what he's saying. Peter, you're a Mexican from Australia. Let's talk about this for just a second. So
Is it sunny inside?
I thought that was a myth. Not actually in Mexico.
You got the sunscreen?
Australian.
Sunscreen?
Okay, so I'll take one of those words out of justified true belief, and I don't know which one, but I say I'm going to use word economy, and I'm going to take one of those three words out, and I don't need the other one. I'm not sure which one. We can talk about that. Do you need all three of them? Can you reduce it to two? Can you go straight to one?
Well, you generally don't really cut along those lines. For instance, but I think an alternative would be accurate, adroit, and apt, and it only dodges, I guess, one of the three major cases or thought experiments that Gettier devised. The basic sort of idea of the Gettier problems is that the justification ends up not being entirely correct or holding up exactly, but on the other hand, it turns out to be true anyway.
The justification for what doesn't have what, and it turns out to be true anyway?
Justification for the belief.
The justification for the belief turns out to be true.
No. The justification for the belief turns out to not actually go through. But the belief ends up being true anyway.
All right. Mexican, can you remember the question of what I had put to you?
Well, so you have a kind of defective justification.
About her question?
You have a defective justification, right? That you have a belief that just happens to be true. And this tends to strip ideas of knowledge that want to discard the justification, because even though the justification is not going through in those cases, they can be still reasonable to have as justifications for those affairs, particularly as they relate to inductive kinds of processes.
Okay.
And last but not least, now the point of bringing up the Gettier cases is this justified true belief is not the only kind of theory of knowledge. It tends to be coupled with foundationalism and such. Virtue epistemology has, for instance, a reliable process account for what constitutes knowledge.
Okay, look, is it valid or not? Is it valid or not?
I hadn't finished my sentence.
I know, because
I hadn't finished my sentence, so I hadn't finished my sentence.
What is valid about justified true belief? Why can't I shorten that sentence?
I am addressing a different idea here, which is that the reliabilist virtue epistemology is not vulnerable to the Gettier cases.
Well, that's a nice try, but why do I use that concept? What is that concept meaningful for? Why can't I shorten it? What is justified true belief?
It's a theory of what constitutes knowledge.
Right.
Right. The different theories of knowledge.
Does anyone want to defend
and
I think it sounds right.
Have different kinds of vulnerabilities to different issues, right? So the realist stance and the anti-realist stance have different kinds of vulnerabilities to different issues, right?
Well, my milk goes bad on Tuesday next, but does anyone want to defend the idea that justified true belief is a concept that's legitimate? I want to shorten that. I think that's a mouthful of redundancy.
It's not.
The problem is that it's not as simple as just saying, oh, justified true belief. Oh, there it is. I mean, you have to understand, like, what constitutes justification, what constitutes truth. These are all important These are questions that have been discussed by philosophers for centuries, right?
Yeah, but if you start going down that path, you can't even talk about anything.
So
If every
Well, I
time
mean,
we
going
talk
back
about
to the
anything,
brain and the like.
we need to decide what this
Those
means.
questions are
This
resolved.
means. That's true, but let's just.
Look. Here's what I'm saying. Like,
Let's go with Voltaire. Let's say define your terms, and whenever we define a term, we don't argue about it anymore. We define it and we move forward.
All right, so let's do that. So
Alright,
like going back to what we were talking about brain in a vat before, and I said that was logically possible, and then Andrew's like, no, you don't know that. Yes, I do know that it's logically possible. The reason there's a confusion. No, hold on. Let me finish. The reason that Andrew's confused is because he doesn't understand that there's different types of possibility. There's epistemic possibility, which is what he's referring to. Then there's logical possibility. There's nomenological possibility. There's different types of possibility. Yes, there are. You can look them up. Jesus.
Logical.
So what I'm saying is that what I said is logically possible. That we're brain in a vat is logically possible. Is it epistemically possible? No. As far as we know, we're not a brain.
Sounds like we're arguing possibility versus probability.
Yeah. What would be your point?
I'll call these people
Forget it. It's like
to them why there's only one type of possibility.
you people try to like simplify this shit that it's actually fairly nuanced and complex. It really is.
Well, that's just a way of fogging things. We can actually talk about reality.
Yeah, okay, fine. If you want to just stick to like science and practical discussions, fine. But I'm saying if you really want to get technical and get philosophical about it, it's very nuanced.
Listen, that's actually like
the thing is that
I get it. You guys don't care.
You are contradicting yourself.
I get it. You guys don't care for the ivory tower discussions. That's fine.
You say that you care about logic, but you're contradicting yourself.
How the fuck am I contradicting myself?
You said all you want.
In what way?
Reality.
What?
You said if all you wanted to pay attention to is science and reality.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. It's about 30.
You say, like, one contradiction is that you say that there cannot be absolute knowledge, but you're stating.
No, I said we cannot know that we have absolute knowledge of something or absolute truth. We can't. There's no reasonable way for us to say yes, that is absolutely true.
That's an infinite.
But that's a contradiction. That's a contradiction.
We can't know that we know
that
we
is
know
not
that
a contradiction because
that we know that we know that we know.
Listen, everything that I say is relative to my presuppositions, right? All of my claims are fallible. Everything. It's all provisional, right? That there's no inconsistency there. It's perfectly consistent. Philosophers will tell you that.
You can't be certain.
You keep saying absolute.
I fallibly know that I can be wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Fallibly. I would never say that I'm infallible.
So it's
about
possible
anything.
that you can't be wrong.
And I could be fallibly, and I could be fallible about being fallible too. Yeah.
Well, so how do you know that you are infallible?
I fallibly know it. I fallibly know that I'm fallible. That's it.
Why do you have to say fallibly, though? Why don't you just say
because I'm being
know.
explicit. Because if I say no, you might think that I'm saying infallibly. Because then you say, "Oh, that's a contradiction." No, I'm not. That's why you have to make that qualification.
We might have in our definition of knowledge, it might be fallibility.
Right. I'm a fallibilist.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Totally okay.
So you don't have.
But what I'm saying, a presuppositionalist, for example, right? These people would come in here and demand infallible knowledge, otherwise it's not true knowledge. That's what they say. They'll say, well, you don't really have knowledge, because if you don't infallibly know, if you don't absolutely know it, then you don't really know it. That's what they would say, and therefore God. This is the type of shit that they would say. And I would say, no, there's nothing inconsistent or wrong about fallible knowledge across the board.
The funny thing about these things is that the reason they go on is because you're not talking about reality. They just go on and on because there's no reality behind it. So. And whenever you introduce reality, it just ends the subject, and people have to go on to something else that's not connected to reality.
Well, I mean, arguing with presupposition is extremely frustrating. And
we are interested in philosophy that clarifies reality. Not that type of philosophy that.
Well, okay, that's fine if you're not interested in that, but a lot of philosophers are, and they entertain those discussions because they're interesting. They're like interesting thought exercises.
But they won't go anywhere. They are just.
Well, it's not intended to go. It's just intended to make you think. It's like for some of these mathematical proofs. A lot of them are kind of useless, right? But they do it because it's an interesting challenge.
Well, in the case of mathematics, lots of conjectures and and theorems. At first, they thought they didn't have like an application, but later on, we
Okay,
found
well
out
then there
that
you there you go. Maybe some of these philosophical discussions that you find to be pointless, maybe they'll actually have a practical application in the future.
Gödel, incompleteness. There are mathematics infinities. That's what it is. What do you think about that, Vic? You know about him?
Say that again. You broke up a little bit.
Gödel, mathematics, infinities, multiplying infinities.
Yeah. What about it? Yeah, that's useful. Of course it is.
Is
It
it
has
useful?
a lot of that has applications. Yeah.
It's been debunked now. That's all done. We're into a new age of math. They're going to leave that nonsense behind, and we can actually start making some more progress in those areas. There are no infinite sets. How does that sentence set with you? There are no
It's been
infinite
debunked.
Yeah, there are no infinite sets.
Even conceptually, there are no infinite sets.
Right.
there is no infinity.
Yeah.
I think that there are different. I mean, again, I'm not a mathematician, but there are different notions of infinity, right? Like many different notions.
And they're saying that the reason that the math hasn't been able to work up till now, the reason it's been on stall, is because they've taken Cantor seriously. And now they're going to move into a new phase where they're going to say there are no infinite sets, and that's going to allow mathematics to blossom again.
Well,
I mean, there's countable, infinite. There's, well, whatever. Go on.
Well, I know the definition of infinity in physics. That is basically a quantity that is bigger than what you can observe. Like, for example,
that is not a set.
The approach you're suggesting is not actually novel.
Or smaller.
Finitism, I think, dates from the turn of the 20th century, basically like 1900, associated with, I think, Brouwer, and it wasn't necessarily Brouwer himself, but people who were taking the same kind of vein of ideas as Brouwer was sort of leading into an even more extreme direction than he had going himself.
Okay, true, and I think
they called it finitism. Brouwer's affair was intuitionism.
Right. Fair, and I think there were other thinkers earlier than that who were onto this idea, so I think Cantor was like an outlier who all these idiots have latched onto and are obsessed with, and it's going to have to die off. It's like it's like dark matter. It's going to wither away at some point. We're going to have to figure out something better to work with. So its time is limited because infinite sets and dark matter, both their time are limited. Infinite sets now, the article's been published. I think it's Pizarro. I'll carry on and I'll see if I can find them. I'll put the link over the side. There are no infinite sets because what would it mean for there to be an infinite set? What does infinity mean? And so if you use that assumption, it gets you in lots of trouble.
Well, there are two major notions of infinities. One is a set of equivalence classes of under the relation of equivalence, and the other is a kind of limiting behavior. All right, so that kind of increasing without bound, as opposed to divergence by oscillation, would represent the limiting behavior. And so, for instance, as you approach the kind of point at which the limit occurs, for any finite bound, no matter how large, you could always find some, distance to be close enough to that, point that you're approaching your limit to make the function greater than the lower limit you proposed. Now,
that sounds like the Zeno's paradox.
Equipollens class, has, I suppose, some relatively complex kinds of ideas, like what is it? That the denumerable sets are this sort of smallest infinity, right? There's equal natural numbers.
There you go. Small.
What's that?
What does that mean, the smallest infinity? There you are. What kind of nonsense are you talking now?
Well, there is an ordering.
See?
Between the equipoise classes provided by surjective
you see
and injective
mappings. What does it mean to multiply infinities? What does it mean to have small or big infinities or different infinities or sets of infinities?
May I explain?
Well, you're trying. Go ahead,
Okay, so the ordering has to do with surjective and injective mappings. Right? Surjectives mappings cover all of their range, and the injective mappings are one-to-one on their domain. So if there is an injective mapping from, say, A to B, then A would have a smaller cardinality than B. If there is a
injective
mapping, from A to B, every element of B is covered by.
Are these indispensably abstract
mapping here? Then A would have a larger cardinality than B. Say it again.
I don't know what mapping is. I don't know what cardallion is.
Yeah, exactly. You're losing us with the jargon. How you say? Jargon, yeah.
Either you're talking about reality in some way that you can share with people or not. And oftentimes I love your sentences, they're symphonies, and I think people will find that I often follow you when they can't. But I do my best, and I say, you just lost me, sir, ma'am.
I am fundraising for voice feminization surgery. So
my point stands.
I tried to explain what surjective and injective were. Were those explanations problematic?
Now, you just had a minute. Let me give a shot at that. Subjective would mean something that is to the subject particular. Objective would mean something that is not particular to that subject, which is general of everything in that subject's class, just to use Aristotelian terms. So, subjectively, it might be quite important for me to come and have a beer at night. But objectively, it's not important. However, it is important that I breathe oxygen every day. So that is a subjective and objective importance to the value of keeping an entity alive.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If that's approach, I would like to throw that to Vic because he's very confused about what values are and where they occur. And Vic, values occur only to entities that are trying to do something. But Nadia, I don't want to interrupt what we were doing there. If you want to reply to that.
Okay, I think there may have been some unclear articulation of the words. We called them in the side chat. It's not subjective, but surjective. S-U-R-J-E-C-T-I-V-E. And not objective, but injective. I-N-J-E-C-T-I-V-E.
Well, now it's all become very clear then.
Yeah, sewer is to be over and above or whatever. So it's covering all over the I guess of the range, and injective is of course injecting in that sense and being one-to-one. I suppose in the other sense there. In the category theoretic formulation, you could call the surjective things epimorphisms and the injective things monomorphisms.
And how does this relate to objective and subjective?
It doesn't.
Right. Okay. There we go. That's
it's about the infinity.
Yeah, it's a confusing jargon. It's throwing everything off track. It's getting.
Well, it relates to the relationship between these various infinities, right? How you say that the
oh, I get it now. This is obfuscation. This is all obfuscation then.
No, the cardinality of the continuum.
Oh, there we go.
The cardinality of the set of real numbers. For instance, being larger than the I guess Aleph naught cardinality of a set of natural numbers. is something that you can establish by showing that there's, well, no, what is it, surjection or whatever it is, from naturals to reals or something like that. It's not terribly remarkable. What is it? Cantor's diagonalization argument.
Okay, what did Cantor say? You want to do something about that?
Yeah, Cantor's diagonalization argument said that the
I
if
think
one
Fingal's
had
right.
an enumeration
I've heard about Cantor.
This is
within
Zeno's
the
paradox.
open interval
Yeah.
between 0 and 1 were arranged in a kind of list ordered by the natural numbers, 0, 1 as the indices.
Okay,
The
so it's
digits along the diagonal would have, in a kind of a radix expansion, would have the potential to indicate a number that would not be in the list, right? You could always choose a different digit at that position.
Why?
Where the nth number occurred, so that you could have a number that would never appear in the list, right?
Why?
You have a contradiction that the real numbers can be surjectively covered by the naturals.
Well, then
So-
just come up with a better numbering system.
What? Yeah, it was Cantor's diagonal argument.
Well, that's a shit argument. Just come up with a better numbering system that isn't limited by your lack of imagination, I guess. Right? Where does it get with that? That gets you nowhere. So, look, this is all...
Cantor ended up in a mental institution.
That's
He was crazy.
That's why they like it. They like crazy people. They like Picasso because he cut his ear off.
You understand the... Do you understand the conclusion of this?
The conclusion of what? What
The
conclusion?
argument.
What argument?
You kind of lost it.
Cantor's diagonalization argument.
I can follow anything you say as long as you say it to me. But go ahead.
Yeah, the Cherie also needs to be broadcast.
Oh. Try again. I'm sharp. I can follow a lot. Do what you can to make it sensible if you can.
Okay.
Jerry, welcome. Now 20% transgender. That's a normal room in Google.
Okay, so what this establishes is that you can say that the infinity that corresponds to how many real numbers there are is bigger than the infinity that corresponds to how many natural numbers there are.
And we say, no, that's not true. I just throw that out. I just punch you in the face and walk away with that.
Okay. So there's a way to show this, right?
Now you're
I'm reading about it now.
Now you're bleeding and you can't show this now because I've hit
Well,
you.
I already did it. So.
Well, I
this
already punched
is
you.
not
You
too hard.
can't demonstrate it anymore.
I already demonstrated it.
How
So
can no?
I'm repeating the demonstration in perhaps ways you might more easily understand.
Because you were not able to demonstrate it, I punched you. So that doesn't mean you demonstrated. Now go ahead and demonstrate if you can. How infinities?
I already did.
What now? Why can there be sizes of infinities or magnitudes of infinities? Or there's only one kind of infinity, and that is larger than any and quantity. That's it. And you can't say this infinity is smaller than that one. Infinity is to be larger than any quantity. That's saying a universe is smaller than another universe. The universe means everything. All that. And if you point over here and say, well, I've got a little bit of styrofoam out here, that's in the universe. We get all of that. So what is your infinity? Infinity is all of that. You don't get to have big ones or little ones, purple ones.
I would claim that the set of all subsets of a set is of strictly larger cardinality than the cardinality of the set itself. and that's for infinite as well as finite sets. And this is not hard.
What?
File argument works for that as well. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone want to reply to that?
Well, actually,
I think it's kind of simpler.
Let's say
I think it's really simpler. I think that you're suggesting that there are no infinite sets, and there are no bound infinite sets. Anything that is a finite set we call a bound set. Anything that is not finite, in other words, it is outside the scope of our counting or measuring, we call unbounded. And infinities are unbounded sets. That means that we can't find the end of them.
Okay, and there are none.
There are no infinite. Yes, the set of ordinal numbers is something that you could not possibly enumerate all of.
Right. Any set you have is finite. There are no infinite sets.
No, the set of innumerable numbers is infinite.
No, it's a finite set.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Because you can always get one more.
Well, go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I haven't finished the set of all integers.
There you go.
The set of innumerable integers is infinite.
You've given me no evidence of You've given me no evidence of an infinite set. You've only counted to 5.
It's a concept, Brandon. It's conceptual.
You're right. I cannot.
It's like imaginary numbers.
Okay,
but that's exactly the point. It's an unbound set. That's exactly the point. It's an unbound set. If it were a finite bound set, then I can give you specific evidence of that set. If it is an unbounded, if I give you specific evidence and you can continually defeat that evidence, as can I, and we can never find a boundary to that set, then we call that set unbounded and we equate it to an infinite infinity.
Look, Vic made my point for me. Vic said it is a concept. That is the point I'm trying to make. It is not bound by time, space, or any other factors you want. A concept goes all the way into history and all the way into future, into every possible experience humans can have. The concept...
like the multiverse or reality. Or let's just say reality. We can't bound reality finitely.
Terrible. What does the multiverse mean? It means things outside of everything.
Skip the multiverse. Let's go back to the word reality. Okay. Reality is not a bound set.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes.
You cannot give me the entire evidence of reality.
But if I did, that would be all that there was.
But if you did, but you can only conceptually talk about doing so. You cannot possibly itemize everything that exists in reality to exactly define that set. Therefore, the set is unbound, and we discuss it as being an infinite.
Infinity is a concept, and it never actually exists.
Well, let me ask you this, Brandon. Do you think that something has always existed?
Yes.
Well, there you go. That's an infinite, isn't it?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, there are no infinites.
It's an infinite of time right there. You said always. That's an infinite time.
Time is something
that... You're saying that time has a beginning and an end.
Time is a consideration within existence.
Does time have a beginning and an end?
Time is a consideration within existence.
If time has a beginning and an end, then it's a finite set. If not, then it's an infinite set.
Oh, I didn't say it has a beginning and an end.
If it's missing either a beginning or an end, then it is infinite. That's the definition.
Do you want me to say the only infinity is the existence of the universe? Because I'll get Buddhist on your ass.
No, I'm saying that the only infinity is something which has neither a beginning either not a beginning or not an end or both. Anything that has no beginning or no end or both is considered infinite, unbound.
then I still get all my apples in my cart, and I still get to sell them for the same price. Because even if that's true, infinity still
because you're talking about finite
I didn't finish it. Infinity still don't exist because the universe hasn't finished going through that infinity of time you claim exists.
You haven't experienced it, correct? It's an unbound set that we will never experience.
It's only gone up to this point in time, so that's not infinity.
Well, you don't exist either. I have never touched you.
This is very strange. That's lame. Go ahead, try again.
But you are
no
seeing.
set the only set that I have of your existence is this virtual representation.
Well, that's lame. Try again. 2 tries. 3 strikes, you're out.
There's a greater set of you that is rather unbound that we probably might call the butterfly effect, where we can't tell where the effects of what you are will ever end.
No evidence for that. Multiple unicorns nonsense. Throw it out. Go ahead. Somebody else take a turn now.
Well, like for example, in my case, there's a notion of infinity in mathematics and physics that states that you'd consider an amount or a quantity infinite if it is bigger than what you can observe or what you can measure. Like you have something that is infinite and you have something that is infinitesimal. That means that it's smaller than what we can observe.
What do you mean have something that's infinite? You mean that it's possible in your calculations?
It is, yeah, it's possible in your calculation, but yet...
If it's possible in your calculations, that doesn't mean that it has occurred in your calculations.
How about this one? How about if I pose to you the question, what is the sum of all integers? Of all positive... What is the sum of all positive integers?
Infinity, right?
No.
Okay. Not
it's indeterminable because the components are infinite. That's the point.
Okay, that doesn't get you any bigger infinity than saying 1 + 1 forever.
That's not a matter of size of infinities. It's a matter of it's unbounded. Brandon, if you can determine a size of something, then it is a bound set, and it is in fact finite.
That's what she said.
That's the point.
Cantor is the one who said that there are sets of infinities and sizes of infinities and groups of infinities, and they get together and do things. So I'm the one who says infinity never, never, never exists, and you can't play with it, touch it, look at it, or use it. All you can do is use it in mathematics, but that doesn't give you anything in metaphysics. Mathematics doesn't come down to metaphysics. It can tell us about reality, but it never walks down over here and plays with reality. So
Brandon, I have an example for you of what might be considered infinity.
Okay.
Say, for example, that you have a ship, and as it approaches the speed of light, it approaches infinity. Does that make any sense to you?
No, infinity what?
Like for example,
squared, and therefore its mass increases.
How is the speed of light infinite?
Its energy is increasing.
Its energy would hit infinite before it hit the speed of light.
Yeah,
is that
exactly.
The speed of light is finite, though. I don't.
It is finite, but as you approach the speed of light, your energy gets to an amount that it's infinite. In regards to to other quantities in our universe. So that's what would make it infinite.
So you can never push mass past the speed of light because it would take all the energy in the universe to do it.
That's a theory, but I think you can, because as you approach the speed of light, everything in your ship is proportionally increased. Not only the mass, but everything.
All the energy in the mass?
All the for example, if the mass gets heavier, the fuel is getting heavier. It's getting faster and faster. The processes in the ship are getting more energetic.
You're not using fuel to do the speed? You must.
You're using fuel, but as you approach the speed of light, the fuel is getting more massive. Therefore, more energetic. That's what I'm saying.
That's interesting. That's quite a quandary. I wonder if anyone has worked on that.
That's one thing that proves that the speed of light, the limit, it's not really proven.
I like that. So the faster you go, the heavier your gas tank is, so the more energy you have. So don't worry about filling up. Just go faster and faster.
It goes faster and faster.
I like that.
Yeah.
I've never thought of that quandary. If anyone wants to mention to that, I wonder if anybody's worked on that. Is that maybe somebody would just dismiss us and slap us in the eye?
I have a video on that. Actually, it was one of my first videos here on YouTube explaining why, you know, faster than light speeds are possible. But the thing is that mathematically, as you reach the speed of light, you reach infinity. Or like for example, you get so energetic that you would practically be out of the perceptions of people that are traveling at the slower speed. You know, so that's the notion of infinity according to relativity and then physics. It happens too at the small side. You know,
I don't know if it's a true infinite. I think mathematically it might be infinite, but when it comes to the physical realm, since like space is, well, as far as we know, it's quantized, right? There comes a point, like the Planck length, Planck time, that sort of thing, right? There's a limit. There's a limit to how small or big you can go. But it's kind of like a black hole, right? When they say, you know, your mass, you know, gets infinitely dense or whatever as you go into a black hole, they don't really mean like infinite. I mean, it's not infinite.
Well, yeah, it's not infinite, but it's a quantity that is bigger than everything else in the universe. You know, it gets to a point that it gets to another dimension.
But that's still not infinity, like a true infinity.
Yeah.
It's not. But mathematically, that's a definition.
Well, Brandon's talking about a true infinity, and I think that the example that I gave is I asked him, "Do you think that something has always existed?" And he said, "Yeah," and he had no problem. He didn't even bat an eyelash when he said that. So it's like, well, if you believe in that, then you believe in some concept of infinity, because
No, because I said the universe has existed up till now and to no point further, so it's finite.
What do you mean it existed up until now? I mean,
you're talking about.
So you said it always existed, so presumably that means you don't think it had a beginning, right? In some form, it's always existed in some form.
Well, we don't have any evidence for that. It goes back to the Big Bang.
Well, I think the Big Bang is flawed.
Well, then you don't think it always existed then? Then you think it went back 14.5 billion years or 13.7 billion years, and that's it.
But conceptually,
you are suggesting something from nothing, literally.
Conceptually, time started then, so.
I haven't done that.
Time and space came from nothing by your definition of infinite beginning. Determining a beginning like the Big Bang is to say that something, time, space, came out of nothing.
No, I didn't say nothing.
I'm not saying about the expression within time, space.
No,
yeah, because otherwise something would have existed always in some form.
And then we go back to the infinite.
Right.
Okay, all I can say is that we have some state of affairs that we can trace back to some state of affairs, and that's what we can say. Now, you guys want us to talk beyond the evidence? We can.
You're right. We can always artificially bound anything and call it a finite set. That was my point about finite sets, though. Almost always, if I'm not mistaken, been found to be subsets of unbound sets that we don't know the boundaries of yet. And we call those infinite until we determine a new finite boundary and then declare that our new set. Well, we keep expanding the boundaries, and as of yet, we've not found the ultimate boundary, and therefore we do not suggest that everything belongs to a finite set, because we cannot assert that with any degree of certainty because we don't know. Just like we don't know that there's any infinite, we cannot say that everything is finitely contained. And that's why we suggest that so far our knowledge of things
You're going too far. No, you're going too
It
far.
is only of the finite bound set.
Can I jump
We
in
have
for a
knowledge.
second?
Here's where it ties into knowledge. Here's
Listen,
where
let
it
me
ties
jump in
into
for a
knowledge
second
claim.
before I lose my thought. I'll lose my thought if you keep going. I won't know what I've said. Look, you're going too far. We don't need to have unbound infinite sets or whatever you said.
You're absolutely correct. Unbound infinite sets are areas where we do not have and cannot claim knowledge. The only places that we can claim knowledge are within finite bound sets that we can experimentally measure and discuss, as you mentioned, through observation and a presupposition that solipsism is not correct.
Okay, the only actual sets are finite bound sets. That's the strongest case I can make. I'd stand by it. It's a little strong.
But that's not correct mathematically. Those sets are not defined. Those are only a portion of the totality of sets. And we can demonstrate those by something as simple as the set of all positive integers. It is unbounded.
That set does not exist.
It is unbounded.
What about the application of mathematics? Can you apply a set that's not bound or not terminal?
You can, but it's mathematics. Those sets don't exist. There exists no infinite sets.
Well,
the applications of that mathematics is calculus, and calculus has been exceptionally valuable as a tool for evaluating reality.
What? Yes, but it's always
But in
bounded
calculus,
and
you have limits. You have limits.
Calculus, yeah. Well, calculus is always bounded and approximate, though.
We try to make it so, and we approach limits with infinite steps.
Right. No,
but it is another definition of infinity, and the set of all steps to that tangentialness is, in fact, infinite.
Right.
Brandon,
as far as you
and
take
that's why I'm saying there are such things as practical unbound sets.
No, it only goes as far as you take it, though. It only goes as far as you take it, and then it stops. Superfin, go ahead.
So would you agree that at least there's a continuum in the universe?
Yes, but it only goes as far as you count.
Well, but you would agree that the universe, as everything that ever existed, is infinite in time, because it always
no, it's only up to today. It's only up to today. It doesn't go into the future.
Everything
but the universe won't disappear in the future. It will continue to go on.
I have very little evidence for that. I don't know.
That's a very strong skeptical point. I think that's overly skeptical.
Cannot
everything from the Big Bang to now is, in fact, a bounded set. However, now we don't recognize as the end. We recognize it simply as a boundary, an artificial boundary, and all finite sets are artificially created for the sake of humans in our relative space.
Yeah.
We don't perceive quantum phenomena. We don't perceive faster than light phenomena.
We do perceive quantum phenomena. We perceive quantum phenomena every day. Superfin, what about this existence of the universe?
We don't sensorily perceive that.
Yes, we do. We perceive it every day. We perceive it all the time, every day. Every time you see a glass window, you see quantum phenomena. Superfin,
I'm not seeing anything acting at the quantum level. I'm not perceiving that. I am perceiving the accumulation of those. I'm perceiving
the rest of my case.
Accumulation of those, but at my level, mechanical physics doesn't work at the quantum level the same way it does.
It does.
Yep, it does.
Like the pilot wave. The pilot wave theory is much better than the Copenhagen interpretation.
Yeah, it's better at explaining things, but we do see those things. Every time you look at a pane glass window, you're seeing quantum effects. Superfin, why are you worried about what I say about the future of the universe possibly not being the same as it is now? That's the only assertion I would make, is that the evolution of the universe might change in such a way that what we see today won't always be the way the universe is. It's not a very strong assertion, but it doesn't allow you to do some of the things that I think you might want to do, where you say existence exists and stuff. We might be at a point where it's only energy, and we might not be able to talk about those things. So
Well,
I don't
the
know.
issue, Brandon, is that you said that something has always existed. That's what you said.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
It's weak. It's very weak. It just means that there was never nothing. It's very, very weak.
Well, that's an infinite.
Well, that just means that existence and time exist within existence. That's very weak.
I mean, it's hard to I think it's hard for most people to wrap their minds around that. Actually, even though I think I agree that something always exists, but it's hard to wrap my mind around it, right?
Well, if you keep bumping up against something like this, eventually you draw a line and you say, well, it must be that something exists.
Yeah.
That's not very profound, I know, but draw a line and say there's something, and then
Well, that something exists is not profound. That something has always existed is somewhat profound.
well, where can you go back and get me evidence of? I mean,
No, you're right. The alternative is for something to poof out of nothing, which is equally bizarre. But they're both bizarre. They're all bizarre.
right.
Like,
to posit that something exists is not a very strong claim, but to posit that one time it never existed is very, very strong.
yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Just-
wait, that
yeah.
it never existed?
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
Notice the fact that things exist. Use your senses to notice that.
Wait, the idea that that at some point literally nothing existed is weird. Like, I can't even that.
I don't assert that.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying that is just as weird to me as something always existing. That's just
No, they're not equal.
strange.
You can always
I'm
have.
not saying they're equal. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they're both weird.
No, they're not both weird. You can.
No, they're not equal. But Brandon,
equal.
but Brandon,
That's fine.
Brandon, yeah, existence exists, but it's important to evaluate existence in a temporal manner, because we need to know if the way things are, the way that existence is, it's infinite. If it is infinite in time and in space, we need to know that.
Right.
So
Right, and I think it's very important, Brandon, that you made that point. At some point, you have to draw a line, and as soon as you have drawn a line, you have artificially created the boundary of a finite set, and therefore finite sets are, in fact, merely conceptual. Even finite sets at all are conceptual entities.
Infinite sets are conceptual entities.
Finite sets are conceptual entities because you have artificially drawn the boundary.
Finite sets are proved or metaphysical entities. Infinite sets.
No, finite sets are things that we have measured and delineated actively through thought processes. They didn't naturally, suddenly separate themselves from all of the rest of existence.
Okay, I rest with what I say. What I just said was clear enough.
If you're saying it's finite, that's drawing a conceptual line around existence.
Yeah, it's saying this is metaphysically true.
Well, and not just that, but I think it's all conceptual when
But
you
you're
think
not
about it,
saying
right? Like if I say there's a finite set of 3 carrots in this bin, right? You know, we're still dealing with concepts. Like, well, what do you call a carrot? What is that concept? It's not. You're always talking about concepts. You're not talking about the real world. You're.
No, well, some concepts represent the real world. They are relationships that
We try to model the real world using concepts, but the point is that we're always talking in terms of concepts, right?
How is that profound?
We're not dealing with actual.
But that concept can be accurate. That's the thing. It can be an abstraction,
to a certain degree, right?
Also,
like,
yeah,
I don't think there's a clear delineation between what is and what isn't a carrot, right? But yeah, we have a certain idea of what a carrot is. So if there's 3 of those things in it, then within a certain margin of error, then yeah, you know what I mean. It's all conceptual at the end of the day. Anytime we talk about anything, it's conceptual.
But I think as of right now, we are getting very accurate in our description of reality. You know, to the so accurate that we can see things at the subatomic level.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, so I think our conceptual you know, image of the world is getting more accurate over time.
Our perceptual, not our conceptual, right?
Well,
both.
Our perceptions and concepts as well.
No, our conceptual picture of the world is locked in some sort of a disaster right now. Nobody understands what's happening. They're all talking about dark matter and this bizarre shit. Conceptual.
At least I'm talking about people that actually uses reason in physics. I'm not really talking about the mainstream physics and, you know, the mainstream circle jerk that we see in universities.
In NASA and CERN.
Yeah, exactly. Total waste of money.
This is so fun to do these.
Waste of money.
We got
What?
Vic. I just wanted to say we got Vic here, who probably
I remember people saying that about Apollo. Waste of money, just a waste of money.
CERN is.
But the CERN, yeah, the CERN hasn't discovered anything of use. It's just castles in the sky.
And it can do it at once. Look, alchemy led to some things, right? Alchemy led.
Yeah. Like for example, there was a scientist in the Middle Ages that discovered lenses. They thought he was just playing with pieces of glass, but it turned out that it was very useful for lots of things. And but the thing is that, for example, like scientists in the mainstream circles have been spending billions and billions of dollars in nuclear fusion, for example, for more than 50 years, and they're still at the same place. The only difference is now that they can make reactors smaller, but they're basically at a standstill.
Okay, let's see here.
That's what I call a waste of money.
According to the Wikipedia page on CERN, several important scientific achievements in particle physics have been made through experiments at CERN. They include, in 1973, the discovery of neutral currents in the Gargamel bubble chamber. 1983, the discovery of W and Z bosons in the UA1 and UA2 experiment. 1989, determination of the number of light neutrino families, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole bunch of them here, so yeah, it has actually.
But neutrinos were discovered in different experiments.
Yeah, but they get confirmed, right? That's the purpose of this. To confirm scientific theories and models.
But the thing is that those discoveries, none of them have been applied because they can't. They're just supposed discoveries that no one can use for engineering. You know, so I don't see how they can be real discoveries.
Well, so you don't think it's worthwhile to understand like the origin of the universe and stuff? Because yeah, that probably has no practical application, right? Like, who gives a shit? It's interesting, right? It's cool to know.
All right. Before we go too much.
No, like we do physics.
Do it for a second. Before we go too much further, let me speak to it before we go off on 1,000 tangents. Because look here. If we don't mind that you do basic research in science, they have an underlying story at CERN, which is that they're discovering the early parts of the Big Bang. Now that's disturbing because the things that happened in the early Big Bang might not have survived the later parts of the Big Bang. And we might be left with particles that are very, very strange to the early part of the Big Bang. And to take those particles and smash them into itsy-bitsy pieces might not be meaningful. And there are scientists like Stephen Wolfram who have made this point at length. And that we might be smashing Swiss watches and asking how to make a Swiss watch from the information. So that's the real problem. So they're saying they're going to discover X, and X is way, way outside of whatever they'll ever discover, but they'll discover something. You make a point, they discovered this and that, and there's neutrino.
Just patterns. They're discovering just patterns. For example, like the Higgs boson particle, they had like an energy for this particle, but the one that they supposedly discovered was way out of that spectrum. So they didn't actually discover what they were looking for, but they discovered something, but it doesn't relate to anything. You know, it's as far as we know, it's just patterns of a collision.
Well, I mean, let's see here. In 1995, they created the first They created the anti-hydrogen atoms. In 2011, they maintained anti-hydrogen for over 15 minutes. I mean, I'm sure that has some sort of practical application. I mean, maybe in the production of energy. I don't know.
But the energy that they use to create those antiparticles is far greater than what they can use the antiparticles for.
Look, even if like it didn't have any practical application and it was just a discovery and it furthers our knowledge of the universe and the natural world, that makes it worthwhile, right? Who cares?
But those things are very confusing.
Look at the fact that alchemy actually did create useful things. We were able to use some of the information from alchemy, which was the attempt to create gold out of regular matter. We used alchemical knowledge to create mercury from rocks, and the mercury we used to treat syphilis. So it's not the case that CERN will never lead to any knowledge. It's just the case that it's a boondoggle. That's all.
Yeah, well,
can you broadcast Nadia, Brandon?
Nadia,
I think she's on now.
Yeah.
We can learn from past mistakes, but it's also important not to make those mistakes. You know.
I mean, like to me, like you know, even if we send people to Mars, right? Even if we never do anything practical with that, it's still cool, right? I'd still support it.
Yeah, definitely. Like that will increase our interplanetary capabilities.
And it's going to cost billions, but whatever.
That can be worthwhile, but
the government shouldn't do it. Should the government do it, Superfin?
No, I think most likely it will be a private company that will do it.
Yeah.
Because NASA is a complete disaster. Like
Superfin, I think Brandon would be opposed to it even if they were totally efficient, right? He's against the concept of forcing taxpayers to pay for shit that isn't like defense or for police or army.
I think if those things worked, I think Brandon would be in favor of them. You know.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
Well, they would work if pigs flied, so that's the problem. Pardon me if I'm taking a bite of the sandwich, because this hangout goes on for a bit. But the problem about NASA running the space program, the way a regular business runs is the guy does everything. He pays all of his contractors and his employees and everything. And he gets what's left over. So that's a really, really big incentive for him to make sure there's a big chunk left over. NASA doesn't fucking care. They'll spend every fucking penny because they get more.
I don't know if you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson, some of the YouTube videos he's done, Brandon, but he's actually said that the reason that stuff like exploring Mars and stuff like that, pretty much that has to be first initiated by government, is because there's just too much risk there for a private company to take on. It's just way too much money for them to. So somebody has to do a little bit of a reconnaissance first to see if it's like viable and if it's economical and that sort of thing. Because no private company is going to take on that risk.
Yeah, that's how fracking happened.
Well,
that's what airplanes were all about. That's why they drilled oil wells. That's why they built cars, because the government went into it first and made the road.
Those are small. Those are small investments, relatively speaking. We're not talking about multi-billion-dollar investments.
Well, the thing is that it doesn't have to be that expensive. Like take Virgin Galactic. Virgin Galactic in 10 years achieved what NASA achieved in about 50 years.
No, but I mean, think about like all the reconnaissance I did with the satellites at the build. I mean, this is all the stuff that right now, like a company like SpaceX has the luxury of having, NASA sent up all sorts of shit that makes the the project viable, right? But if NASA hadn't done all of those things, I doubt that they would even be doing it because there's just too much risk involved. They have no clue what's involved. They don't know what the hazards are and how much they stand to lose potentially.
Well, I doubt that.
But like, you have private companies that fund institutions that do that sort of thing. Like they
Sure, they contribute. Yeah, but they don't like take on the whole burden themselves.
Well, I think when they see that it's worthwhile, they could do it.
It has
like
to be
for example,
profitable in some way. For that.
Well, profitable. Yeah, I think profitable it's an end goal. Like with Virgin Galactic, they're doing it not because it will be profit in the future. They're doing it because it's a challenge to them. It's about achieving something, and at the end, it will be profitable. But that's not the main reason. Lots of CEOs say that money is not the main reason. It's about creating value. True.
There's a corporation that's starting planes that are gonna go up, like not outside the Earth, but enough that you can have no gravity, and that's all a corporation. I can't remember who's doing that though.
Yeah, but there's like relatively speaking, there's minimal risk there in comparison to like, going up to Mars. I mean, Jesus, just think about all the complexities there and things that could go wrong. And Jesus.
But the risk depends on the technology that we have. If we have enough advanced technology, it's not so much of a
right. But a lot of those costs and a lot of that reconnaissance and all that stuff that burden has already been taken on by NASA. So that means any private company now has that benefit, right? If they had to do all of that themselves, not knowing what was going to happen potentially, I don't think any company would have done it. It's just way too much risk.
We don't know that, and we don't
Yeah.
and we don't.
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's involved in this heavily, he says
well,
that.
Well, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is a modern priest like Michio Kaku. They basically just they have a narrative and they put it out there. Because
why would I trust your opinion more than theirs? They're astrophysicists. Because one of them's a theoretical physicist. So
the only thing they have going for them is popularity and because they're famous. I haven't seen them discover.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actual astrophysicist. I mean,
yeah, he is.
He's involved. He's heavily involved with NASA and all those people, and
okay, fine.
He talks with them, so he has way more insight on this topic than you do.
Oh well, that's it's what you think. But tell me one thing that he has discovered, one breakthrough.
He's more of a celebrity. He's not a
exactly.
He's not a heavy lifter in the scientific field.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying why would I trust your opinion here over his?
Well, I'm just giving you pointers.
Well, no,
don't take my word for it. I'm not asking for that. Far from that. What I'm saying is that I'm giving you pointers. You can go ahead and research.
You should take
what I'm saying and see if I'm right.
You should take Super Fin Guy seriously because he's an objectivist or a quasi-objectivist.
Okay. Well, that settles it.
but Vic, I'm not saying that you should take my word for it. I'm just giving you a perspective that maybe you'd want to expand. But
I don't know. I thought what he said made sense, and honestly, if I put myself in, let's say, Elon Musk's position, and I had absolutely no information, I mean, that would be a huge. I mean, shit. Maybe if I had like Bill Gates money, maybe I would risk that. But
okay, I'll give you an example.
I mean, you're going in cold turkey. No.
Well, research and development goes in cold turkey all the time. Of course they do.
Not that quantity of not that kind of money. I mean.
Consider this: one of the corporations.
NASA wastes a lot of money.
And you have to think about the benefit too. What are they going to get out of it? How are they going to monetize it? How are they going to
Well, they're business people. Of course, they'll find a way.
One of the funniest things.
Yeah.
One of the funniest things about the people that are opposed to the people that say that private industry can't get big enough to do big things, a lot of the people that make that argument are also the people that are all afraid that if we don't have antitrust laws, companies are going to get too big and control everything.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that? I think it's pretty common sense.
The contradiction in terms.
How is it a contradiction?
They can't get big enough. They can't get big enough to run the space program, but they can't get big enough to control the entire economy.
I don't think Vic goes down that.
No,
line.
that's not what I meant.
I think Piro's group, some of them go down that far, but I don't think Vic goes that far.
Well, Vic's
I don't
confused.
think he's in a brave new world. Corporations rule everything.
Vic, make
Like
up.
Vic, like NASA wastes a lot of money. That's why they have bills of billions of dollars.
Yeah,
You
I
can
agree.
do the things that they do for much cheaper.
They've
You
been
can
almost
get a
completely
weather
defunded.
balloon
Oh, I know that.
and measure
I
the
agree.
radiation in space.
But I'm
I think they're
saying,
almost completely defunded now. I think they're
no.
almost dead. And they're not really doing much. But I wanted to ask a different question. Is it even possible if a corporation wanted to? I know they can mount satellites, but they can't mount a space station above the Earth, right? Let alone go to the moon. They probably can't even. They're not even allowed to do it. Is that not true?
You know something? There was just a couple weeks ago, some law was passed, and they're allowing a private company to land on the moon. So
Yeah.
it's probably going to be pushed. They're going to be pushed into making laws that allow this as private companies keep going and saying, "We're sending a rocket. Get your shit together." So
What I'm saying is that if we didn't have all of that, those other missions, right, that NASA paid for, right?
No,
that
so-
we
I don't believe that. I
Those
don't
all would
believe
have
that.
happened with free economy.
it
They all
would've-
would have happened anyway.
I don't think so, Vic. That's an artificial limitation on. Limitations are usually what the government sets, not what people do.
yeah, we would actually, like as free economists, we would expect it to have grown faster without government controls and
You
interference.
have
you have to know that it's feasible. That's the thing. And in order to know that it's feasible, you had to conduct these multi-billion-dollar projects,
no,
right?
no.
And who the hell is going to do that?
No, no, no.
like amateurs
Big
can do
big
things like that.
Big companies that pool their resources until they get shut down by the Justice Department for antitrust.
There would have to be something in it for them. I mean, there would have to be some sort of way to monetize it in some way. They're not going to just do it for charity, right? Just for
No.
pure
Yeah,
knowledge.
that's not for
That's what the that's the type of shit the government does.
You're right. You're right that it would be. You're right that it would be a very risky. You're right that it'd be a risky proposition, but you know, some people have more tolerance for risk than others.
Well, who is
Yeah.
the corporation?
Like some companies have so much money that they can invest in very risky ventures.
So what company put up the billions and billions and billions of dollars that made the first airplane fly?
Think of it this way: like think of like every airline in the world that exists right now. If they were allowed to join together and form one giant airline, they probably would have economies of scale in the stuff that they already do, that they'd have a whole lot of money left over to do all kinds of crazy space stuff. Just to see. You know?
Because immediately somebody would start a competing airline. Immediately.
Well, I know, but I'm saying but for a while. I'm not saying that it would prevent competition. I'm just saying, you know, if they were allowed to, they're not allowed to because of antitrust. But if they were allowed to get that big and just become one giant airline, they'd probably have a lot of extra revenue to do, you know, space flight and all this cool stuff.
No, they could never become that big, even if it were legal, because as soon as they got to 70 or 80%, the value of that last 20 or 30% would go through the roof, and it would be almost impossible for them.
You're right. But I mean, even for like, say, 6 months before somebody realized there was an opportunity to undercut them, they could exist for a second and then fund some awesome science project with that extra
Just
opportunity.
remember, though, all that extra money is going to go to armies to take us all over.
A better example would be a company that comes up with a better example is a monopoly that they didn't have to buy their way into. They just invented something that was greater than anybody else had, and they ended up with oodles and oodles of money. Google is a case like that. And what are they doing with their money? They're offering the Google X Prize, $30 million to land.
Yeah, exactly. And Google has a project about indefinite life extension where they want to make people live forever. They have various projects because they can't afford it. You know, they can't take these risks.
Because they have a monopoly.
Well, it's pretty easy to monetize that, right? I mean, it's. But we're talking about space exploration. I mean, it's hard to come up with a. Yeah.
Take Virgin Galactic. Virgin Galactic is investing on that, and the CEO himself, he said that it wasn't primarily about profit. He says that he wants to reach new frontiers. and then
There's-
later on
it's-
he can make money with it.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing about capitalism. It's always accused of just being purely interested in money. Like nobody
Yeah.
ever has any other motivations. Like nobody wants to leave anything to posterity or just sheer joy of learning.
Oh God, that's naive, man.
Well, I'm
if you
just-
if you really think that people are just gonna dish out billions
It's not
of dollars
naive.
like that
it's
just
not-
purely for
naive.
charity and I mean,
Not charity, not charity.
well, you know, for educational
it's for
purposes.
values, for values. Those are very
I mean, if you had a lot of money left over, maybe. I mean, maybe.
They do it
But-
all the time. They
Right.
build libraries and schools and universities. They endow museums. They build. Oh, come on! They do it all the time.
Take
Khan Academy.
archive.
That Bill Gates funded that.
Yeah, exactly. Like the archive.org, it's funded by Microsoft.
Rich people are not the monopoly man.
But to build a whole company that I mean, we're not talking about like a one-off donation here. We're talking about literally building a company that just survives essentially on this sort of charity.
Or a department,
right?
but it's not charity. It's something value that increases everyone's
Well,
standard
our
of
knowledge. Yeah, well,
life.
some people actually that's not true because some people don't give a shit. They want us to defund NASA because they don't think it's worth it. I'm not one of those, but a lot of people are that way. Like, we're not getting anything from this. Fuck NASA. We have better things that we can spend all that money on. You know.
But those people are ignorant because lots of technologies, the technologies that we use in our daily lives, some of them
Yeah,
were
but it's
developed
not
by now.
something. Yeah, it's kind of something that just kind of happened along the way, but there was no way to like predict that it would happen. So it's kind of hard to like bank on shit like that ahead of time.
But the thing is that it's
can't be that
scientific
cynical
knowledge,
about
scientific advancement, and only a very ignorant person wouldn't
If you
see
think that people that have like just all this control over all this money are just gonna build a big bank and swim in it just for no reason, even though they're like 90 years old. I mean, like, why isn't the government gonna do that? Why aren't a bunch of politicians just gonna waste it on graft? Like, you have to have some positive view of humanity, and there's plenty of evidence, like
No,
Andrew
I
Carnegie
just
and all this.
I mean, at the end of the day, for a company to survive, it needs to be, cash positive, right? It can't be in debt. I mean, it's eventually, it's. I mean,
Well,
what do you?
we're talking about the profit.
They
We're talking
have to
about the-
find a way. They have to find a way to monetize it to keep the thing
true,
going, right?
True. Like a company will not do something that will make it go bankrupt, but if it has the money, it can do it.
I don't believe in charity that's just like a gratuitous waste. Like I support charity, but not when it's just like throwing money down a hole.
I know.
But when it's like
Look. Maybe it's maybe with enough donors, right? SpaceX could, or there could be a NASA that's purely driven by charity, like the charity of billionaires. I'm skeptical of it. I don't.
Why?
But
with
I don't know how sustainable that is, and I don't know.
For a second, Vic, why do you say this thing about charity? That's not how it happens. What happens is they make oodles and oodles of money, and then they give some of it away after they make oodles and oodles of money. Why do you say this is a business that has to be sustained by charity? No, it is a business that makes oodles and oodles of money without charity, and then they give some of it away. Now,
How is it making? How is exploring
Well, I think-
Mars making money?
Okay, now what
You
is
have
he
to-
talking about? Wait, let me
He's
finish.
talking about the second. He's talking about the second.
I promise one more sentence. It makes money by benefiting people.
Yeah, exactly. By coming up with new products.
Yeah, but there has to be a demand for it, right? There has to be a demand for that knowledge, right?
There's a demand for
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Look, I'm open to it. I'm open to like them selling pay-per-view, maybe like maybe sell pay-per-view tickets or whatever to watch the people landing on Mars and something. Maybe they can pay for
like
it that way.
Mars.
I don't know. That's possible, I suppose.
Don't they? What about the NFL? Can you use anything from the NFL without having some player come stomp in your face? No, you can't sell NFL jerseys.
Why? I'm curious though. Like if it's so easy, why hasn't anybody done that? Like just start.
The government monopolizes it. NASA's got a monopoly on it. Why would
What do you mean a monopoly? SpaceX exists, right?
That's because that's reason.
They make it effectively prohibitive because all that money that's being taken in tax money and going to NASA might be able to be used by the companies that earned it, created it.
Yeah, and it's an awful dynamic. I came up against that running a private school because I did much better than the public schools, but I had no cafeteria, I had no swimming pool, I had no gym, I had no basketball courts, I had no swing sets and playground. So as soon as the kid could read and write, the parents took him back to the place that had the basketball and the playground and all the nonsense.
Right.
And if the government wasn't there, I would be making a very, very fine living today. But the government's there with all these trappings and nonsense. So it's
terrible.
It's terrible.
And then to add insult to injury. And then to add insult to injury, a bunch of leftists come along and tell you that you just didn't compete well enough.
Well, what you guys might not be taking into account is also the failures, right? So how many failures would this private company be able to endure before people say, okay, fuck it, I'm not going to be blowing my money on this company anymore? Whereas with the government, right, if it's government's handled by the government, if they fail, well, they'll just keep pumping money into it, you know?
So wasting more money.
So you're arguing against the government thing. You're saying only allow private.
No, I'm saying that there is an argument to be made, you know, that we should have a NASA funded by the government.
You said pump money into
I don't think that we would be as far along as we are now if NASA wasn't, if NASA was a private institution.
Okay, so
I don't think that it would be.
No. I think with a private company,
I think
we'll have
NASA
much
would
better
have been gone
technology.
long ago with the Challenger incident and all the.
Now I just want to get it straight. You said pump money into a hole that wasn't working, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, we endured the Challenger incident, right? How many private institutions would have been able to weather something like that and keep on going?
Like
I don't know.
Every day, like you see that airlines, sometimes they have accidents, but they go on.
Yeah, but that's different. I mean,
is
that's
it necessary though, Vic?
I mean, you're putting all your eggs in one basket when it comes to. So you only have like a limited number of space shuttles and shit, right? Whereas airplanes, there's like hundreds, thousands of them, right?
But why they would have only one?
And the benefit, and obviously the benefit of airplanes is obviously not just for research, right? It's for transportation, it's for commerce, it's for.
Let me give you an example. Like take the airplanes example. Look how airplanes have evolved during the last 100 years.
Yes, but it's apples and oranges.
Look how the space shuttle has evolved for the last 50 years.
How can you compare a space shuttle with a fucking plane? Like the resources involved.
The Titanic.
Not even close.
How about the Titanic? The Titanic.
Again, a boat is not the same as.
And look.
It was huge. It was the biggest thing ever. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. Did it destroy the company? Did everybody in New York jump off a building? Did everybody fucking die?
No, because you could build a lot of them, right? And they had other applications. It wasn't purely for research.
I hate to keep coming back to this, but you keep critiquing private businesses based on the way they are now when they're not completely truly private.
I'm not critiquing private businesses. I believe.
Listen, I'm saying. Okay, let me finish. I'm just saying. Like, you're saying there's no company right now that would be able to withstand a Challenger-size accident, and I agree with you. But the only reason why there isn't a company that's as big as that could withstand it is because the government won't let a company get that big.
Well, I mean, there are arguments. There's a good reason for having antitrust laws, right? Because there's all these benefits that you're suggesting would happen, but there's also the disadvantages, right? Where there's all this collusion, where they try to prevent fair competition, where they extort people or bully people. Those are all really bad things that negatively impact.
I don't consider.
I think you're overly optimistic. You're overly optimistic.
What about the government? The government are champions in doing those things.
I'm not telling you that kind of stuff doesn't occur. I'm telling you that it's not illegal and shouldn't be. It's just using leverage. It's not immoral.
Well, I don't know what you have to enter morality into. Who cares if it's moral or not? The question is does this make society? Are we better for it? Is society better off with it?
I'm saying
a society free
if I own the local
government
Walmart, I'm just saying this. If I own the local Walmart and you open up a sock store across the street from me and I slash my prices to the bone to put you out of business, that's not the use of force. That's all I'm saying.
But what about if you use let's suppose you don't have any antitrust laws, so you have like Google teaming up with Comcast, teaming up with all of these huge
corporations, has a right to internet.
Right?
No one has the right to use.
Right. So I'm saying, like, all of a sudden, right? These people can say, okay, if you do business with Vic, then we're not going to do business with you anymore, right? Now, all of a sudden, I'm fucked royally, and if we privatize roads, same shit. All of a sudden,
you don't have a right to drive on roads. You don't have a right to drive on roads that weren't produced by you or freely sold.
That's why I believe that certain things should be handled by the government, because certain things are necessary for a good life, for a prosperous society, for a thriving society.
Like roads.
You people strike me as very dogmatic in this. Is that you have these principles that, there should be minimal set of laws, and it's just basically the only thing that you support. The only type of government you support is just an army. That's basically an army.
So a company wouldn't benefit from a road.
About you've got this thing roads. You won't give up on this.
Because the reason it's dogmatic is because you guys don't seem to give a shit about the net result. All you care about is these principles, adopting these principles, and we don't care what the fucking net result is.
But you're dogmatic.
Well, I disagree with you. I think the net result would be far better.
Okay, but what if it isn't? Okay, but 30. What if it isn't? Would you abandon this?
The problem, Vic. Point of view
because I think you're being overly optimistic.
You won't know how to get.
I think you're being naive, actually.
It's like
you've been trusting the government. Look at what the government has done.
It's like telling me an NFL team won't beat a bunch of little kids in football because they might lose or they could lose. They're not going to lose. The NFL team is going to beat the Pee Wee team every time.
All right, Andrew.
I was just going to say the problem with the pragmatic outlook is they want good results, but because they're pragmatists, they don't have any principles. They don't know how to get there, so it's always trial and error.
No, it has to be a middle ground. You can have principles, but you also have to look at net results, right? And you guys are all about principles and fuck the results.
You're
always looking at
the principles, though. It's always the result.
Look, the world is a nuanced place. It isn't black and white. You don't just create these simple little rules and everything just magically turns into a utopia.
Saying something as complex is not an argument.
If you always look at
it's an argument against simple thinking, simple black and white thinking.
Who's black and white thinking?
You have these simple little. Let's just create. Let's just fuck all the laws. We'll just have like two fucking one law basically.
Did I stumble into an anarchist hangout? Who's an anarchist here?
Brandon is essentially an anarchist.
Okay, give me a second.
Look at
the fact that he accuses us of simple thinking when he wants to solve everybody's problem.
Yeah, by the government.
That's not true. I have libertarian leanings. I believe in small government as well. I think we have I'm definitely not a Democrat. Let's put it that way.
Well, then what does this thing with your roads?
But I also believe that there is a middle ground here. You guys want literally one law in the books practically. And that's not sufficient. It just isn't.
I'll give you 99,000 laws, but none of them can be anything but violation of rights.
I think the problem is straw manning here.
No, not straw manning. He said this before. Brandon, are you going to deny that you have told me in the past that the only law that should exist is that no one should hurt any other person?
Yes.
Right. There you go. So I'm not straw manning him, Andrew. That's what he said.
One law. Obviously, there's lots of laws.
Refusing to let you buy socks from me is not harming you.
Right.
When you use your all these companies when they collude together to deprive people of certain essential goods and services that they would ordinarily be able to acquire, right?
You see
that is harm. That is harm.
The government already does
It
that.
seems like you're ignoring the consequences of regulating all these things as well, because now you allow you create lobbyists, which would never exist without this regulatory framework which you want, and now you create corruption and bribing and bought and paid for politicians like Hillary Clinton's paid speeches and the Clinton Foundation. All of this you don't seem to consider.
Of
all
course
of
I
this
do, and that's why you have to have oversight. You have to have oversight and prevent that sort of shit.
And this is why we don't oversight for the oversight.
We would allow the oversight.
Yeah, like we have right now. We have checks and balances, right?
Vic,
That's the funniest irony.
We would
That's
allow
the
the
biggest
oversight. We would allow the oversight. What we would say is, go ahead and sue the company. Go say to them that, oh, they wouldn't allow me to sleep with the prostitute. And then hey, let me finish. How far would the jury let you get before they would throw it out and say, of course you don't have a right to
well, let's see. If we have all these hugely powerful corporations that can now, there's no limit to what they can do. There's no laws in the books. They can. What prevents them from influencing these jurors, these judges, the army? What prevents it? What prevents it, Brandon?
Just make a law.
Who enforces the law? It's people that you.
People with guns.
They're people. They are people, and people can be influenced.
All right, so the laws are as small as possible.
What?
Vic, you're starting with the premise that, like, without all these laws and regulations, a lot of people would behave badly. Okay, well that means that they're bad people. So why aren't they just going to elect bad politicians who appoint bad regulators that create corrupt bad laws that let these evil corporations get around them anyway?
Yeah.
It's circular.
Well, the thing we have in government, we have things like term limits. We have, we vote them in. There's a democracy where we have elections and we vote for them. But with a corporate, hold on. This is becoming a clusterfuck.
You have a government, that should solve everything. If you have a government, I thought you didn't mention a government. Oh, you have a government, that will solve it. Oh, very good, yes.
The greatest check and balance. When you have corporations,
check and balance is
the free market. Yeah, I know.
Yes, the profit motive. One of the greatest capital. One of the greatest
$1 trillion that went off the door in 2014.
What?
I mean, where's that money?
Well, we don't live in a capitalist country now.
I know.
We live in a fake crony capitalism.
I know.
Well, it's called a mixed
anyway, the point is that with these private companies, right, when you have all this collusion going on, and these huge conglomerates, then these people aren't elected, right? There are no term limits there. So you can create essentially a monarchy or an oligarchy. You're going to have an oligarchy.
You still have a government. You still have an association.
Added collusion. You added what
to protect people's rights.
Well, who works in those corporations? People work in those corporations. Somebody carries the books, somebody does something. Everybody's turning a blind eye. I mean, everybody's responsible for this. If you know your corporation's doing something that they ought not be doing.
How would the people fight against these huge corporations that have banded together to fuck you over, to put obstacles?
It's actually a lot easier than you think.
No.
Well, I shouldn't
really?
say it's a lot easier.
Really?
It's a lot simpler. It's very simple. It's not easy.
Where do these companies go? These companies used to be threatened by
easy to say.
They've evaporated.
I didn't even tell you the idea yet. How do you know that it's, how...
Okay, what's the idea? Tell me how you do it. How do you fight against... Just go build a Google, right? Just go build your own Comcast. Go build your own Google. Go build your own roads, right? Come on.
Before you go on, I want to make this one.
You really take it a long way when talking about, getting corporations to listen to us. Very simple. The same thing it's always been. It's where your dollars go. If you don't like the way and I'm surprised that you guys are arguing about this when you don't give a shit about what you haven't even mentioned about how the media influences you every single day and has since the day you were born.
Yeah, and that would be privatized as well, right? I mean, that would be all part of it. And that would be all part of...
When you don't like something, then when you don't like something that Fox News is doing, you write down all the people that you buy products from, and you write to them when you're at your computer getting online doing whatever you do, and you say, hey, dude, I'm not paying you another dime. And when 1 billion people do that, people listen. But as long as we sit around and do fuck all for our country and not even care, let somebody else solve our problems, you guys can sit here and argue all day long, just like you do the 2,000-year-old lie about where God is or isn't. I mean, come on. You just got to do shit.
You're right. And we need to get rid of the FCC, too, so the crony capitalists that run the media don't have arbitrary power.
People are inherently selfish creatures, right? So they're going to be,
they're
going to act in their own best interest. So look,
somebody
people,
else taking
hold
their
on,
credit and
hold on.
atoning for their sins.
People are going to turn a blind eye to shit if it's not personally affecting them. That's just the nature of the beast, okay?
No, that's the nature of your God.
It's very, my God, did you just call me a theist? That is an insult.
Well, you seem to be arguing against God earlier.
Your God is the state.
Yeah, I am arguing against God. Where did you say that?
I'm sorry. I spoke wrong. I thought you were arguing for God. My bad.
No, I don't know what.
But Vig has a God. His God is the state.
No, I'm not. Didn't you just hear me a few moments ago? I said I have libertarian leanings, that I believe in small government and stuff. It's just that there's a middle ground between having like one law in the books and huge government where they micromanage everything. There is a middle ground.
If it turned out that socialism worked really well for everyone, I assume that's what you'd be, because you're a pragmatist.
No, that is true. That is true. I just don't think that it would work very well. Yeah. So I'm a pragmatist. That is pragmatism.
Yeah. Well, like I said, pragmatism.
You're an idealist. You're an ideologue.
We want to get the result.
Yeah, the result is that people are thriving.
Use people like they're guinea pigs, and we'll see what works. All that didn't work. We'll try something else, and that's what they do.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about human behavior here, right? This isn't like physics, right, Andrew? This isn't like physics and stuff where you can, you just go into a lab, you try certain things, and it just works. When it comes to human behavior, it is kind of like trial and error. You do have to like.
Well, it is if you want to.
And it's hard, to predict. It's hard to predict. You guys are very optimistic and naive, in my opinion.
But why do you want to manage human beings?
Whenever you're nice, you're always naive. I love that.
What gives you that right?
What gives me that right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not that. Look, most people in society agree that this is what we should be doing. Otherwise, it would be anarchy.
Most people, it's not an argument. Most people thought the world was flat at one point. Not an argument.
Yeah, not an argument at all. Like, you think that numbers make...
Well, you just said who gives you the right. The reason it's relevant is because you asked me who gives me the right. It's not that I'm deciding this, that we as a collective, most people as a collective have decided this.
Yeah,
right. You just...
I'm not saying... I'm not a dictator.
You think that's virtuous?
Nick,
you think that's virtuous? What if the majority of people...
I didn't say that. I'm not talking about this in terms of morality. You're the guys injecting morality into this. I'm saying that this is what...
This is authority. That sounds like it's your base of authority.
Yes, keep order. Yes, to maintain order and prevent it to turning into an anarchist shithole.
Most people would want government. Most people would want government.
See, the irony,
that means that most people are good.
The irony here is that an anarchist would be saying exactly what you're telling me to you.
There are no anarchists.
I know, but what I'm saying is the irony here is that an anarchist would be saying the same. The only difference between you and an anarchist is that you have like one or two more laws than they do, right? And then they would say, "Who are you to impose such laws? Who are you to suggest this and that?"
We have law.
Why don't you have faith in the people? Why don't you? That's what they would say.
Well, they're idiots, but what?
Okay, well then I think you're an idiot because you're like one notch above them.
Well, you're no. We have
take history.
When they deal with each other as a government, they're bad.
I'm an anarchist.
Okay, well there you go. So Nadia, do you think that like Brandon and Andrew, and that these people are like being like fascists by trying to pass any law whatsoever? I mean, are they intruding? Is it immoral of them to do what they're doing even?
I don't like what they would propose to do.
Okay, you see? So you see, you guys are basically arguing against me the same way that Nadia would probably argue against you. So it's a matter of degrees.
Nadia, it's anarcho-communist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So we are basically anarcho-capitalists. So
Yes.
we're very different in that regard.
See, the anarchists would believe that all of this would just work itself out and just trust people to do the right thing, essentially. Just don't impose anything, just let people be free. Now, you guys are saying, well, no, that's a little too extreme. No, we need to impose some law. We need to at least have some law and order.
That's not
quite... Yeah, you have to...
So it's a matter of degrees.
Like, people's rights need to be protected. That's true. But that's all that you need. You don't need regulations.
We need law and order. We need law and order. We need law and order. Except when it comes to NASA. Then we can just give them all the money they want. They never have to have a specific goal in mind.
Andrew, let me give you this thought experiment. I posed it before, but I don't know if you were in the room. So let's imagine we decide to test these two economic models, right? So we use Florida and, I don't know, Texas or some shit, right? So in Florida, we do it your way. We institute these 2 or 3 laws or whatever that simply, they have a judiciary and a small army or whatever. And then in Texas, we do something, more like it currently is, right? Maybe a little smaller government, but antitrust laws, etc. Now let's suppose we let this run for like 50 years. And in 50 years, we see that in Florida, and you're a little microcosm here, the little experiment, we find that we have basically an oligarchy. We have like the top, 1% of people, Floridians, are living in the lap of luxury. But like 99% of the population is pissed off and they're being oppressed and that sort of thing. Hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. Hold on.
But that doesn't make any sense.
But hold on. It's just hypothetical.
There's already an example of this.
So if that were the case,
an example of this in the real world.
Yeah.
There's already an example in the real world. Compare the rate of growth and the standard of living of the 19th century in the United States, the change between 1800 and 1900 to the same 100 years that followed it in the 20th century. The rate of growth in the 19th century was like 20 times more because it was so much freer.
But we still had laws, way more laws than you guys would advocate.
Yes, but they were nowhere near as prevalent as in the 20th century.
Did we have antitrust laws back then?
No, they came in 1996.
And why did we actually institute antitrust laws? Because that happened.
Because of the politicians wanting more power.
We imported
same problems that you don't want to acknowledge.
We imported philosophy from Germany, and after that, our country went downhill sharply and quickly.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, exactly. In the 1800s.
So antitrust laws are fascist in nature.
No, listen. Listen. In the 1800s, the growth was much more than the growth in the 1900s. And yeah, exactly. So the antitrust laws didn't bring more prosperity and rule.
I can just make a general comment. It doesn't seem like Vic, you understand the consequences of these regulations. You seem to think that with these regulations we're preventing harm. Versus now everything is better than it could have been. But
certain regulations, I don't believe in I think there should be a lot of regulations lifted from, trying to create a company and stuff. That should be much easier. But for instance, things like safety codes for like building health and safety codes and stuff like that, fire codes, things like that. I think that is good. Right? I don't have to worry about that shit. I don't have to worry that this house was. I like that. I like the comfort in knowing that my house passed certain safety inspections, right? And then I don't have to worry about this, some electrician, wiring my house in a stupid way, and then I might die in an electrical fire, right?
Yeah,
I like that peace of mind.
People have common sense. You don't
want to worry about going and seeing bad movies, so you read the reviews.
He's going to bribe the guy, and then you're going to die because they bribe.
I don't. First of all, I don't have the interest. I don't have the time to be researching everything, all these little codes, and see which company's doing this and that, I mean, that's just crazy. I just want a government to say no. These are the certain minimum standards. Yeah, this is more. I find this much better than having to research.
If you value having a bunch of stuff in a nice house with nice wiring, you can give up talking about
right.
Quarks and
now I'm going to research electricity and electrical safety, and I have to research the thing with drugs and FDA, all that shit. I have to which chemicals are in which quantities are okay. I mean, this is absurd. This is ridiculous.
Vic, do you still belong to the other group, the other community? What? Do you still belong to another community?
Which community?
Another community that you're in that doesn't have children.
Antinatalists?
Yeah.
No, I'm not an antinatalist. I mean, I suppose you could call me a male. I don't believe that all people should have kids. Let's put it that way.
That's
so,
fine.
in a sense, I'm a Malthusian antinatalist. I don't think like Ethiopians who are eating mud patties every day should be having children.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I just get some context. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. Can I answer a question? What's wrong with mandatory voting? That's one
I don't know. I don't know much about that because I'm one of those.
That's one of the last things we have to protest the government is say, I'm not going to vote for any of you. I don't care who's there. I'm not going to vote.
Okay, so I hear that, right? Because this is my question, and it is a question. I'm not challenging you because it's a fact finding for me. If that's true, that that is our only way, then why do we even vote? And we just keep having lower numbers all the time, and they keep putting people in power, and we keep getting screwed. At what point are we going to say, hey, maybe we can make a difference? And if we can't make a difference, then why? Why aren't we revolting?
Once in a while, a lot of people show up. A lot of people showed up to elect Nixon, for example. So it goes up and down.
Nixon? I was 5 or 4 a long time ago.
Well, I mean, but the point remains that the amount of voters goes up and down over time. So do you want it 99%? Because I don't want it 99%. That reminds me of Stalin's Russia. That's where 99% of the
nobody. Yeah, but nobody would be making them, right? That's the difference. Is nobody would make them.
Speaking of,
if no one's forcing me to come, why would I come vote unless you're like threatening my very life or something?
Well, that's what I'm asking. But that's one of the principles that our country's founded on. I mean, ought we not really be, utilizing that the way it was intended to be used?
Well, I'm just saying that you want to hold these elections. And I'm saying that these elections had not to threaten my life.
No, you're right, exactly. But here's what I think the problem is. What I think the problem is that we are not getting involved at the lower level. We don't care about it, right? Because we weren't there at the city council meetings. We didn't see these people coming up through the ranks. We don't really care, right? We're not invested in it.
I would solve all that privatizing schools and roads and stuff, and I would have a lot less to worry about. But your point taken, we should be involved in governance.
But I think less people vote.
Nadia.
I just want to make one point.
Superfin,
yeah, I'm just saying that as less people vote, the less legitimacy the government will have. And not voting is a way of showing that you don't want none of them, that you think that all of them are the same.
So how does it? Tell me, educate me as to how it makes them less effective.
If they force you to vote, then we never know how legitimate the population really thinks they are. Because
I don't want mandatory voting. Okay. I want people to vote because it's part of our Constitution and our right, and we know that our vote counts. Because I hear people say, "Well, your vote doesn't count." Why do we put up with that?
Well, tell people that they have a right not.
I want to vote for the Libertarian Party, for example. I know that in that case my vote won't count because the percentage of Libertarians is pretty low. So, but what are my options? Do I have to vote for Trump? Do I have to vote for Hillary? So I would rather not vote.
I know, and to me that seems like cutting off your nose to spite your face. I would think that people who want to be libertarian or want a libertarian representative would keep doing that year after year after year. No?
No, because
why don't we change the system?
You encourage them to think that there are that many more votes out there if all of you are going and voting every year, and you don't really care. You're just like, I'm not sure. Do I want Trump or do I want Hillary? I'm not sure. They're both idiots, but I guess I have a desire and a need to fulfill my Jeffersonian destiny to vote or something, so I go vote. No, why should you go vote if you don't care? If you don't see a difference between the two and it doesn't make a difference to you, stay home and eat oatmeal.
Yeah, if you
well, I mean, well, Brandon, didn't you say you were going to
Hold
vote
on,
Trump?
Nadia's been trying to get in several times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that the Soviet model is more of a kind of, consensus-driven process, number one. Number two, as far as a representative process, they had kind of a, concentric, hierarchical, I guess, the setting of representatives from one council up to the next higher level council. And Stalin, unfortunately, represented a kind of disempowerment or sidelining of the Soviet representative system, and in a lot of respects, neutered its power to make the crucial industrial decisions, and as well as the national kinds of, foreign policy decisions too. So
saying he was outside of the Soviet system.
Well, he broke the Soviet system.
All right, so that would be my definition of a dictator or something, and I guess that's the profound statement about Stalin, if there is one.
Well, it had other issues, but it's something actually mirrored within the United States, where the kind of national security establishment back in the 40s with its empowerment bills or whatever it is, enabling the super secrecy and whatever else of intelligence agencies in particular. It didn't have quite its formal kind of governmental representative, but it really ends up at least turning the foreign policy into a matter that's out of the public's hands. And what is it? I'm also quoting Stalin in my live meme. It translates as, "Ideas are more powerful than guns." The follow-up to it is, we wouldn't let our enemies have guns. Why should we let them have ideas? Go ahead.
That's quite good.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I have a joke about Stalin, but it's too long, so I won't do it. I have a limerick. I'll do the limerick, and then we'll move on. There was a bastard named Lenin who did 2 or 3 million men in. That's a lot to have done in, but where he did 1 in, that old bastard Stalin did 10 in. How do you like that? 40 million people killed.
Oh my goodness.
And Stalin has a saying that it's not the voters that count. What counts are the people that count the votes. So
it's not who. Quicker way. It's not who votes. It's who counts the votes.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
You go. There you go.
Yeah, well, yeah. Paraphrasing.
Well, that's my thing. My thing is, like, if you just don't vote because you think your vote doesn't count, then I think we're stupid for keeping that system around. If you just say, I don't wanna, I ain't voting, then cool, that's your right.
Well, at least we have the Constitution. We can vote for certain things, but we shouldn't vote to take away people's freedom.
I think.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
Superfan, you hit it right there. I think the key issue, and the reason why I don't vote, is because I think in today's situation, voting, you're endorsing this perverse idea that's come along, where what we're doing is like holding a referendum on what kind of country we want to be. We already have decided that with the Constitution. Voting should just be like a job interview. Like, it's not deciding what the guy wants to do at the job. It's trying to decide which guy or girl is the best one to do it.
Yeah.
And
We don't
today,
even know how to use our Constitution right, so, I mean, we're using them all wrong.
yeah, and that's why I don't vote, because I don't want to condone this idea that, like, we're just in, like, a perpetual war, and whoever wins gets to do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, we haven't changed the Pledge of Allegiance. We use our First Amendment wrong. I mean, it's ridiculous. So why even have it? Is what I'm feeling. Like, why don't we change it?
Yeah, that's one of the problems, that the politicians in power, they don't follow the Constitution. So we need a way.
Them.
Yeah, exactly.
How long?
But I don't think that the vote will. It's a way to to prevent them from hijacking the Constitution. I think that we need to find another way, because the vote today is influenced by the mass media, and the politicians, they control the mass media. So I don't know what would be an alternative. I think an alternative.
I mean, I turned my TV off. I turned my TV off 2 years ago, and I feel healthier for it.
Yeah, exactly. Like the TV, it's manipulated in every way.
Brandon, did you say that you're not going to vote? Because, I mean, a few weeks ago you said you were going to vote for Trump. So now all of a sudden you're not voting?
No, I didn't say I was going to vote for Trump. I promise I didn't say I was going to vote for Trump. I said people should vote for Trump. I'm not going to vote. No.
People should vote for Trump, but not you.
If they're going to vote.
Oh, okay.
If they're going to vote, that's the best place they can vote. I don't encourage you to vote. Please stay home. Everyone, please stay home.
I guess, if not life, then quite a bit of well-being are on the line. So.
What if 5%?
Wait, Nadia, who would you vote for, Trump or Hillary?
I'm mostly looking at the Monica Moorhead and Lamont Lilly of the Workers' World Party, and Allison Kennedy and Osborne Hart of the Socialist Workers' Party.
Oh, so you're looking to throw your vote away. I see.
Well,
I'm in New York, so I personally have the luxury of not really worrying about exactly who wins. Go ahead.
Because you live in Montana.
No, New York.
Oh my God.
Oh, well.
Yeah. It's a lock-in for Hillary.
If Hillary wins, you're going to get nuked.
I'm gonna vomit.
They'll have no reason to stop the Moosies from doing their bad work. Hillary will encourage it.
Yeah. Well, the difference is.
Hey, I have a friend.
The LGBT identity politics, toothpaste flavoring, distinction between two candidates. My neck is actually on the line with that. So, where Hillary is going to do whatever kind of pro-LGBT posturing, potentially with a tiny bit of substance, but not likely. Trump, on the other hand, is largely a Reagan-esque sort of figure, merely quipping from the Oval Office and all that. So that means ceding domestic policy to the religious fundamentalist right, like Ted Cruz and other theonomists.
Yeah, I saw an interesting.
If they bring in 80,000 more Muslims in New York, some of those Muslims are going to find you and throw you off the building because they're not kind to people who are not either women in burqas or men throwing women in burqas around.
No, they'll give you a reassignment surgery.
I saw an interesting headline today, and I'm not saying I agree with this premise, but it was thought-provoking. It said that there's some country in Europe, it might have been Britain, where they said that the Muslims were demanding that, okay, if you're going to allow gay people to get married, and you're going to, expand the definition of marriage from just traditional a man and a woman, then we as Muslims want a non-traditional arrangement too. We want to be allowed to be polygamists.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
You can afford it. Go ahead.
I thought
nobody's being coerced.
Well, I personally.
I hope they allow polygamy.
Aren't the Mormons doing that now?
No,
they're just the FDR.
It's illegal.
Although I'd be
Yeah.
willing to take 4 husbands, that would be lovely. Just lovely.
I could use
That's
it.
destabilizing.
I personally.
It's destabilizing. 1 to 1. 1 to 1. That's
Yeah,
the rule.
but
Choose your
yeah,
partner.
but people
What about
should be allowed
Japan?
to choose. People should be allowed to choose who they marry, but I think promiscuity and a family and a well formed family is preferable.
Right.
You know?
Sure.
Yes.
I'm against the family.
Gay
And also marriage.
Listen, Nadia, you ought to be a father who goes to the bar on the weekends and gives a little bit of tail to some of the lonely husbands.
I was congenitally sterile, number 1. And number 2, marriage is a patriarchal institution.
Well, be a
It's,
patriarch then. Adopt.
Not the way I do it. Sorry.
You're
Yeah.
congenitally sterile? Wow.
Well, marriage as an institution developed from rape as a practice. I have a bit of distaste for it.
I know.
Right. So you
know,
and Sugar get together, get married, and adopt some kids, and then there's no patriarchy, and you can further Western civilization by being a nuclear family. There we go. That's better.
I thought the origins of marriage was a property property contract.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, what the people
With a
as
dowry.
property.
That's what dowry
People as property.
suitors were all about.
It goes a little bit older. The what is it? The warring tribes and such found women to be more easily taken as captives and slaves, and obviously found, I guess, reproductive quote-unquote benefits from that. But still, I would also note that
Why would you call that marriage?
because
Taking slaves is marriage?
the very word, at least it's sufficiently ancient Chinese, for slave was the same as the word for wife.
That's odd, and that's funny because
Well,
in Western China they have that.
And husbandry means to take care of livestock.
That might be a context issue because even the Bible used to say your women and other animals or whatever that passage is. You probably know what I'm talking about.
Funny.
So, yeah, there's a more difficult aspect to it, which is I'm not playing a dress-up game here.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like actual surgical modification of my genitals and face and such. I mean, that's not. It's going to be something that you just quote-unquote continue living as a man and play a dress-up game on the weekend.
Well, didn't I suggest earlier a possible sex change to a male?
I was assigned male at birth.
Sorry, I'm sorry. No, that was supposed to be funny, little one. No, it was probably hilarious, but nobody knew till now. So.
Can I make a provocative statement? And again, this isn't something I agree with necessarily. It's just thought-provoking. And it's not even mine. I don't want to take credit for it either. Why is it that sexual orientation is completely genetic and totally beyond choice, but sexual gender is optional?
Right. That's funny.
Some people feel like it's an option, but for those who have gender dysmorphia, that's not.
It's
not a choice for them.
That's going to be called Obamaism in like 20 years. They're going to call the gender dysmorphia be relabeled Obamaism.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
I guess you can
so
call it what you want. Yeah, go ahead.
main questions are actually centering around voluntarism as opposed to inbornness. And inbornness is actually something of broader scope than genetics. So, for instance, there are hormonal effects that are thought to lead to distinctions in sexual orientation and gender identity. So, it's worthwhile to note that the identity affair is not really well, just what somebody calls oneself. It's more of a matter of, I suppose, how one's, I guess, has some kind of neurological body mapping. So,
yeah, I know, and I'm not going to disagree with you. It's not a topic that I've thought deeply about. I'm just saying it's like, on the one hand, if you're born, say, homosexual, no matter how much you might try to be heterosexual and even have sex with the opposite gender, like you're always your true soul is desiring the same sex. But then on the other hand, and that's respecting who you are and who you were born to be. But then on the other hand, if you were born with, for instance, male genitalia, it's perfectly okay and rational to ignore that and go towards something else.
Yeah, why not
that's
have,
not what
have
that's not what
a
the
neurological
case is.
surgery or something to change your, your sexual preference?
In many respects, that would kill a person there because the brain itself is most constitutive of the person and such. Also, there is another aspect where, what is it? It's not any more voluntaristic than any kind of thing like sexual orientation. It's in fact, sort of intersex condition affecting the things that go to the brain. So
If
this,
you don't know what intersex
yeah.
is, she can explain that too.
Oh, yeah, like.
Because not everybody
hermaphrodites,
understands.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
But I think that's like the key. Once they understand, if you're born with both genetics, then that seems logical, right?
Well, but it's distinct in a way because it's a different kind of feature from the genitals or gonads.
Well,
so,
like
go ahead.
Yeah, I understand that that some people, they are born with sort of like the feminine personality or feminine orientation, and they want to change their body to match their neurology.
Yeah, that's gender dysphoria.
Yeah. I mean, I make no pretense of anything. Basically, besides, well, the bodily aspects myself that don't line up with apparently female sex are very painful for me.
One of the things that's interesting is that there is a critical difference between gender dysphoria and like body dysmorphia, because some people they think they have gender dysphoria, but what they actually have is body dysmorphia, where they're even if they get a sex change operation, they're not satisfied. They'll find something else to be unhappy about because it's just kind of like bulimics. They see themselves a certain way. They think they're fat, but they're really not. Right, and so that's body dysmorphia, so it's a huge problem. But if you have gender dysphoria, if you really are diagnosed with that, then getting a sex change operation can actually alleviate a lot of your symptoms, and so.
And I heard Camille Paglia talking about that. She was concerned about younger people. That wasn't explained exactly what you were saying, because people can be confused, and what happens is people get ignorant and they don't do their homework and they don't learn about it, and then they just get fearful and they start reacting instead of acting to appropriate information, right? All of a sudden, every transgender person now that comes into the bathroom is all of a sudden a rapist, which is ridiculous because it wasn't happening before. As if every rapist in the world just said, hey Joe, guess what? They're letting people in dresses into the bathroom, so grab your dress and let's go. This is a free day. It doesn't happen that way.
I don't even understand how this bathroom thing became an issue. Like, why don't we just leave it the way it's always been? Like, what is? I mean, I don't think anybody made a big deal when. I don't know. How did this come up? Like, what happened?
She can probably. Nadia can probably speak more to
that. I guess religious right is recycling material that Terps cooked up in about '73. There used to be a Scribd article showing like the history of the bathroom scares, but they've been getting, I guess, rehashed or recycled every so often for a long while.
I mean,
Anyway,
Nadia
there's
have
a
to.
pretty long-standing kind of alliance between those trans-exclusive radical feminists like Janice Raymond and Mary Daly, and also, I guess the religious right stands from Janice Raymond and Mary Daly basically having been nuns before they became like lesbian feminists, right? That's serious. They were literally nuns.
Well, yeah, I remember back in the 70s, or was it 70s or late or early 80s when Phil Donahue did his episode with the nuns, and that's what they said. They said, look, we knew we were lesbians, but we couldn't give into it because we were good Irish Catholic girls, so we decided to become nuns, and then we showed up to the, the convent, and they were all lesbians, and they thought if we didn't actually engage in it, we weren't sinning.
Well, yeah, the tariffs came out of that, so they were pretty buddy-buddy with the Catholics. Like Paul McHugh, Johns Hopkins shut down their program there, and also did some kind of nasty screed in Wall Street Journal. I think it's gone through Fox News cycle as well. He's on like the U.S. Council of Catholic Bishops National Review Board.
So when you go out into public, Nadia, which bathroom do you want to use? You want to use the female, right?
I don't care about bathrooms.
You don't? Okay.
Personally, it doesn't make a difference to me. You have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And, well, the things that really get to me are what kind of state is my body parts in.
Yeah. I know my niece has the same issue. She feels the same way you do.
Sugar, that was interesting about the nuns, because I knew priests always went. All the priests are gay, but I hadn't known the nuns were gay. That's very strange.
It was you can find it on YouTube, actually. The episode of Phil Donahue is still on there. And you know what's funny? I always thought that the Catholics had like the best marketing strategy, right? They said, take a look at our holy people. Our nuns and our priests will give up their most carnal, urges. Look at how great our God is. Da, da, da. Well, we saw what happens there, right?
Yeah, they were going.
I have a theory. I have a theory about why they're so disproportionately pedophiles. If anybody wants to hear.
Yeah, why?
Was that a yes? I'm sorry.
That was
yes. Sorry.
Okay. Well, it's like if you think about the psychology of a child, it's totally dependent on the parents, right? For make or break survival. And if you spend your whole life just like, your job is to tell people stuff, and like, I mean, I know on the surface, like, they're providing a service to society and pulling their own weight, but like deep down they know they're not. Like deep down they know that like at least half of what they say is just crap, and they're just like preying upon people's insecurities or whatever. So they're insecure because they're not providing an actual service. So like psychologically, they come to identify emotionally with children, and so naturally you become sexually attracted to who you soulmates, and that's what they are.
That's interesting.
It's interesting, but I wonder how you feel about the fact that what I believe and what I've always been told by my friends that are LGBT is that they were born that way, and they've at the time when they realize that they are.
No, I was talking about the clergy, not transvestites. I thought we were talking about the Catholic Church.
No, we are.
I'm not a transvestite.
Yeah, let me just finish with that. Transvestites are men that dress like women, but they're not necessarily gay. Many of them are heterosexual. But what I'm talking about is people that know, just like the nuns, when they became sexually mature and they understood that they were attracted to the same sex, they knew that went against their religion, so they go into religion suppressing their sexual urges. And what do priests hang out with? Priests hang out with the little altar boys because they're teaching them. And when you are with such sweet little innocent, people, and they're affectionate and you're affectionate affectionate and you really like you really like boys, but yet you're having to suppress it, that makes people go sideways. That's why they go sideways and do crazy stuff.
I think that could be the case. But I don't think
we don't let our boys masturbate. We don't teach everybody's sinful, even though God gave them these hormones to keep them reproducing. You're now a dirty sodomite. Silly.
No, I agree, and religion does that to everybody. You don't even have to be a priest. To one degree or another, it does it. But
exactly.
I mean, the only thing I would disagree, it's a slight disagreement, is just that I don't think repressing homosexuality causes a desire for children, because like I don't know how you could even that's an entirely different.
It's not everybody, but certainly these men went in that direction. Now, did they go in that direction because a lot of them were homosexual and they went into the priesthood and they were shown that was the way, that the older priest said, "Look, here's what you do. This is what we do."
Maybe, but I would say that the priests, if like for whatever reason the structure of the Catholic Church was that the priests were in charge of the young girls instead of the young boys, they would probably molest the young girls too. So I don't think it's like repressed homosexuality. I think it's just like repressed sexuality, period.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you and I can think that, right? But without any kind of evidence, we have to just say, maybe.
I think we're probably both right. There's probably instances of both what we're talking about. I'm just saying the reason why, in general, there seems to be a disproportionate amount of people that are religious leaders that are pedophiles, as opposed to the overall population.
Well, the commonality is they're suppressing some kind of, socially unacceptable sexual urge. Now, there are different sexual urges.
No, it's not socially
people who are attracted to
it's
a man or a woman are attracted to developed sexual features of such, and not undeveloped.
Being attracted to children is not just a preference. Come on.
I'm looking. Look, I've never seen the studies, so I couldn't say for sure. That was just my opinion. So right now I'm going to look and see what studies are out there for exactly this, because I'm sure somebody has done the legwork on it. I'm not a pedophile, nor am I a homosexual, so I can't really speak on these things unless I can get some backing. Otherwise, I'll guess.
I'll just mention with 30 that it's an interesting point that people's sexuality is certainly affected by their surroundings if we look at prisons and the Navy and the Army, because men become homosexual in private schools in England even. There's a fourth example, and in gymnasiums in ancient Greece. So whenever you put a bunch of men together, they start having sex with each other.
Even current day. Look at K-pop, the Korean pop kids. These young boys, they live together, and they are very hands-on. They look to be very homosexual, but yet they're not. Or some are, but...
Yeah, well, you guys, I think Ed was talking about this the other night, and, Brandon, you're right. It does occur, when men are together long enough, they start developing those kinds of, for whatever reason. And there might even be, like, a biological purpose for it if you go all the way back to, like, Neanderthals and even before that or whatever. But, like, I mean, obviously I'm no expert, but I can't think of any biological or like socially, to maintain social harmony, why there would be any reason for any member of the community to develop a sexual desire for the young. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and there's a distinction between pedophilia. There's another number. Another word, because pedophilia is one set of numbers, one set of ages, and then there's another word for another set of ages. And apparently there's supposed to be something different. I'm not justifying or excusing. I just learned this, that there are different classifications. One is one we don't really use. We just use pedophile for everything. Oh, that's it. Yeah. What she put in the side chat. And it's different age.
Ephebophilia.
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know if there's...
Oh.
Ephebophilia.
Ephebophilia? What's the ephebophilia? You really, really young?
No, adolescence.
Oh. Okay, so 30 commercial. I would say that what if it's the case that we had sexual desires for girls, men had sexual desires for girls that were able to reproduce, and what if reproduction ages
somewhere between 8 and 12. Wouldn't that horrify everybody on
Yeah. Well, it would, but I mean, obviously, it doesn't go against nature, right? I mean, there's a reason why they are able to reproduce at that point. So, but you know, there's
At that
there's
point,
a hell of a
fuck
lot
nature.
there's a hell of a lot of economic and social and cultural disadvantages to getting young girls pregnant at that age. So it's become like almost it's taboo because it's you know, it's like smoking cigarettes, right? Like it's not inherently bad, but it you know, there's no, in the long run, it's like a recipe for death as a culture.
Well, yeah, because
at the age, the heck with nature or whatever it is, go full on antinatalism.
Well, I think we get confused though, because like right now in Asia, China, Japan, Korea, women still don't, some of them don't menstruate till they're 16, 17 years old, right? So it's just more of our Western culture with our Western diets. We get a lot of heavy estrogens that are in our meats, a lot of xenoestrogens that come from off-gassing of plastics. So we kind of have a quickening, you know, in the reproductive area. We're not supposed to be that active that young, even though
that's
we
interesting.
menstruate.
What do you mean supposed? We're not supposed to be.
Well, we are not now. If we look at other children currently, right now, in other parts of the world where they don't have the same dietary influences, you see them not menstruating till 16, 17 years old still. But in areas in Asia where you're seeing McDonald's and any type of Western fast food, you're now seeing childhood obesity. You're seeing children menstruate earlier, children getting breast earlier, boys with
West in Rome were getting pregnant at 12 and 13. So, I mean, the diet in Rome was different than the diet in China.
Yes, and there are those exceptions as well, but now it's down to really low. I mean, like, it used to be just a few got pregnant at those young ages. Now it's a lot.
I don't know about that. I'm no expert, but I would be surprised if the majority of adolescent girls didn't get pregnant in medieval Europe. They probably did.
Well, okay, yes, but not at 8. At 13, maybe.
Oh, yeah. All right, I didn't know we were talking about 8. I'm just talking about, pubescent, but at the very beginning of puberty.
But puberty is when you menstruate. So if you menstruate at 8, that's puberty.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
I'm just saying.
It's not
okay, but you're saying like in the last 100 years, we've knocked the number down by 5 years.
In some areas, if you go to Argentina, is it Argentina or Venezuela? Somewhere down there where they have the big cattle ranches and they use a lot of hormones. They don't have the same regulations. Bye.
Good night.
Bye. They've got a heavier population of 5-year-olds that are menstruating. I mean, it's really bad.
Really?
Are starting to produce breasts.
Oh, if you're taking off, could you, I guess, give someone control room access?
Did he go yet?
He probably already did.
We should
Brandon.
we should end this.
Mr. Cropper. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me.
Well, I can.
Anybody in your room, Nadia?
I think there's 6 or 7.
Hmm.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think there's 7.
There you go.
Only room for 2 of you. Well, if Brandon goes to sleep, there would be 2. Exactly 2 left.
You know, I don't have to go. I mean, if somebody else wants to go, I can go. But if there's a spot, I'll go. Yeah, I think it's. I'll easily Google.
Yep. What's that?
Brandon already bowed out like a half an hour ago.
Yeah, you guys can go. I'll just sit out and watch. When somebody else leaves, I'll pop in afterwards. Just shoot me a link.
You just.
You said there were 2.
I wanted. Go ahead.
2 spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Sugar. Brandon can, sit here and fester in his.
Nadia has to be in there. It's Nadia's room. She has to be in there. I can sit out and wait, and I'll pop in as soon as somebody else leaves.
I don't want to go. You go, Sugar.
No, there's room for both of you.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll both go
Open
then.
spots.
Oh, even with you? Okay. Oh, that's right. You're right there. I forget.
Yeah, I don't need to rejoin it.
Vibrating.
They're
No,
already.
sorry, I forget
Yeah.
that you can do that. All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm popping over there. Any
Okay.
any hostiles?
Not that I'm aware of.
Good,
Everywhere
good.
I go is hostile.
I will behave anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. I get accused of not having emotions. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And welcome 37. Nope, it's oh yeah. We came over for Brandon. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, some respects I might not be the best representation myself, but well, you sugar and Nevitt are here. Oh, what is that? Oh, internalized transmisogyny? Well, well, it's bias against trans women specifically. Yeah, because I guess trans men, in some respects, maybe not quite held to as high a standard with respect to passability. Go ahead. Yeah. Mm. 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 It's in black and white. I mean, it's to say, well, you're relatively unconvincing. I hadn't finished my sentence. So, it's black and white with me, I see. relatively quote unquote unconvincing, unpassable, and so on. Therefore, the entire kind of claim is illegitimate, and just get your quote unquote perversion out of my face. And that perversion being you and whatever you've done to your body. Mm. Mm. Um, it was. It's. Hi, Massimo. S- Speaking speaking of submission, here we have Massimo with his sexy Italian accent. We hear you. It's terrible. Yeah. I don't know. I could say like the odd phrase in Italian, like, you know, nessuno mi vede come una donna, or io non parlo italiano. Eh. I memorized. I memorized at one point how to say. Well, I don't speak some language in that respective language for something on the order of 50 languages. Like, what is it? Watashi wa Nihongo ga wakarimasen. Whatever. Ichi ni sanchi go roku shichi hachi kuju. Yeah. Один, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять, etc.
Daguerreotypes. Daguerreotypes. Daguerreotype. It's me. Hi, Massimo. It's on my channel. Oh, and welcome, Holly.
Tom, you're snoring. No, I just unmuted. Yeah, I'm smoking. Okay. I have to. I have to.
Have a good night.